And here we are, folks. A little bit late. Technically a couple of minutes late. Because I had to pop the title in for the stream. Hopefully the audio is working. We shall see. I figured out a solution for the controller charging situation, so that's all good. I've plugged it into a socket instead of the PS5. Got the camera set up, the microphone, which is right here in front of me, so the sound hopefully should be good. And I've skipped the practice, because of course, and we're going to be finished, I mean, aside from pee breaks, probably sometime around 6, or it should be around 6 PM UK time. And it's going to be interesting to compare this, because obviously I did a couple of test streams recently, like in Forza and GT, but hi again, bud. Yeah, it should be a more interesting way of doing the endurance than the Suzuka one was, because the Suzuka was fun doing it pre-recorded, but it's not as fun as when you folks can drop in and out. Good morning, bud. One of the things which is going to be interesting as well, especially on a Saturday, is that working through this race, and incidentally you guys can tell I'm not going to bother qualifying. I've picked the Mercedes CLK LM. Technically that should be the easier option, but I've picked it more so because I prefer the car, and if I'm going to be driving it for 8 hours I want to be in a car that I actually like, rather than the McLarens. And yeah, so like the first 2 hours of that 6 hour of Suzuka, I was like talking, but then after that the race started to feel a lot longer, because you know there wasn't a huge amount to talk about. Yeah, so it got a bit naturally quieter, whereas for this one, working throughout the day, nobody's going to watch the whole thing with me, I know that. Well, maybe they will, but probably not. But having the different time zones and stuff, we'll be able to see different people kind of drop in and out, hopefully. I'm only expecting maybe 20-30 people at any given time, because it's not like I do much streaming anyway. But, yeah. I've got monsters, I've got juice, I've got snacks. I've got 2 bowls of noodles to eat throughout the day while I'm pitting in. So I want to keep the pause time and the pit-ins and all that as minimal as possible. And so the 8 hours, just about after 10 o'clock, almost 5 minutes past, begins. I don't recall if I... I don't recall... Hi, Mr. Punk. I don't recall if I drove the CLK LM on this track before or not. I need to move this chair a bit because it's squeaking. I don't recall if I drove the CLK LM on Spa or not before. I know I drove the McLaren here, I think it was, in the Power Pack previously, but I didn't bother with the practice or the qualify. I didn't bother with the... Morning, bud. I didn't bother with the qualifying because I want to make the race more interesting, you know, trying to catch up. And if the Suzuka one was anything to go by, am I on pad? Yeah, I always race on pad. I've done some wheel stuff in the past, but it's really not my vibe, which is ironic given that I love driving in real life, but I just don't like it in the game. So yeah, I didn't qualify for obvious reasons, make it more interesting, have something to catch up with. But I'm curious to see. Oh, actually, I know I'd forgotten something. I'm on racing hards. I meant to change it to mediums. Oh well, we can do that on the first pit-in. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see about how long the laps last versus the tyres. At the moment, it doesn't look to me like I'm going to need to really worry too much about the fuel lasting, because 24 laps, I mean, maybe the tyres will last that long, I don't know, but I wouldn't have thought so. And around Suzuka, albeit in a very different car, but still, around Suzuka I was getting, what was it, like 14 laps-ish out of a set of mediums, so we'll have to see how well the mediums do versus the hards, but I guess at least starting on hards it should give me a better idea of how they're going to compare. And hopefully, in a funny kind of way, we could end up using this as kind of like more of a Q&A as well, or like chatting about topics that you folks actually want to talk about rather than just me, which is the advantage of it being live. I don't know how many people would have actually seen the community post that I put out, because yesterday, around midday I think it must have been, I put out the post saying that I'd rescheduled this to today, because this was probably going to be next week. But, yeah, most people say so. I don't like wheels. I don't find them immersive. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I've used the best wheels you can get at the live events for Gran Turismo, and I don't even like those. I did okay on them, to be fair. I was racing against... That was back when GT Sport came out. In fact, the video's on the channel way back. Back when GT Sport was first coming out, they did a press event, which I went to, and I decided to give it a go. I think there was 16 of us, all racing on wheels, and I came 4th around Brands Hatch, so I was fine with that. For somebody who literally never uses a wheel especially, and I'm sure plenty of the other guys probably use wheels all the time. But yeah, I just don't like it. The main reason why I don't like the wheel is because back in the day, and this is a lot better than it is now, but back in the day the wheel just used to still feel like a switch. So you used to like turn, and you'd have nothing, and then suddenly it'd start to turn. And I know you can adjust all the dead zone and all that kind of stuff these days, so that's better, but that put me off as a kid. That was back around the Gran Turismo 4 kind of era, which of course it would be more primitive then. But these days, every time I try it, it's just... I think the thing that I don't like about it the most is there's no weight. And again, I know you can make it have the force feedback and resist you, but it's just not like driving a real car. I just don't find it anywhere near realistic enough. I just don't enjoy it, basically. The only circumstance where I think I might try a wheel is maybe on like a good drifting game, because I feel like the steering angle and everything can be more precise and have a bit more fun with that. But even then, for me, having a wheel, or the idea of buying a wheel for this, it's basically like buying VR. I'm not buying it just for one thing. I have no interest in buying something that I'm only going to use in one game, especially when the game, you know, dates out over time. It's just a waste of money. You know, I could get VR, but the day that I get VR will be, again, depending on price, because I'm not paying stupid money, but the day that I'm interested in getting VR is when you can actually play with like an omnidirectional pad in games like Fallout, and you can actually walk around the map instead of like jumping from place to place by clicking buttons. I just don't like that. Same problem as the cars, it just breaks the immersion. But yeah, for Gran Turismo, nah, not interested in VR enough. And wheels, eh. I'd be kind of interested in trying out like a bike rig, which obviously, as we've said many times, hi bud, as we've said many times, Kaz doesn't want to release Tourist Trophy 2 because, quote unquote, you know, rigs aren't realistic enough to simulate bikes. Sure, but we're talking about a game where you can still bounce off of walls and have really no repercussions, so let's not act like realism is the best thing in the world in Gran Turismo anyway. I get what he's getting at, but to me it sounds like a bit of an excuse, especially when none of the older games were as realistic as they could be for the time. You know, Tourist Trophy certainly wasn't the most realistic thing around. It was good for its time, but you could always pick anything apart if you want to. I just don't get it. You could print free money by making Tourist Trophy 2. He even said that the physics engine of GT7 is already ready to have Tourist Trophy run on it, which is just like, what are we doing then? At this point, I'd take like a spiritual successor to GT HD and have like bikes and cars in the same game. That would be awesome. Imagine a power pack expansion style thing, but all motorbikes as like a Tourist Trophy 2. That would be awesome. I'd have no issue at all paying for that, even if it were like $30, like the price of a game, or what used to be the price of a game, I guess. The best biker game. Ooh, I feel like it's a bit of a no-brainer, really. Yeah, I also, on that point, just before I answer the bike question, I also prefer chase cam. Mostly, there are some cars that I prefer cockpit, but I tend to drive cockpit in, if anything, Formula cars, because I find that the angle and where you're sitting in the vehicle and the line of sight is just really good in a Formula car, and you get more of a feel for the pivot point of the steering. In every other car, as I've said before on the channel, I am a racer second. I'm a car fan first, and those are two very different things. Like my old man, when he used to play Gran Turismo and do the old GT4 24-hour races and all that, also on a controller, he was never that interested in the cars. He would just pick whatever car he knew would win, so in his case probably like a 787B, that was his favourite car, and he was about winning. He wanted to have 100% win ratio, complete everything, you know, partially his OCD, but also just in general super competitive when it comes to that. Whereas for me, I didn't care. To me, the racing was always a means to an end. It was to earn money to do what I really wanted to do, which is collect and tune cars. That's my fun. I just love driving cars, not racing them. And I think like that probably also plays a huge part into why I'm fine on a controller. You know, I don't care about being the fastest. I only care about being as fast as I need to be to complete the game. And again, those are two very different approaches to racing. But yeah. And on the point of best bike game, The problem is, Tourist Trophy obviously doesn't exist anymore. Well, it does, but you know what I mean. So Ride is pretty much unrivaled. So you kind of have to say Ride. And I did a review on MotoGP 25. Didn't really get on with it, to be honest. It was fine for a review, but he's coming up a bit quick, isn't he? Where do you think you're going, mate? Not in front of me, that's for sure. Nice bit of traffic blocking as well. And who cares about corners? What was I saying? Oh yeah, Ride doesn't really have any decent rivals. I mean, back in the day you could even say like, oh well, the bikes in like Test Drive Unlimited, they were pretty cool. And now we don't even have that. They're hopefully coming back at some point, but at that point, who's even going to be playing Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown anymore by the time they think about adding bikes? I haven't touched TDU3 in months. I think I've actually sent it to my external hard drive, to be honest, so I don't think I can actually play it. I have to put it back into the main storage. But yeah, it's just... it doesn't have any rivals, so you have to say Ride. Within Ride? Within Ride... Zero GT1... Oh yeah, I agree, Tech. I agree. 90s GT1, in my opinion, is GT1. What came later should have had a different name, really. And don't get me wrong, I love the Maserati MC12. I love the Celine S7R. Of course, they're awesome cars, but they're not the same. You can see the inspiration. Both of those are kind of long-tail inspired in a funny kind of way. And the MC12, if you rewound the clock to like 1998, you could totally see a Maserati GT1 in that old school sense, with basically the same design of the car. It would work. And the Celine is very obviously inspired by GT1 and long tails. I mean, it kind of is a long tail. But yeah, this is awesome era. And to be honest, I prefer most Le Mans stuff in the 90s. LMP 900s as well, the early ones. The GT ones. It was kind of, in the earlier 90s, that holdover as well from the Group Cs, where you had the Peugeot 905 winning in 92 and 93. You had Mazda win in 91 with the 787B. Hugely historic. And then you had that cool point in 1994, I believe it was, where Dower essentially ran a Group C car, but with a changed, I think it was the flat floor was redesigned or something like that, and ran it as a GT1. Just proving how insanely good the Porsche 962 was, that it still won, even in a different category. And that's cool, sitting in the Celine. I'm yet to see a Celine in person, I think. I used to go to Goodwood, to the Festival of Speed, quite a lot. And I don't think I've ever seen a Celine yet. Obviously I've seen Celine Mustangs, occasionally, but I've never seen a Celine S7. I don't think I've ever actually seen a road-going Maserati MC12 yet in person either. I've seen the racing one, like the Vitaphone livery in GT1 form at Goodwood, but never the road car, which is a shame because it's one of my favourite cars, and I believe it's one of the most beautiful supercars of all time. But so is the Celine, in a very different way, but the S7 is a gorgeous-looking car. Celine's going to have a hard time with the S11 making it as badass as that was. It'll probably be quicker, but like I said earlier about preferring driving to racing, being quicker isn't everything. It's like the electric Maserati in a funny kind of way. I don't hate the idea, but you don't buy a Maserati for that. If you want a 900 horsepower electric car, you know, there's plenty of other options. Oh, a Mosler as well, very nice. I can't read what you said after that, the Nielsen's Racing, I'm guessing something, but I can't read the rest of the comment. But yeah, the Mosler's awesome. I haven't seen a Mosler yet in person either, which doesn't surprise me, because if I remember right, I believe in their entire company's history, which I think was something like 1995 to 2013, something like that, Mosler built 80 cars, I think it was, and that was it. And they went bankrupt, which is such a shame. A car that was so good that it was banned from racing. Awesome car. The Mosler would be such an OP car in Gran Turismo. Oh, the McLaren, cool. Yeah, I've seen a couple of... well, actually, I've seen quite a few McLarens. Obviously, being in the UK, you're bound to see McLarens, but I've seen the Golf liveried Longtail. I believe I've seen the Ueno Clinic, the Circumcision Clinic one that's in the game, the black and grey one. Again, all at Goodwood. Because it won't surprise anyone, but I don't really go to racing events. I'm not interested, like I said. I like to celebrate the car, so I'll go to like a car museum or something more than a historic race. I think the only race I'd actually want to go to is Le Mans, and sometime I probably will. But aside from that, I don't really care. And I feel like if anything, I might prefer to go to a Le Mans historic event where they get out the old Group C cars and race those with like all the period correct stuff. It's probably cheaper than the main event as well, I would imagine. I don't know if it's a full 24-hour race, probably not, but yeah. Be a hell of a road trip as well. I think I'd probably drive rather than fly. Obviously it wouldn't be a cheap trip in my cars, but it'd probably be cheaper to fly actually than to drive, but the V8 supercar, I'm pretty sure I've seen some V8 supercars. Yeah, because they've got a bit of everything at Goodwood. They have like NASCARs, Pikes Peak, Hill Climb, WRC, Group B, Group S, concept cars, supercars. They've got everything basically in different paddocks. Bikes. What was the other thing that somebody just said? I'm forgetting what the other comment was. Oh, about the Senna. Yeah, unpopular opinion, and this opinion hasn't changed from day one. I don't like the Senna. I mean, most of you know I'm not a McLaren fan, period. I don't like McLarens. I think they're just remaking the same car over and over again, which is basically what Lamborghini's doing now. But the Senna to me is such a missed opportunity. If you name a car Senna, it better be like the best thing ever. And to me, that car just isn't. It's fast and it's I guess cool, but to me that doesn't feel like legendary territory. It feels like another McLaren that's quicker, but I don't know, it almost looks dumpy. I feel like something called Senna should almost be more of a formula car, as you said, with the Honda V10 in question. In fact, come to think of it, I know what they should have called the Senna. The Solus. It's a literal Vision GT car with a V10 engine, and it's track only. That's what the Senna should have been. They should have named that the Senna, and named the Senna the Solus. Swap those two around, I've got no issue with it now, because that's more appropriate. It would be like if you brought back the name CLK GTR, for example, and put it on like a four-door fastback sedan with an AMG badge. It's just a waste of a good name. And I don't understand why manufacturers are doing that. I noticed on the point of the Toyota GR that they've got that on the Forza Horizon 6 cover. No surprise there, of course you put it on there. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not feeling the Toyota GR. It's no LFA, that's for sure. But it never will be, you know, because of regulations and everything. Plus, they can't justifiably make a car and lose money on everyone like they did on the Lexus LFA. But it's funny, Japan makes these cars, or sometimes makes these cars that people just don't appreciate when they first come out. And really, you should appreciate them when they come out, because you'll get a way better deal. If you bought a Lexus LFA, brand new, for, what was it, $340,000 or pounds, you would be laughing to the bank these days. They're worth stupid money. And it's not really that far removed from when it was released. It's not like we're talking about a Ferrari F40 or something. It's just, over time, people suddenly realised what they'd missed out on. And I think another car that's going to happen to is the new Honda NSX. I don't think it's going to reach the same level as the LFA, nowhere near. It's more of a GTR kind of approach, but they just barely sold any, I think, at least here in the UK. I've seen like 2 on the road ever I can think of, and yeah, they're just, something about Honda making a supercar never really seems to work. Thanks, Harrison. Like first NSX, you know, Porsche 911 money, people didn't want to pay that. Now everyone loves the NSX. Speaking of Senna, the new NSX, I mean, why buy it when you can have a GTR? Plus, you've got a pretty strong argument to be made there if you think about it, because if you're going to live with the car, the GTR's got 4 seats. That's another nice advantage over the NSX. So if you're going to buy the NSX, you're basically buying it as a pure supercar. And let's be honest, most people who buy supercars are badge snobs. I hate to say it, but if you ask most guys, especially most guys who want to buy something and be seen in something like that, they're going to say that they want to be seen in a McLaren or a Lambo, not in a Honda. So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me that it failed, unfortunately. But, like I said, I do think that car is going to become really, really... But yeah, hindsight is always 20/20. We always appreciate what we have when it's gone. That's one of the things I said in the previous episodes of the Power Pack. Here in the UK, I don't know if other countries had a version of this, probably, especially Europe, I could imagine. But in the UK, we had a thing OG fan there, clearly. Hi again, then, guys. Nissan, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Probably not. Oh well, I mean, anyone can save themselves if they make the right decision. Look at Porsche. I always go back to Porsche. If you'd have asked them, or if you'd have asked most petrol heads, and certainly most Porsche fans, around 2002, should Porsche make a 4x4, they'd have said, hell no. Why on earth would you do that? The Cayenne made Porsche what it is now. So you don't have to like it always, but sometimes it's just a good idea. And yeah, Nissan can absolutely save themselves. Whether or not they will, whether or not they're smart enough, whether or not they make the right choices, certainly seems that they're still going ahead with the R36. I'd kind of like it if they call it the Skyline again, which I think they might be, which would be quite kind of cool. What I'm a bit worried about, at least from some of the renders and stuff that I've seen, I can't remember if we've seen the R36 yet or not. I know we've seen that render that looks like an R35 with a Skyline front end. That's kind of what worries me. I don't want that to end up being essentially just a facelifted R35 again. Because the R35 was great, but we need something new. We need something different. We need to reinvent the name. Kind of like the Supra. Like it or hate it, the Supra reinvented what it would, be about. GT Spotlight. Sounds like an OG fan as well, or at least years and years ago, if that's the Spotlight you're talking about, with the community videos. That was a cool series, yeah. It was funny as well, because when I started that series, I believe GT Planet, who of course I have no love for, started a very similar series around the same time. And of course neither of us copied each other, because I believe we released pretty much simultaneously. But it's funny how sometimes there must have been something in the collective consciousness that kind of triggered both parties to think of doing that kind of thing at the same time. I don't know what it was, but yeah, it's a cool idea. I saw you saying something about lobbies, but I couldn't see the rest because of the comment being cut off. Again, that seems like my biggest gripe so far, to be honest, about this streaming. Just not being able to actually read the entire comment. I don't know if you can change that, but I couldn't find any settings to change it. So I'm still... I guess I should check in on tyres and stuff. So the tyres are completely fine. Again, I was thinking that I'm not really catching those top two cars, but I am running on hards. So once I change to mediums, that should become more interesting. Pub lobbies... Oh, no, I'm not doing any public stuff. Today's stream, well, most of you know I don't stream in general anyway, it's not really my thing. But, no, I'm just streaming this one because it's a lot easier than saving the 8-hour race. Because obviously I've started at 10 o'clock, I'm going to be finished at 6 PM tonight. And then after this, I'll be doing 2 more streams. Not today, obviously. But on following Saturdays at some point, I'll be doing the Le Mans 24-hour race and then the Nürburgring 24-hour race. But those will be announced closer to the time. But no, I won't be doing any public lobbies today. I mean, maybe in the future, I guess, but I don't really tend to go online much. I used to, but when they take away stuff like the chat feature and all that, I kind of lost interest a bit, to be honest. It became very impersonal. And I know people were annoying, background noise, babies crying, all that kind of rubbish, but I still miss it. I miss being able to actually talk to people and have banter and just make stupid noises and have fun. Some of my favourite Gran Turismo memories were from GT6 doing that kind of stuff. I must admit, I don't have any plans for a new version of the Spotlight for now. And the number one reason why I say no to most of these things these days is the same one. You guys probably get sick of hearing it, but unfortunately it still applies. And that is that the algorithm is absolute garbage. The problem is that I basically, because I've been doing this for so long, this channel's from 2009, which if you think of it that way, the growth is pathetic. And part of that is because I was kind of working against myself a lot in the early years without knowing it. So for example, I would record on my iPhone. I didn't have any capture software, the old potato can days. And I would upload videos straight from the iPhone. I'd put tags on the videos and all that back when that meant something. But then I didn't realise that when you upload to YouTube from a phone, for example, YouTube deletes all the tags. So my videos were like unsearchable. So I was like, for literally a year, I was working against myself. And then, I don't know, the way that I got started on YouTube should still work. But it doesn't. Because my method with YouTube was what I call the raindrop effect, which is Don't try and go viral. And this is my advice for many people these days, but much of the advice unfortunately doesn't work anymore. Don't try and go viral. Don't try and make a Badger song. Don't try and make a Charlie Bit My Finger. Just make loads of videos, and eventually something will catch. It's just a matter of time. And that was my approach. Instead of making one video and hoping that it gets 1 million views, make 1,000 videos, and then you don't need them to get 1 million each, because you're making, you know, a few pennies from every video, and it adds up. And that works. You know, I've got 6,500 videos on this channel over that, and it does work. But over time, especially since 2015 onward, YouTube has changed so much in terms of how the algorithm works. And I've said it before, YouTube wants you, me, us, everyone to do one thing, and it wants you to do the video like that over and over and over again until your audience gets bored of it. And that's the problem with an algorithm. An algorithm doesn't know what boredom is. All it knows is, people watch this, I will show people this, they like this, I'll show them only this, more and more and more of this. There's no human element, and it just doesn't work. It's stupid. But YouTube themselves have said they don't actually understand how the algorithm works anymore. So I don't think they can even turn it off without like breaking the platform, which is so stupid. You should never allow it to get to that point in the first place. But to go back to the community spotlight thing, that's why I don't do it. You know, yesterday, for example, I released a video that most of you probably didn't even see in your feed. In fact, you probably don't even see most of my videos in your feed, because unless you watch everything, it starts to show you less and less and less. I follow, for example, to prove this, I follow Jay Leno, Jay Leno's Garage. It's the only car channel I follow. His videos get millions of views, and he's got, I don't know how many millions of subscribers. If I save a couple of his videos to my watch later list, and take more than maybe a week to watch them, it stops showing his new videos to me. And that's from a multi-million sub channel. If it will do that to him, imagine what it's doing to smaller creators. Imagine what it's doing to like this channel, and forget trying to be a new channel these days. God, you don't stand a chance unless you get really, really lucky with the algorithm. And it can be gamed, obviously. Mr. Beast, he's pretty good at it. But the problem is Mr. Beast gaming the system is part of why the system is now so broken, because now it feeds into that, you know, methodology even more, and the AI is learning from people like Mr. Beast to just end up with a platform of slop, which is what we essentially already have now. But all that is to say that if I make a video that isn't Gran Turismo news, basically, or special projects trailer, or something like that, yeah, see you in a bit, mate. If I don't make those kind of normal videos, the algorithm just doesn't show people. There's no point. And the community spotlight, as cool as it was, those videos just, they're so all over the place in terms of length, what they're about, who's going to watch them. You know, it just doesn't match the algorithm. And so, in a crazy way, and this is 100% true, releasing certain videos on a channel used to just mean nothing. You know, you'd release a video, if nobody watched it, it didn't really matter. The video would just get lost to time. Now, that doesn't work anymore. Now, those videos actively hurt the channel. They make the channel drop. And like exactly said, he searches for my videos, or he or she, they, them, Zimzo, and they're not in the feed. Because there are certain channels that are unequivocally grey-listed. Channels that for whatever reason YouTube just doesn't like them. I personally don't understand it, because I'm very vocal about my dislikes of YouTube, but let's be honest, so are most creators, so that's not that new. And this channel is 100% family friendly. I don't swear in any videos. It's all car content, so it's not like any of this isn't advertiser friendly, and more than a few videos are pretty long, so they're great for ads. I mean, this video will be crazy with ads probably once it's finished. And yet, the algorithm just doesn't like them, which sucks. And it's why this channel has probably a tenth, to be honest, of the subscribers that it would have. If I'd have known back then, around 2013 when GT6 came out, what I know now, the channel would be way better. But of course, every channel could say that. So yeah, it sucks, but for the foreseeable future I don't see the spotlight coming back. And the problem is these days, they want you to make a new channel for all of these things. It's like HSG Community Spotlight channel, and then only release those videos on that channel. Like, I can't be asked doing that over and over and over again. It's a waste of time. It's a total waste of time making those multiple channels, because you don't know if any of them are going to do well. And I ain't got the kind of time to be uploading stuff for nothing. So yeah, I motor along, and also I'm stubborn. So part of it is I refuse to play YouTube's game. So yesterday, for example, speaking of the videos that you won't have seen, I did a review yesterday. You probably didn't have it in your feed though, because only like 200 people have watched it. Out of 130, near enough, 1,000 people. That is utterly insane. The notion of even less than 1% of the channel seeing a video is ridiculous. And yet here we are. And of course it's not the normal thing, but even so, you guys know what's here on the channel. Some people subscribe for car reviews, some subscribe because of product reviews, some subscribe because of Forza, some subscribe because of Gran Turismo, blah blah blah. So there is something for everyone, and yet they just get buried. It was a review for an e-scooter, and it was one of those videos where it didn't really matter, because, you know, it's not like I bought the scooter, they sent it to me to review, so it's fine. But it's not the point. You know, I want the video to do well, I want the manufacturer to feel like it was, you know, good for them. And clearly they felt good about it because it was the second review. And yeah, like AJP said, it's not, I'm presuming that you said it's not your kind of thing. And totally fair. Of course it won't be everyone's thing. But I refuse to believe that out of 130,000 fans of cars, vehicles and all things driven, that only 200 people are going to watch something like that, even just for the joke of it. Seeing my big ass on a scooter. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't believe it. And also, as I made a video of, I think it was on the second channel, HSG Unlimited, which is where I do like Fallout stuff and all that. On that channel, I made a video, actually maybe it was on this one, I can't remember now. A video exposing the P-score. I don't know if that's still a thing, but it definitely was a couple of years back, wherein every single channel on YouTube has a secret score which has been exposed by the press, and YouTube essentially refuses to acknowledge it. I asked them point blank in the help chat. Obviously it's an AI thing, but it gave me no help at all, refused to acknowledge even what I was talking about. And the P-score is basically a hidden score that they give you to judge how advertiser friendly your channel is. And all of the top 10 are like Colbert, Late Night, James Corden, Will Smith, all of those channels that are just slop. Which doesn't surprise me, but I'm not against them having the highest scores, because from an advertiser's perspective, of course they're going to have the highest scores. But the fact that you're not even willing to tell me what mine is, and if it's been neutered in some way, or if the channel's being throttled in some way, that's not right. I don't necessarily think it's legally actionable, because at the end of the day you choose to make videos on their platform, so I don't think you could probably do that much about it. It's not like you pay for the privilege of uploading. But yeah, it sucks, because YouTube, again, like Ride, but far worse than Ride, YouTube doesn't have rivals. TikTok is the closest thing, and that's nowhere near. And if they have no reason to be better, then why would they? They're already making enough money probably off of those top stupid slop channels anyway, that they don't need the rest of us, and that's becoming abundantly clear. Now in the UK, those of you outside of the UK probably won't have seen this, and it won't really affect you, but in the UK the BBC are trying to make a deal, or they are making a deal I believe, with YouTube to show live BBC content on YouTube, and otherwise BBC iPlayer shows and stuff. The problem is, here in the UK, you have to pay for that. It requires a TV license, which costs, I think it was a couple of £100 a year, or something like that. Nobody's paying that to watch YouTube, but the BBC is trying to do that. Now, YouTube isn't that stupid to lose that many people, but stuff like that being even discussed concerns me, because it shows that YouTube at the end of the day does not care about the smaller creators. It doesn't care about how long you've been on the platform, it doesn't care about if you're the people who made YouTube what it is now. It only cares about the bottom line. And it's a business, so of course it does, but yeah, it just sucks. Every time I think about it, it just sucks. And it definitely affects making content, because, you know, of course it's going to affect it. If you're making something you enjoy, but then instead of being a positive thing, or even a neutral thing, it's now actively a negative thing, where everything that you create is in effect hurting you, and hurting your channel that you've spent so many years making. It's not exactly conducive to having a good creative environment. But hey. So to answer the question, I think Ride is the best. So, let's do a check-in on the time. We are 8.8 seconds behind, which I feel like that's been... Oh, and I got a new best lap as well, that's cool. I feel like I've been roughly the same kind of distance. I might have gained, or not gained, I might have lost maybe another second or so, I'm not sure, because it's gone to 9 seconds now. So, not bad. I don't know about the pits. I guess if I do keep my eye on the map, if I can catch it at the right time, and pit at the same time as 1 and 2, or at least one of them, and go for the mediums, because these hards are lasting really well. In fact, ironic to what I said earlier on, they're actually going to outlast the fuel, which is crazy. I'm not going to lead out the fuel though, because I don't want to drop behind. I'm going to try and stay as close as I can to them, back down to 7 seconds, so that's good. And then probably try and pit in... Oh, in fact, he's right there. I didn't realise I was gaining so much on him. Try and pit in at roughly the same time as they are, and then get on the mediums, which I should have already been on. So we've done 15 laps on hards. I mean, you could probably easily get 20. Easily, by the look of things. We'll be maybe losing some lap times, but... overcut or undercut? What do you mean when I'm going past other cars? Whatever's in the moment, usually. Whatever the gap is. Oh, and to be honest, if you see how the AI drives in the power pack, I just push them out of the way if they're in the way, because they certainly don't care about doing that to you. But yeah, I think I'll try and pit in if I can catch it when they do, because then they'll probably get out of the pits maybe a couple of seconds ahead of me. Well, 8 seconds ahead of me. But then, yeah. So, I've seen a couple of people mentioning about silhouettes. Obviously, I don't want to leave at this second. I can have a look on Twitter in a second, but... Because I've seen a couple of people, or a couple of comments at least, mentioning a 911 GT3. Which would be an odd one, because we've already got a GT3. Unless, I mean, the GT3 RS. Or whichever one we don't have. Maybe we already have the RS, I can't remember. Whichever one it is. We already know the Xiaomi's coming, we already know the TCR is coming, so that sounds about right for a 3-car update. We do have time left in the month, I guess, and it would be today or tomorrow when we usually get the silhouettes. So, yeah, if somebody else could confirm that the silhouettes are out on Kaz's Twitter, that would be cool. And it would be typical now that I can't do it because I'm doing this. But I could always do the video after. I mean, it'd be very cool if we get a January update. That would shock me. Because usually we don't get something after... Well, not that I can recall, after having a big old update. Oh, it is out. Oh, cool. Very cool. Interesting choice of the Porsche. And obviously being a silhouette, I'll have to see it first if I agree with people or not. Because being a Porsche shape, it could always be a racing version. But, yeah, we'll have to see. Out the way, Ferrari. Damn, boy, you slow, boy. Yeah, exactly, like a GT3R. Yeah, at least that would be, like, genuinely different. I'd much rather have something like that than, like, Oh, actually, wasn't... Now that you said GT3R, didn't somebody spot that recently anyway? I have a vague memory of hearing somebody mention a GT3R. Maybe it was Super GT or something in one of those photos he took at a live event. I can't remember. I definitely have a memory of something about a GT3R recently. Right, okay. Well, that's better. I'll take that. So, I would imagine, I'd need to double check the specs, but I'd imagine that's probably going to be a fresh GT3. Or a fresh Group 3, I should say. Which is cool again, because maybe this will be the year of them focusing a bit more on Group 3 stuff. Oh, wow, way too late. So they haven't pitted in yet still, which is fine. Zenvo or Brabham, yeah, I mean, yeah. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of the new Brabham. It's fine, it's good in Forza, but I don't use it that much. But Zenvo, yeah, 100%. I do not like the new Zenvo, I must admit. I think it's horrifically boring and very generic compared to what they were making before. But yeah, I love the Zenvo ST1. To me, the original is the coolest one. And the one with the wing, the TSRS, that's cool as well, but I like the purity of the original design. It's actually one of my favourite cars to drive in Horizon 5. I love that car. Somebody in real life has got one in like a metallic brown, and as stupid as that sounds, it really works on that car. It looks really cool, like a bronzy brown. But yeah, very, very cool car. I feel like the Zenvo is mostly pretty underrated, because it should definitely be in the same conversation as stuff like the Zonda, Koenigsegg, Spikers. It's definitely on that level for me in terms of like those legitimately different and really cool boutique niche supercars, and even for me, I often forget to include it in that discussion, but it definitely deserves to be there. And yeah, as far as Lotus, like I said recently in that video with the updated 30 cars, I'm not holding my breath. I'm definitely not holding my breath for Lotus to come back anytime soon. It would be awesome if they did, but yeah, it's just too much of a disappointment otherwise. Which is also funny that Gran Turismo wouldn't want to pay however much they're asking for, because it shows, if that's true, it shows how much more money Forza has than Gran Turismo, because Forza's got loads of Lotus cars in there. In Horizon 5 there's like a dozen, if not more, Lotus models, including like the 340R, the Elise GT1, the Esprit, Elan, modern stuff, older stuff, Carlton. So what do you mean you can't afford it? Unless they're just on like, oh, that's too much to ask, just on the principle of the thing, maybe. Interesting. So I'm still catching up quite a bit to this guy in first place, which is not bad. Not bad at all. 5 seconds, so I'm definitely gaining. I guess cutting that corner must be helping. but yeah. So lap 18, tyres are still okay. My laps are a bit all over the place, but well, actually they're not. They're not. My laps are actually improving, ironically. And I got that 2:15 from where I braked too late. But aside from that, yeah, we're running pretty well. We've only got 3 laps left on fuel though, so that'll be the more important thing. And regardless of if I passed him or not, ooh, that's... If I do pass him, then I'll probably end up pitting at the wrong time. I guess I could just pit him when my fuel runs out either way, rather than following him. Because if I pit in at the same time as him on fuel, we'll probably end up pitting roughly at the same time, maybe a lap different. But if I pit in ahead of him, I'll get out quicker anyway with mediums. And if I'm already catching him on hards, I should be fine on mediums, I think. And I just realised I haven't been checking the weather, so I should do that as well. Oh. Talk about perfect timing. I wonder if this will be like that other one where I did, where the weather was moving really slowly over the map. I can't remember, was that the Suzuka? They all start to blend together. I can't remember if that was the Suzuka race. I think it was. Yeah, I think it was the 6 hour. But it makes sense that the weather would move slower. I actually kind of like that because it's more realistic. Especially if you change your tyres, it makes it feel worth it. It's not like, oh, you did 1 lap, now it's dry again. Yeah. So I'll have to have a think. Let's go back to the fuel. So we've got 2.5 laps left. 5 seconds behind. Yeah, what am I going to do? If he pits in now, I'll pit in now. So he hasn't, I don't think. Maybe that's what I'll do. I suspect he'll pit. If his fuel use is the same as mine, which it probably should be, I reckon he'll pit maybe at the end of this lap. And if not this lap, definitely the next one. Because I don't see them leaning their fuel out enough. I don't think the AI ever leans out their fuel, do they? They basically always run it on power, it seems. Hard to tell, I guess. I don't know if you can tell. Yeah, so I'm down to 4 seconds now. Good stuff. I really wish you could choose different liveries for stuff like this, because I'd much rather be driving the black version of the CLK LM with the yellow mirrors. I think that's an awesome looking livery. Steady on. Start to feel it a little bit on the hards, but even so, it's pretty good to drive. It's one of the reasons why I always like the LM, or the CLK GTR, as they used to incorrectly call it, because it handles a bit more like a touring car. Almost like a really extreme version of a DTM. Kid next door is bouncing his head off the wall by the sounds of it. And then I will have a much needed swig. One original GT track. We've kind of talked about this one before. I think the most likely is probably something like Apricot Hill or Midfield. I would certainly love to see Midfield back. If you're talking just personal preference, like forget how likely it is, just what would I like? Ooh. It'd have to be one of two, I think. It would have to be either Seattle, which is my favourite city course. Depends if you count that as an original circuit, because technically it's a real location, but I think you'd probably agree, most of you anyway. But if you're talking just pure original, Complex String from GT3, which probably very few people would choose, because it's such a niche circuit. And you don't need Complex String if you have a track editor. Because as soon as you've got a track editor, you can just make Complex String yourself anyway, because the track's completely flat, so it's easy to make. In fact, I did make it back in GT6. So, yeah, without a track editor, I'd say Complex String. If we did have a track editor at some point again, what would I choose instead? Yeah, I think it probably would be Seattle, I think. And I think it's almost a certainty that we'll have the track editor back at some point. I don't know if it'll be in GT7. I could see it, to be honest, being more of a GT8 thing, because that would be a good selling point in the trailer. Imagine, for example, if you see the trailers and you see B-Spec and circuits, or circuit editor. Those two things alone, you know they're going to make a lot of hype. What was that other question somebody asked just now? I can't remember what that last question was. I missed somebody's question, if you want to type it again. What car do I drive? At the moment, this might be changing next week, but at the moment I have 3 in my little collection. I've got 1 modern, 2 classic, all American. Yes, even here in the UK. I've got currently my daily is a 2005 Lincoln Navigator, and then my 2 classics are a 1968 Lincoln Continental and a 1967 Pontiac Hearse. Because, of course, a Pontiac Bonneville that's been chopped and stretched professionally, and is matte black with yellow flames and a severed pig's head hanging in the back. GT3R Elantra. The other one should be probably the Xiaomi. Well, I'm going to have to pit in now, so I guess we'll have to see if he pits in or not. And you can get out of my way, because I am pitting in. So it looks like he hasn't... Wow, he hasn't pitted in, I don't think. Interesting. Let's go for the mediums. That's very interesting. Huh. Maybe they do lean... Spitting everywhere. Maybe they do lean out their fuel. Let's have a quick look on Twitter. Oh, yes. Yeah. Well, definitely a racing version. Yeah, looks cool. But yeah, the other one should be the... Again, I only had a brief look, but we already know the Xiaomi is coming, so it should probably be the Xiaomi. To be honest, that didn't really look like a 911 to me at first glance, but if it's the one that was on the left that people are talking about, that almost looks a bit too big to be a 911, like the aero and all that. I don't know. And off we go! Now that I've put mediums on, yeah, I'm not just a voice. And I know that I often get told that my visuals don't match my voice. As I've said to people before, I sound like I collect trains, and I look like I build them. What was the other question somebody asked just now? I missed it. But whatever that comment was just then above that, I missed. I can't remember what you said. Yeah, I was saying that in the 6... Was it in the 6? No, it was that little test stream I did. That, yeah, I wish we had endurance races. Why? I'm on wipers. No, thank you. I wish we had some endurance races that were in between. So, like I said before, the problem with the power pack is you have to imagine a lot of people playing this will have never played Gran Turismo maybe before this or before Sport. And for those people, they probably haven't done much endurance racing, if any, like proper endurance racing. And to go from doing 20-minute races in the power pack to a 6-hour endurance being the shortest one, that's kind of crazy for those people. But yeah, 2 or 3 hours, yeah, exactly, like the Grand Valley event, the Laguna Seca, what was it, like 60 laps, something like that. But yeah, like reasonable. Yeah, I just checked, Hunter, when I was in the pit getting the new tyres. They have now pitted in, and I've got a feeling that now that I've pitted in, it's going to rain. In fact, it is raining to some degree. Let's check that. Although, I might be able to get away with that. 90 laps, yeah, that's the one. I will admit, though, that when it comes to endurance racing, as much as I love Laguna Seca, who doesn't? I also need to remember that I pitted in on lap 20, so that'll be easy enough to remember. But I do prefer a longer track for an endurance race, because when it's something like Laguna Seca and the lap only takes a minute and a half, I know that's only like 40 seconds different to here at Spa, but I just find it so boring when the lap is super short and you're going around and around and around. That's why I love the Nürburgring, because you've got so long between laps that it feels more worth it. And I almost spoiled something then. It'll be alright. I'm going to spoil something from an upcoming video. I've already scheduled Monday's video, which is going to be a new episode of Circuit Spotlight. And I won't spoil what the circuit is, but this particular circuit, which many of you love, and I'm kind of amazed has never been in Gran Turismo. I really, really hope it does at some point. I learned things about this track that I never knew before. In current form, this circuit takes a couple of minutes in a road car. But in previous form, before the 1970s, this particular course was 60 kilometers long, and it was a road course instead. And an average lap back in, I think it was the 1920s or something, in a Grand Prix car, I think it was an Alfa Romeo Grand Prix car, a flying lap took 50 minutes to do one lap of this road course. Just insanely long. And you compare that to now, in its quote-unquote official form, it's like a minute and a half, 2 minutes, about 2 minutes in a fast motorcycle. So yeah, that'll be a good video. Hopefully it gets seen by more than a few people, because it is a non-Gran Turismo episode, which never helps. What we're missing from Gran Turismo... too much reading, not enough driving. Diablo, Viper. Yeah, I know that Driff and a bunch of others are... Abe gets a camera. I missed what you said at the end of that. Something about Abe. I don't know if you mean a camera or, like, choppy cams. Because I have thought about that in the past. What was I saying? I get distracted very easily. Squirrel! How are we doing? I'm just going to check the time as well. So I'm only two seconds behind. That's ideal. Albert Park. What's BRNO again? I recognise the acronym, but I can't remember what track that is. I'm guessing it's an Australian one, but I don't recall. But yeah, more Aussie tracks and Aussie cars are always welcome. Do I still have the Evo? No. Oh, a chop. I don't know what I'd chop. Abe's roof is already pretty low. He's lower than a Mini, and that's just the standard roof. Yeah, I don't know. What was the other person saying? I've forgotten it again. I need it to stay on the screen a bit longer, and I don't think I can watch this live myself. I don't think YouTube lets me, which is annoying, because I'd be able to keep up with the comments a bit better then. But yeah, more Australian cars would always be a good thing. I mean, imagine if we had Joss. Talk about OP. Shut up, kid. Talk about having a Joss in the game. Talk about OP, even. It's basically like the Australian Tommy Cairo ZZ2 Super V8. I mean, yeah, of course. We've only ever had the one in Gran Turismo. It was a cool one, but one of those cars that always just is kind of stuck on its own. Right on cue, we've got a couple of cars right in the way. Oh, the Czech course. Oh, of course. I can't recall what layout that looks like now. Another real-world circuit that I actually don't have much practice on this track. The only time recently I've driven on it was in MotoGP 25, but it's always been a track that's kind of fascinated me from a visual perspective. I love the layout. It's got a huge hairpin in the middle, and it almost looks like two tracks split together. And it's got that amazing big like sun umbrella out over the track, and that is of course Sepang. I would really love to see Sepang in Gran Turismo. I think that would be super fun and something totally different. But yeah, these comments definitely disappear off screen too quick. I'm going to have to start changing topics basically as soon as I see comments, because otherwise I miss it. By the time I've finished talking, I forget what people have said. Especially when I'm driving as well at the same time. What an amateur streamer. God. Mazda Furai, I mean, you could do it. They'd have to take some liberties, because of obviously the car not technically existing anymore. But it could be done. Oh, the guy in first is on softs now, is he? Ooh, look at you. Ah, that was the question, the Mitsubishi. Yeah, I knew there was something. I sold my Mitsubishi. Well, actually, no, I didn't sell it. I got rid of the Mitsubishi for a few reasons, really. Because I had the Mitsubishi up until mid-2022. And I got rid of it from a driving perspective. I got rid of it because it just doesn't suit me. I don't like cars where you have to push them really hard to get the best out of it. I get why people enjoy that, but I like to cruise, and an Evo just isn't a cruising car. Second reason is the fuel economy is horrific. HSV and Holden. Yeah, that'd be awesome additions as well. Get the FPVs back in. That's a great holdover from the old Gran Turismo 4 days. But yeah, the fuel economy on an Evo is horrific. I literally used to get the same miles per gallon out of my Evo 7 with a 2-litre engine that my Lincoln Navigator gets, and that weighs nearly 3 tons and has a 5.4 V8, and it's getting the same average fuel economy as the Evo. And also the Evo has a tiny fuel tank, so you are in the petrol station all the time. It's got a smaller tank than a Golf. It's ridiculous. Ford or Mustang as a Falcon? Yeah, that's a good call. They might. I mean, I actually made a prediction on Twitter, and I stand by this prediction. That Mustang is going to become its own brand. I think that Ford is going to separate it like Cupra, Lexus, Infiniti. I think, because if you look at it, they've kind of laid the groundwork on the modern cars because they don't have a Ford badge. They all have the horse. They have the Mustang badge. And if you think about it, if they make a four-door, you've got the normal Mustang, which they make right-hand drive here in the UK also, so you've got the European market. You'd have a four-door Mustang, and they've got the Mach-E. 3 cars is more than enough to start a new brand. And I reckon Ford is going to do that. I think they're going to make Mustang its own thing. A four-door Mustang would interest me more than a current Mustang, because I'm not a Mustang guy. I've never liked them. I find them insanely overrated, to be honest. But yeah, we'll have to see, I guess. Is there a game that has the Mazda? I mean, there must be. You've got an Evo as well. What Evo have you got, mate? Because obviously mine had the auto, the Tiptronic box, but which, I mean, that's bound to affect the fuel to some degree, but yeah. I think my fuel economy was probably about the same as what you said, yeah. I think I used to get about 170, 180 miles. So yeah, that sounds about the same. I think you said, what, 350 kilometers-ish? 350, actually no, you get better than me. That was better than what I used to get, actually, significantly. I was getting less than 300. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can think of a game that has the RX 792P. I feel like if it's anything, that would be like AC or Project Cars that would have something like that. But I'm sure somebody's made a mod of it. They're bound to have. And yeah, GM has had so many fumbles. I guess you can say that about most manufacturers, but yeah, there's been so many missed opportunities or ideas that were kind of good but didn't quite go all the way. Like an upcoming episode of Members is TDU 1 for next Tuesday. Yeah, it is. And the Opel Senator here in the UK is the Vauxhall Omega, as we call it. You don't see many of those around, and that goes way back to the point I made at the start of this video, how people love cars once they're gone, like the LFA. Here in the UK we had what was called the scrappage scheme, and it was basically where the government would give you a couple £100 or something for like an old scrap car to get them off the road. And at the time people were like, yeah, sure, we don't care about Vauxhall Cavaliers, we don't care about Commodores, we don't care about Calibras. All these cars that now people are like, what is that? Or I really want that car, or I miss that from my childhood. I think that Dodge bringing back the V8 is the smart choice. I believe that Ford recently also said they are going to keep making V8s until it's illegal. Spoiler alert, folks, it's never going to be illegal because the government is full of BS, and they are never going to outlaw the combustion engine because they can't. Not because they can't, morally, but because they can't afford to do that. People need to get to places, and if you have electric cars, you simply cannot rely on them in the way that you can a normal car. They're fine, well and dandy when they're brand new, but they go downhill. You can't recover them in the normal way. You can't roll them like a normal car. You can't tow them. They have to be lifted. The battery fires cannot be stopped by normal fire equipment. There's just so many downsides to them. But yeah. Ah, Evo 10, nice. So I'm guessing you've probably got a manual one. I actually thought about getting an Evo 10, because I like the idea of still having one, but as a bit more of a daily. I was going to get the... What's the gearbox they use on that? I can't remember the name now. But the one that's got like... It's basically the modern version of the GT8, really, isn't it? Is it SST, I want to say, the gearbox, I think? Something like that. With the flappy paddles. But yeah, I thought, yeah, Evo 7's pretty special. You very rarely see them anymore. But Evo 10, you see a few of them in the UK. Ultimately just didn't go for it. Dodge Daytona. Yes, V1. We will see a new Dodge Daytona, and it will be a crossover SUV. That's my prediction for you, because that's what they're doing with everything these days. The MR. Oh yeah. Holden Evoque. I don't know what Holden Evoque is. I didn't catch the last part of the message, but I'm sure we have a UK equivalent of the Evoque, but yeah, I don't know. Unless that's not a Range Rover Evoque. Do they call it Holden over there? I wouldn't have thought so, but yeah, I'm not familiar with that car. It is funny how much gets shared between America, England and Australia in terms of like the same bodies, the same underpinnings. Oh, okay. Cool. I occasionally see Commodores for sale in the UK, and I have been tempted in the past, because I like the Monaro, but I do like the idea of having the extra two doors as well. Is that the... What did you say you had earlier on, mate? Was it, you said you had a Vauxhall, didn't you? I've never had a Vauxhall myself. The closest I've come to having a Vauxhall, which isn't really a Vauxhall, is a VXR8. Which obviously, speaking of Australian cars, is pretty much the Monaro. Any Aussies here will know all too well what it is. Four-door Monaro pretty much, and the crucial difference for me is you can buy it with an auto, because I'm lazy. I know I race with a controller and I don't like manuals, sue me. I've had manual cars, obviously, ridden manual bikes and blah blah blah, but I just don't really find them enjoyable. It goes back to what I said, my driving style just doesn't need a manual. I like big heavy lazy cars with loads of torque. Astra. Oh yeah, I know the shape. That's the Astra, I believe, isn't it, that looks a bit like the Megane? Like it's got that kind of big butt shape like the Megane has. Like the newer Renault Sport Meganes. Yeah, I don't think they look too bad, actually. I recently saw it for sale. It was way too expensive. It's not the kind of thing I'd buy anyway, but that somebody was selling an Astra 888 edition, which is like the super rare road-going touring car homage. I always thought those were quite cool. But yeah, my old man loved Vauxhalls. He had a bunch of Cavaliers through the years. He loved the Vauxhall Cavalier. Again, another one of those cars that just disappeared because of the scrappage schemes. Yeah, you just don't see them. I've noticed I've dropped a bit of time. Do people rebadge the Vauxhalls? Some people do. Yeah, some people do. They put a Holden badge on. On eBay, I don't know if it's gone now, but for a while you'd see this particular car pop up on eBay over and over again. Speaking of the connections between the states again, a is it a Lumina, the Chevy Lumina SS, or just the Chevy SS, the one that's the exact same car underneath, but it's got a Chevy face on it instead. And I was so tempted, you know, to get it, because I love the idea of having a VXR8 as a daily, because fuel economy wise, it's not going to be any worse than what I'm already getting. But having the Chevy, I kind of like that idea because it's even more rare here in the UK. You see none of those, and it's not like you see a huge amount of Holdens or VXR8s anyway. Monaros have become very rare in the UK. You used to see a few, but I don't know, maybe they've been exported or something. Because for a while you could buy the VXR, which had the 400 horsepower 6 litre version, basically a 170 mile an hour car. You could buy them for 10 grand. Like, people just didn't want them. And I think it's partially because the fuel was just so thirsty on them, being basically like a what would that be, a C6, early C6 Corvette engine, or a late C5 basically, but with 4 seats and a manual. I mean, you can see why people like them. But yeah, never had the chance to get one myself. Well, no, that's a lie. I did have the chance. I just never actually, never actually went for it. And one vehicle that I wish had done better in the UK, they tested, I think they only sold like literally a handful of them, was the wagon version of the HSV. But I don't think they sold many at all over here. I've certainly never seen one. But same problem with the Jag, the XFRS, in that French racing blue with the 550 horsepower motor. You never see the estate version of that around. And I feel like in Australia, you guys must really like the Jag XFR and the XFRS, because that is a very Australian coded car. 5 litre supercharged V8, 4-door. It even looks kind of similar as well. I could see Aussies really, really loving an XFRS. So it's 3 seconds ahead, that's not too bad. I feel like in fact my lap times haven't really improved on mediums, which is interesting. Well, I say that and I've just set a new fastest lap, but on average I was doing like 2:13s anyway, so that hasn't really changed. But I've also been talking, and I guess the track is a little moist, so you never know. Whoa, a bit wide on that one, very wide on that. Never feels like Slipstream really does much in these events, or not for me anyway. I'm sure it does for the AI. Could see quite a lot of F-types. Yeah, there are quite a few F-types. In my work outside of YouTube, I tend to walk around F-types quite a lot. And yeah, I mean, they're good cars. Clarkson's got one now, he loves it. You can see why people do. And the funny thing is, most people who buy the F-types want the V6. And again, you can understand why. It's better on fuel, it sounds fantastic. Most of the time it's more than quick enough for most people. And yeah, I mean, unless you really want the V8 or you really want an SVR, you're paying double the money. And yes, speaking of TWR, I mean, part of me kicks myself for not going for this opportunity, but I had a chance years ago. What's the difference with Opel and Vauxhall? Basically none, mate. Same thing. Just German versus English branding of the same thing, pretty much, as far as I'm aware. I had the chance to buy a TWR Jag XJ. Like the XJ... was it the XJ40? I think it was. I think it was the 4 litre V8, I want to say, and it had that. It was finished in that bright red with a full TWR body kit, and it was a bit ratty. They hadn't loved it, but they were selling it for some stupid cheap price. I think it was like 5 or 6 grand, something like that, and I wanted it so bad. I'm not even a fan of that era of Jag, to be honest. They're not the most reliable things around, but just, you don't often get the chance for a TWR. And in that same vein, a vehicle which I was watching for literally years on eBay, and my fellow Gran Turismo OG fans, your ears will perk up at this one, on eBay for a solid 2 or 3 years straight, with no price reduction. It was 9 grand, which was way too expensive. A dealer in the UK was selling a 1 of 5 in the world Tommy Kyra M13 Nissan Micra. The exact Micra that's the red and white one, the red with the white stripe in Gran Turismo 2. Except this one was white with a silver stripe, and it was mint condition, 70,000 miles. But it was when I owned the Daihatsu, and I thought, you know, I paid $1,900 for the Daihatsu, and as much as I love the Tommy Kyra, you're basically buying a car with the same essential ability. except slower and less powerful, because the Micras have 90 horsepower. For £9,000, I just couldn't justify that kind of price, but I wanted it so bad. I love the idea of just daily driving a Tommy Cairo. That's just such a cool idea. And it's one of those cars where most people would look at it and think, what in the hell is that? It's like such an ugly looking little car, but just the Gran Turismo 2 kid in me wanted it so bad. Somebody ended up buying it, so I suspect that a car like that has probably gone into some kind of collection, I would imagine. I don't think the person will be using it much. I hope that they do, but I suspect probably not. But yeah, there's a couple of cars like that through the years. Yeah, 7 hours left. Woo! But I'm telling you, this is what I said about the Suzuka race. When I was just recording it alone, for the first 2 hours I was like talking non-stop, and then, because it was just me, after that I got a bit... Whereas in this, at least, we should have different people popping in and out throughout the day. And yeah, when you're talking, time goes way, way quicker. Like, I don't really feel like I've been driving for an hour so far. I feel like I've been driving for maybe 20 minutes. Feels like. Maybe half an hour. So like half the amount of time. Imagine driving the Tommy Cairo. I mean, yeah, wouldn't we all love to drive that? I could see that, actually, coming back to Gran Turismo. I mean, it still exists, why not? Out of the way, please, and thank you. So he's only less than 3 seconds. I feel like I keep going back and forth behind this guy and not actually catching him. You can get lost, you're not undertaking me. Right, let's try and lock in a little bit more, because my laps have dropped a little bit over the past couple. Let's see if we can actually just catch him. And I'd like to think that his tyres should be wearing quicker than mine as well. Ooh, that was way too wide. I'm surprised it didn't reset me then, actually. RZ34. What's the RZ34? Unless that was just a typo. Do you mean an R34 or a 370Z? Or is that a version of it I'm not aware of? Yeah, that's me, mate. I'm not far off half the weight that I used to be back then, but yeah. I weighed, yeah, back in the GT6 days I was 332 pounds. Now I'm 190, something like that, I think. So not quite half, but not far off. 400Z. Oh, yeah. Yeah, apparently I've heard that Nissan is not really shifting as many of those as they wanted to, which is kind of surprising to me, actually. I would have thought people would really like it, especially the Nissan fans, because it's such an obvious throwback to the old Fair Lady in its, OG days. If you take that old rubber crash bumper off, the grille looks like exactly the same. And yeah, I'm not surprised you haven't seen the channel in a while, mate. That's what the algorithm's been doing these days, but yeah, good to see you again. And yeah, crazy to think that was, well, depending on when you watch the videos, that started in December 2013. So crazy. And thanks, Kenrick, is it? Yeah. Yeah, the good old days. An iPhone 4 sat on top of a stack of VHS tapes. But hey, it worked. And you can get here. Yeah, I've never been the kind of guy to actually buy a Z. Yeah, I think I was referring to your comment. If it was you who said the ZR34, then yeah. Yeah, I've driven one. I've driven a 370Z for a review. And yeah, it's a nice car, but it's not the kind of thing I'd buy. Well, I get why people like it. It's got a lot of personality, great soundtrack. Relatively practical if you're going to use it every day, I guess, as long as you don't need to take anything much in the back. But yeah, it's not even, in my opinion, it's not even just the Z thing, like you said about not being able to afford one. Who can afford cars these days? Like, I would never buy a new car. You're losing, I mean, it's always been the case, but you lose so much money buying a car immediately anyway. But cars are stupid money these days. It's why I always buy used. And if you compare what you get from a new car, yeah, I am a fan of the 72 Charger. The 71, 72, they're pretty much the last, excuse me, whoa, they're pretty much the last of the 70 GX that I actually like. Because for the most part I hate American cars in the 70s. They're garbage. Because that's when the fuel crisis came in and you'd have like 8-litre engines putting out 100 horsepower. But yeah, part of the reason why I like my Pontiac is because the front end looks very similar to a 71, 72 Charger, with those 4 lights. It's got the nose in the middle, split grille, and the hidden headlight covers with the vacuum operated, the flaps that come down. Very, very Dodge Charger and very Pontiac GTO. And I have first place for the first time in the race. Woo! Only took an hour and 10 minutes. But yeah, if nothing else, his tyres should wear out quicker than mine, being the softs. But we'll have to see. And it did seem like his fuel lasts a bit better than this car. So swings and roundabouts, I guess. I don't really know whether to go for mediums again or not, because I haven't really found them to be as much quicker as I expected, unless it's just my driving. I'm sure it is. But on Suzuka, for those who watched any of that, there was a huge difference between each of the tyres. Obviously in terms of how long they last, but also each one gained me a couple of seconds, but I don't feel like I've really gained that much. My peak is a 212, but I was doing a 213 anyway, so it's not like it's that much of a difference. So it really is gonna depend. Yeah, I'm guessing that you said play on a controller. I do, yeah. I prefer a pad, always have. One car I want is a 2016 Falcon. I don't know what that one looks like. I probably know if I saw it. 4-door and the CT5V. Yeah, I love Cadillacs. I would love a CTSV. But you almost never see them in the UK, which kind of surprises me, because a lot of guys with money in the UK want something different, but still fast. Yeah, softs, like, they don't seem worth the effort of even fitting them. I put them on for a little bit in the Suzuka, and it was quicker, I guess, but they just wore out so quick. It didn't feel worth it. But yeah, I really like the first, excuse me, I really like the first gen CTSV from around 2004, which again, like the Porsche Cayenne conversation earlier on, that was a massively important car for Cadillac, because they'd never really made a high performance production car before that, and it suddenly made AMG and the others be like, oh, okay. So I love that first gen with the 5.7, and I love the second gen, the one with basically a ZR1 engine. Do I play GT Sport? No, not anymore. The only reason I'd ever have to go back to GT Sport would be for, I don't know, like footage of some car that isn't in GT7, and there aren't many of those. Got the Lotus Evora was in there, but then they took it out, if I remember correctly. There was the Mazda MX-5 like little racing version, which we don't have anymore, but we kind of do now anyway. And most notably, probably the Mercedes F1 car, which I doubt we'll ever see again. But, well, we could see it as a polyphony Formula Gran Turismo, maybe. But, yeah, I have no reason, really, to go back to GT Sport, especially now that the servers don't exist. I mean, I didn't do much online racing on there anyway, but, well, I guess I did. But I don't think of myself as doing. Ace Combat, no, I'm familiar with it, but no, never played it. I don't think I've actually played any flight sim or combat or any flight-related games. Surprisingly, because usually guys who are into like racing and cars and bikes and stuff tend to be into all things like that, like boats, planes, everything. But no, doesn't really interest me. I think I'm just remembering now. The person probably isn't even here anymore, but somebody asked earlier on, do I think we'll get a CLK GTR road version ever in Gran Turismo? I would love to see one, because that would be super OP in the road car class. But realistically, actually, I'm saying that. We've got the 911 GT1 road car, and I would have said probably that had less of a chance. So I guess there is a chance. I wouldn't hold out, hope for it, but there's a possibility. Have I played, somebody said, what was it, Warzone or something? No. Most of the games that I play are either, did I like GT Sport or Armour More? I can't see the last part. I'm guessing you said the campaigns. No, I never liked Sport. And you can kind of tell that from most of my videos. I did thousands of videos about it, because obviously that's the channel. But no, I never liked Sport. I never liked the idea of it. GT Sport is also the main reason why I never bought Forza Motorsport, the new one, because it looked like they were basically trying to do the same thing, more of like a serious racing approach. Yeah. No, I prefer a more traditional Gran Turismo experience. Nice career mode, cool cars to collect, online for fun, but you don't have to do it. Blah, blah, blah. I can't remember what I was saying before now. Talking about CLK GTR. Yeah, GT Sport. Yeah, I don't know. GT Sport to me felt almost like a really big DLC rather than a game. Peugeot 905 and thoughts on Forza Horizon. I'm looking forward to Horizon. I spoke about this recently. The thing that bugs me about it is that we've got to wait for so long for it to come to the PS5, which I don't understand. You could be making so much more money. And also, obviously, I'm being selfish because I want to be producing content for it, but there you go. Oh, he's pitted in. So he's down to 38 on his fuel. So he's still got more than me, but interesting. So we can make up some nice time. I was already ahead, so that's going to be good for my next pit in anyway. And yeah, what was the other question? I literally said it out loud, and I've forgotten it again. Something about Forza Horizon 6, and was the other question? Was it? It might have been just a comment about the older games. I can't remember now. I'm sure you'll type it again if it was a question, but my favourite Gran Turismo, GT4. Yeah, definitely. Kind of without question, to be honest, GT4. It was at the perfect time in my childhood, and it took up a lot of my teen years as well. Very formative years. A lot of the cars that I love now and a lot of the stuff that I do now was very much so kind of born in that time. In my opinion, GT4 is still one of the most impressive games ever made. Yeah, the CLK... I think that's all I was going to say, really, about the CLK. It's possible, but I wouldn't hold my breath. But yeah, GT4, when you consider how big that game is, how good the graphics still look, and how workable, for the most part, the physics are. They're not great, but they work. But most of all, on an 8MB memory card, and on a PS2, that's just insane how amazing that game was. And of all the GTs, it's the one that I can go back and enjoy the most. GT5 I find very impressive, but I also find GT5 in a strange kind of way a little bit soulless and a little bit more repetitive than the older games. And I almost feel like GT5 was more of... I feel like GT5 was the pivot point, really, where GT5 onward and GT4 backwards is really like the two distinctly different eras of Gran Turismo. What do I think about the 202? You'll have to type the rest of that again, I can't see what it says. As far as that previous question, somebody said Peugeot 905 or something else. Oh, he said R390. Which one would be better? Honestly, I feel like the Nissan. I feel like the Nissan would probably be more useful because it would be in Group 2 up against cars like this. And yeah, hill climb tracks. And all the tracks people used to make in GT5 and 6 with like stupid hills where you could glitch out the speed and all that. It's just stupid fun. But yeah, I would personally prefer the Peugeot 905. But I think the Nissan in Group 2 against stuff like this and the Toyota GT1 would be such a useful car and so much fun. And it would feel more appropriate than it's ever been. Because the R390 was always ridiculously OP, even when it really shouldn't have been. And it would feel more grounded than ever. And I kind of like that, because it would feel like I can use this, but I don't have to, you know? And also we could make a really nice replica of the awesome kind of unofficial road version, because there's a guy who owns an R390 in real life, but he doesn't own the road car, he owns one of the racing cars, and it's painted white with a red spoiler, and it's literally one of the cars that raced at Le Mans, and it's just been converted to the road. And that's just so cool, and it looks so much better than the road car because of having it's got the extra big spotlights in the front bumper and the big rear wing, because the road car to me always looked a bit weird, not having a wing and all that. But yeah, I think an R390 would be very cool to have in the game. The Peugeot would be incredible, but obviously Group 1, and yeah, I don't know. I'd prefer the Peugeot, but I feel like the Nissan would be awesome as well. And obviously we never had the Nissan with a cockpit before, so that'd be kind of fun to see for the first time. In full HD glory, much like the Toyota. One of the cars I'd love to see come back is the Minolta as well, the 88CV. It wouldn't be the absolute powerhouse beast that it used to be with 1200 horsepower, but I feel like it would still be fun in Group 1. And also, I would love to see people start to really appreciate what I have appreciated for a while now about the Toyota 88CV, which is just how stunningly futuristic and beautiful that car was for the time. Oh, I'm doubling up on comments. What's happening there? It looks like YouTube is re-showing comments from like an hour ago or something. Like it's glitching out, I don't know. So we've now got a nice 35-second lead, which is excellent. Now we've got 4 laps left. The tyres, I mean the tyres look like they're worn out much quicker, but the car feels pretty great. The wetness on the road is good. I will recheck the weather again in a second. Yeah, this is already going a lot better. Partially, of course, being the zero chili car in effect, of course, but also with the stuff I learned in Suzuka about the tyres and all that. Oh, we've got another bunch of comments coming in from half an hour ago. I'll wait until we catch up. Might even be able to catch some of the ones that I missed the other time. If the live stream is still live, hopefully. GT Sport, softs, yeah, softs are overrated. They're basically just qualifying tyres, really, aren't they? If you're actually going to use them at all. I find, ironically, that racing softs actually feel more useful on road cars. Which I guess isn't that surprising, but they feel more useful on road cars than race cars, because race cars are so much better anyway, already, that hard to medium to soft feels like a gradual increase, whereas on a road car, if you put a road car on, you know, RSs or whatever, you're going to see a difference, that's for sure. V1, you'll have to say again what you meant by the 2020 car, unless you already clarified. I don't think you did. I think the comments should be pretty close to catching up now. So we've got 3.7 laps left on fuel. I'm going to say that the tyres are still feeling pretty fine, and more importantly, let's check the weather. Yeah, still fine. That lap was a little bit slower, but nothing too crazy. And he is 37 seconds behind. He's also on mediums, so he's lost his speed advantage to a little degree. So yeah, if we can get up around 40 to 45 seconds ahead by the time I pit in, I might even be able to get in and out without losing first, which would be quite good. And for any of you who have already done this race, I don't know if any will be in the chat who have, but I'd be curious to know if this goes to nighttime at any point. I kind of hope it does. It'll be something different. Ah, here's the comments. They finally caught up. Comments aren't working. XJR14 Toyota TS10, XJR15. I'd be curious to see how the XJR15 handles now, because I recall it being not great in Gran Turismo 2, much like the Ford GT90. But yeah, the XJR15 is a funny one, because I've definitely seen this kind of resurgence of love for the XJR15 over the past year or two. I guess a lot of people maybe didn't know what it was, and you've started to see them at car shows and stuff, and footage of them. Depending on when you posted that comment, the comments do seem to be working now. Bot the Gamer. So I'm going to hope so. Yes, thanks for letting me know. Kokonefua, I'm guessing. Yeah, a few people have commented about the silhouettes. 12 million for the McLaren. Honestly, no. Well, yes and no. It's worth 12 million if you're a massive F1 fan and a collector, and if you must have it. If you just want it for performance, don't buy it. Just get the F3500A or B for $1 million. How would I feel if we get Proton? I mean, yeah, go for it. I didn't know Proton was still around. I thought they'd gone bankrupt, but or gone away or reformed or whatever. But yeah, Proton's cool. They've got some cool cars in their history. Lotus involvement. It'd be cool to have Malaysian cars represented. Yeah, they've got some cool ones. The Satria, GTI and stuff like that. Favourite car from GT6? I think my favourite car at the time, just to drive for the fun of it. Oh yes, that's a good point, AJP. You can win the McLaren from the licenses. You should absolutely do that instead. Save yourself 12 million. It's more difficult, probably, than getting the 12, just by earning the 12 million, but definitely worth going for that, yeah. Back in the days of GT6, I actually did a video about my top 10 favourite cars in the game, So that would be more accurate than what I'd say now, because that was when I was in the moment. But I seem to recall... yeah, that's fair, not everyone is quick enough. But I would still say don't waste the 12mm. Get yourself the Formula Gran Turismo cars. I mean, you could buy both of them 6 times over before it's the price of one McLaren, and it's not worth the difference. I seem to recall the McLaren has a lot less power as well. Should you buy the McLaren? Yeah, I don't know about that. Back when I reviewed it, it was like half the price of what it is now, so even then. I think I'd say the same thing, to be honest. If you're a McLaren fan, if you love the car, it's certainly not a bad car. It's very, very, very good to drive. But I seem to remember this Mercedes being cheaper, so I'd just go for this. But it's down to you. You've got a few options at least, and honestly, if you get the chance, just get the Toyota. The Toyota GT1 is, in my opinion, the best Group 2 car, and I seem to recall it being cheaper. So we've got 2 laps left, 42 seconds ahead, good stuff. The weather is looking grim, but still not on the track, which is excellent. And the tyres are low, but not too bad. I am running more consistent 213s and 214s, but it's not the end of the world. So, what shall I do? I reckon I will squeeze the lemon juice out of that fuel tank a little bit more and do one more lap. And then I will pit in. In fact, that is an interesting turn of events, because I pitted in on lap 20 on hards, and I'm now pitting in on lap 40 with mediums, which is curious. Simple. McLaren, yeah, I mean, maybe it will in future, but that is actually another prediction that I made recently. I think they are going to add the McLaren Solus to the game. I could totally see them doing that, because it just makes sense, you know? It's a McLaren, which they clearly love. It's a Vision GT, basically, so of course they'd give that car, you would imagine, like, extra special treatment. So yeah, I could totally see that happening. Being a track-only car, it's going to be a bit of a weird one, isn't it, as well? Because if they do add it, that would have been like a Group X car back in the GT Sport days, but now, when are you going to be able to use a car like that? Because it's not going to be like the Valkyrie, because the Valkyrie is a proper road car. Solus is not a road car, but it's also not really a race car, so it's going to be a bit of a weird one in terms of where you can use it. But it'd be cool to have, I guess, if they got the sound right. If I were to be a fan of any McLaren of the recent few years, it probably would be the Solus, because at least it's genuinely different, especially when it's got that completely different engine. The only other McLarens I like, to be honest, in the modern era at all, are the P1, because I think the P1's cool. Even then, I prefer the Porsche 918, but still. And speaking of cars that should be added, where's the P1? We've got the P1 GTR, which again is kind of useless. You've got the LaFerrari and you've got the 918. Why not have a P1? It's a no-brainer, really. But anyway, and the McLaren that I have the most respect for in the modern era, and I don't count the F1 as being the modern era, the MP412C. In my opinion, that is the most impressive, most significant car that McLaren's made. And for those who haven't seen it, some very interesting information about that McLaren 12C. There is a very strong chance that that might have started life as a Mercedes concept car, and it was going to be a Mercedes supercar, not McLaren. Which, if you think about it, and if you look at the shape of that car, it actually kind of makes sense. It does look a lot like something Mercedes could make. You paint that thing silver and put a Mercedes front end on it, it would work. So, I think I'll go for mediums again. I haven't got to worry about rain. I'm going to have a little bit of noodly. Yeah, the Peugeot is due, but when is another question. If I were Polyphony, I'd probably have that as a trailer car in the next game. "47 seconds, I mean, it'll be close. We might lose the lead, but at least it won't take long to catch him." I'll grab a drink in a minute. At least I can do that on the straights. And yeah, that I agree with. The Peugeot, yeah, it's cool. But Pikes Peak? Oh yeah, I'd much rather have Pikes Peak. And we're back. Let's check the rain. No real significant change. It's all good. Oh yeah. Yes, I do. I think that the V12 LMR should be added. Absolutely. As I've said before, the main well, there are two reasons why I love that car. One, it's got a big old engine, which I always love seeing in a prototype car. Big old 6-litre V12, that's just cool. And secondly, when it comes to actually racing, speaking of chase cam, that's one of the very few prototype cars that I prefer driving in cockpit cam, because that car looks so good in cockpit view because it's completely open. You've just got that lovely like F1 steering wheel, little hump in front of you with a tiny little windscreen, and basically just two mirrors, and you have such good visibility of the road. It's such a glorious car to drive. Yeah, very, very good. And you could do some really nice liveries on that. I used to do some nice liveries on that car in Forza as well. It's not quite as OP as some of the other cars, but at the end of the day, it won Le Mans in '99, so clearly it's a good car. And it's so much prettier than the current BMW, you know, the hypercar. I think that looks okay, but it's no LMR, that's for sure. I remember my old man once kind of rolling his eyes at me, and this was back when he did play Gran Turismo 4. He was looking at buying a new computer at the time, like a standalone PC. I can't remember what he had. But I remember saying to him when we were looking around the shop, we were looking at used ones, and I said to him, "Oh, you should get a Dell. You should get a Dell PC." And he was like, "Why? Are they good?" And I was like, "Because it's got it on the BMW V12. And he was like, "Oh, my son has been caught by advertising." And it's one of the only times in my life that a car's livery has actually made me want to buy something, because I just like the car, and I was like, well, it's got Dell on it, it must be good. And yeah, Group 2, I don't know, in a funny kind of way, Group 2 has ended up being something of a dumping ground, like Group X was. It's definitely not as bad, of course, as Group X, but having Super GT 500s in with late 90s GT1s is weird. I mean, if you're talking lap times, I could maybe see an argument there, but even then, it's at the very least evidence of a lack of forethought in terms of how they're categorising these cars. Which is a shame, because when I think of Gran Turismo of old, I think of nothing but thought. The amount of effort, the amount of time, the amount of love that is put into GT2, 3, 4, 5. You can tell how much thought and effort and passion went into it. And it just doesn't feel that way anymore to me. It feels very clinical. It feels very box ticking, you know? Even something like adding the Renault Espace F1. Some of you were probably surprised that I didn't absolutely lose my mind when the Espace was announced. That really disappoints me, because I should have lost my mind. You know, I should have been super happy. But, and yeah, Forza, I will say on the other end of the spectrum, there is, that you can definitely go too far, obviously. You know, having too many subcategories that can't race against each other and all that kind of thing. But yeah, Forza does a good job. And in Forza, I don't know about in motorsport, it probably applies more there, but in games like Horizon, the type of car only matters to a certain degree. It's more like the class of car that tends to matter more, you know, like A-class, B-class, blah blah blah. And then in a general sense, you'll have like hot hatches or modern muscle. And like I said, you can get a bit too in the weeds if you start categorising like that, but even if you look back to the PS2, for those of you who play older games or who grew up during that era, in TOCA Race Driver 3, for example, they took it seriously. They had like specific categories and specific cars that were in those categories. You wouldn't race like a Morgan Aero 8 against a Mercedes racing truck, you know, like you could in Gran Turismo. And that's cool, but will we get Spec 4? I wouldn't have thought so, to be honest. I mean, unless Gran Turismo 7 is going to be around for another 5 years, which honestly I hope not. but unless it is, I don't see us getting a Spec 4. And yeah, TOCA was fire. I was never as into TOCA, anywhere near as much as the other games that I love. But yeah, very, very cool franchise. I think I was a bit too young for TOCA, because I didn't want to take the games that seriously, and TOCA takes itself very seriously, especially the touring car games. You have to be on it to win those races. I think TOCA Race Driver 1 was a bit of a weird one as well, because from what I recall, they tried to have a bit of like a storyline in there, and I'm always like, I don't need that. But yeah, Tokka Race Driver 3, I remember loving that game mostly because they had so many cool cars in forms that I'd never seen in any other game. Like the Morgan Aero 8 race car, that was so cool to me to see that car in there. Or like old Silver Arrow Grand Prix cars when Gran Turismo had only had the V16 Streamliner at that point. I think they had Mosler in there as well, and I was just losing my mind at this car collection. I never ended up playing a huge amount of the game itself, but it was so cool, so cool. And even in Tokka Touring Cars 1 and 2, there were some cool secret cars in there as well. TVR Speed 12, I can't remember what the other ones were, but I know there were some cool ones. And there was even, I think it was in Tokka 1, I did a video of this years ago on the channel, there was a tank. You could put a code into the game and unlock a literal tank, and one of the race courses that you could unlock was like a lava circuit, like a Mario Kart circuit. I mean, what happened to games, man? What happened to just stupid stuff like that? And I know, you know, the creators age up, I guess, and move on, but what happened to just having a bit of stupid fun in a game? It is a game at the end of the day, and it's not like it was crucial to it. But it's just so fun to have stuff like that in there. And even GT6, I feel like they kind of tried. They were trying to hang on to a little bit of that with stuff like the moon missions, which is kind of silly. But, yeah, I don't know. I miss that kind of stuff. And even some of the missions in GT4, they felt kind of silly. You know, you're winning a Jay Leno tank car for draft racing a bunch of Skylines around the test course. That doesn't really sound like a professional racing kind of experience, but it was super fun. Incredibly annoying, but super fun to get it done. Or the legendary Mission 34 with the SLR going around the Nürburgring. These are like core memories for many of us. How many people now, I'm sure there are some, but how many people now, I wonder, have core memories from anything in GT Sport or GT7? Like I said, I'm sure there are some people, because whatever you grow up with is what you're attached to, but I'm more curious than anything to know what would people be attached to. Because nothing really stands out in that way, you know? There's no real Mission 34 anymore. There's no Moon Mission. They almost try to do stuff like the Hamilton Challenge, but no 12-year-old is going to have a core memory from the Hamilton Challenge, because 99.9% of the time they're not even going to be close enough to take him on. So why would they have a positive memory about it, you know? But I don't know. And I know that part of it's nostalgia, part of it's just because it's what I grew up with, blah blah blah, but yeah. That's part of the reason why I wanted to make my own racing game. I wanted to call it Drive, with capital letters, but with a lowercase I in the middle. And the slogan was going to be, or would be, putting the U in racing. And it would be a throwback to the 2000s. And my dream scenario would have been to buy the physics engine, or the engine in general, from either Gran Turismo 5 or Forza Motorsport 2, which in my opinion are the two best all round from each franchise in terms of being realistic enough but also fun. And then basically make a game that feels like the 2000s, like deliberately have that era of graphics as well, like not trying to be the best or the most current, having physics which feel balanced enough to be like drifting and all that kind of stuff, but with newer vehicles. Imagine, for example, seeing an AMG Project 1, but with the graphics of an Xbox 360 or a PS3. So, like, to me, there's just something kind of endearing about that in a weird kind of way. Kind of like how we look back to the awful graphics of Gran Turismo 2, and yet it still looks kind of cool in a weird sort of way. Somebody's asked a couple of times and I haven't answered my opinion on the current F1 cars. Must admit, I haven't seen much about them. I don't follow F1. I don't have any interest in it, really. So I don't know. I think I will have more interest in F1 when they do something radical. Because F1 has kind of become a little bit too controlled, a little bit too safe, and a little bit too much of a soap opera for my liking. Like, people are there now more for the drivers. And I know that's always been the case, you know, kind of like rock stars with all the girls fawning all over them. Sure, nothing wrong with that, but I don't know, when it's not about the cars at all anymore, I just lose interest. Whereas back in the day when you had stuff being tried like fan cars and all that. And somebody just mentioned a game that feels a bit like GT2. Be curious to know what that is. Maybe iRacing or something, I don't know, I've never played that. There's actually a whole bunch of games on the PS2 that I want to do footage of eventually on the channel, which I've never played. Something like, I've got Total Immersion Racing, which I've owned for years and I've never even touched that game, never even put it in the PS2. So I want to play that. That's got some cool cars in it. I can't remember what the other ones were. There's a couple of games like that. What's that other one they made? They made a new one of recently, I think, or they were going, or maybe it's still in development. Super World. Never heard of that. I never heard of that one. There's another game, I'm forgetting the name of it right now, but the cover has a McLaren F1 Longtail and a Japanese like anime-looking girl in a racing suit on the front. R-Racing? Is it R-Racing? I think it might be that. And I seem to recall that game has a little bit more of like a cartoonish look to it. But I've never played that one either. I've got it, but I haven't played it. So there's a whole bunch of games in that kind of era that I need to get around to actually trying. But I'd love to see. In fact, in a funny kind of way, the game that I was thinking of doing is essentially Enthusia 2. That's kind of like what I'd be going for. Like that modern kind of like, oh yeah, throwback, but with a combination of modern vehicles and old school physics and stuff. But yeah, I mean, obviously, developing a game is just stupid money. And on a totally different note, I think I started saying about it right at the opening of the video, but on a totally different note, the only reason why I'm now doing this today, I was going to do this next weekend. R-Racing Evolution. Yeah, that sounds right, yeah. If it's got a McLaren, like the finer white liveried with an Asian chick on the front, then yeah, that's the one. And Enthusia, yeah. I never completed Enthusia, but very cool game. Probably the best Gran Turismo rival that never really had a chance. It's a fan favourite, but didn't really do that well, which is such a shame. Rage Racer. If you mean Rage Racer, I haven't played that. If it auto-corrected from Ridge Racer, I've played a couple of those. Those are pretty cool as well. I find Ridge Racer, on a separate note, to be a bit like Burnout. Like, they're fun, but I kind of get bored of it a bit quick. You know, it's a bit samey for me, a bit like the Hot Wheels games as well. What was I saying before? Oh yeah, I'm only doing this race today because, as I mentioned in a previous video, I was supposed to be driving a car today to do a video on... I was going to do a Beards and Cars review next Wednesday. I was supposed to be driving the Ineos Grenadier from a franchise dealer today because I'm just kind of curious about that car and I wanted to do a review on it, but I thought, well, I better call them up first before I go there. Because sometimes, obviously most of the car reviews I do are either cars that I own or they're used cars. I very rarely review new cars, even though the first review I ever did, funnily enough, was for a new car. But sometimes franchise dealers get a bit funny about that. Like, they either don't want you to drive the vehicle, or if they're part of a network, as Ineos is, they kind of want to standardise everything. So whatever one dealer does, they want them all to do. So one random review, they often don't like that. So I thought, I'll give them a call and see. Good job I did, because they cancelled the appointment after I called and said, yeah, we can't do it, sorry. Which sucks, but yeah. Which is funny, because then you compare that to Lotus. I also spoke about this. I'm supposed to be driving a couple of Lotus models, and that's a franchise dealer. But the guy who I spoke to there, the contact, he was actually pretty open to it. I haven't heard back from him since, so I need to chase it up. But I was supposed to be driving their two electric cars, the Avia and whatever the other one is, the four-door that I always forget. Which I'd really like to try those. Because who cares if it's electric? It's a 900 horsepower 4x4. What's not to like? But yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll see. We shall see. And although I will believe it, I've noticed incidentally that the comments seem to have gone away. So either nobody's commenting or it might be bugging out again. Hopefully it's not an internet problem. What was I saying? Oh yeah, next Saturday, hopefully if this works out, it's actually worked out quite well for today, because I was going to do this next Saturday. Now I've got an appointment next Saturday to go and look at that car that I was talking about to replace my Navigator. If it doesn't work out, I'm actually going to look at two cars at the same place. If neither of them work out, it'll be fine, because I love the car anyway, so even if I end up keeping the same one, it's not like that's the worst thing in the world. But yeah, hopefully next Saturday I should be looking at a couple of vehicles, and we shall see how that goes. And I still need to do that interior work on Abe as well. Need to scrub out his floors and repaint them. Which ironically I'm probably going to have to wait for better weather to do, which kind of defeats the point of doing it for winter. But if it's raining and stuff, can't be doing paint. And even just the ambient temperature being too low, the paint won't dry properly, so kind of have to wait really. How far ahead are we? I haven't noticed. 16 seconds. Not bad considering I pitted in. Not bad. And then a minute ahead of the next one, so that's totally fine then. A couple of time wasters, away. And we're not too far off, another hour down. Not bad at all. By the time this is all said and done, I mean, obviously depending on P-brakes, which I haven't had any so far, so we might be okay. We'll probably be finished, I would imagine, something like 6:15, 20 past 6. Because we didn't actually get started until like, what was it, 5 past 10 I think. So by the time we do a brief debrief after the race, we'll see. I'm definitely thinking there's something wrong with the chat now, because nobody's commented in a while, and unless everybody's left, which is possible, I haven't had any warnings about the internet being bad though, so I think the comments might be a bit backed up again. Sort yourself out, YouTube. You want people doing streaming and longer videos, but then when they actually do it, the system doesn't work properly. Need to grab a drink as well on the street. One of the problems... Oh, still here. Oh. Original test drive. No, I haven't. I haven't played. I own some of them, but I haven't played any of the test drives before Unlimited 1. I know, I'm a noob. But, yeah, speaking of formative games, TDU and Gran Turismo 4, by far the two most formative games of my teen years. What's that, a dog? I can't tell if that's a dog or a goat. It's a dote, a penguin, and what, a mule? Blink twice if you're okay. Yeah, somebody mentioned earlier on as well about having the Viper race car. Imagine how much cooler that would be, having the proper Team Orica GTSR Viper instead of having to build a road car. I mean, don't get me wrong, the road car's cool, but it ain't the same. And I think most players would probably choose the better known one, the red with the white stripes and the, what was it, green or yellow tinted headlights. But for me, being GT2 baby, I'd love the blue and white. That blue and white Orica looks so cool. Then again, if they added the Viper, we don't have the C5R Corvette. So I guess if you are keeping it a level playing field, at least you can make replicas of both, which is better than nothing. And the Corvette definitely feels like a closer replica out of those two. Check that. Oh, I totally forgot to have a drink as well. At least I don't just forget you guys' comments, I forget my own stuff as well. I want to check the weather, which I'm sure should still be fine, and have a swig. Yep, still in that big old grey patch, which is fine by me. And to be fair, if I go back to it, with how slow that weather is moving, I think... Where's the... Okay, so the wind is going that way, yeah. So the wind's going east, anyway. If we had just assumed that the map is set north, I guess. So yeah, we're going to be stuck in the grey for a while. Like I said, that's totally fine. But even when we get outside of it, unless the weather speeds up a lot, it should be fine. It should be fine for the majority of this race, if not all of it. I mean, 2 hours so far, and we've basically been stuck in that grey patch the whole time. So if it continues moving that slow, that's fine by me. It's fine by me. But yeah, like I said, I'll actually believe it when I see it. I am going to pause. I'll believe it when I see it. about actually going to view this car, but it's supposed to be on the 31st. So, we'll see. Not long to wait. I couldn't see the rest of your message then, bud. What do I think about something, but I couldn't see it all. And I've said this before, but I would also love to see the Mercedes CLR featured in the game. But the problem is, I really don't think that has much of a chance. Oh, the Bugatti, oh, the FKP, that's the Veyron Resto-mod, isn't it, basically? Like a Chiron that looks like a Veyron. I'm mixed. I love the idea of tributing the Veyron, because the Veyron is still my favourite modern Bugatti. But I kind of hate the fact that we're basically Resto-modding 20-year-old cars now, because that's not what Resto-modding should be for. And I know it's not, strictly speaking, a Resto-mod, but still, I don't know. I think it rubs me the wrong way because it reminds me of what's happening with movies. Movies are just remakes now. Like, everything's just using old names, remaking stuff, sequels that nobody asked for. They're always garbage as well, in like 99% of cases. And it feels like cars are starting to do that. Like, people are realising that modern cars are so homogeneous, so bland, so boring, that they miss the old stuff more. Which is totally understandable. I certainly do. But Resto-modding? I don't know. There's a huge difference between what I did in my project, which was very expensive, but nowhere near the cost of a Resto-mod, and the kind of prices of cars like that. I mean, it's a Bugatti anyway in that case, so of course it's going to be expensive, but the stuff that bugs me is when you've got, like, there's that Resto-mod Lotus Esprit. You have to provide the Lotus Esprit, and it's like 400 grand. What? What are you talking about? I could buy an XJ220 for that. Like, what are you talking about? Or the Resto-mod Mercedes 190E. Don't get me wrong again. Legendary car. Way more legendary than a Lotus Esprit, that's for sure. But 700 grand? No. Are you dumb? No. Of course I'm not paying 700 grand for a Mercedes 190. I don't care if it's the quickest Mercedes ever made, just on principle. But, yeah. All I see when I look at cars like that is how many cars I could build for that kind of money. Because in comparison, what I basically did was kind of a Resto-mod. I took the 1973 Rolls-Royce, gutted it. Obviously I didn't do it alone, there were 6 of us working on it, but gutted it all out underneath, ripped out the engine, gearbox, axles, everything. And then put it on top of a full Mitsubishi Warrior chassis with 4-wheel drive, lock and diff, 5-speed auto, turbo diesel, 4-wheel drive, etc, etc. And essentially you could kind of call that a Resto-mod, because if you think about it, Resto-mods are never about making the car what it was when new, they're about changing it from what it was. You can't change it much more than that, but the main thing I wanted to keep was I wanted to keep the kind of style of the Rolls. So don't chop the body and keep the interior, and we managed to do that. That's kind of a Resto-mod, except mine cost 32 grand to do and 11 months to build, versus 400 grand, 700 grand, and even in the case of mine was very expensive to do. And most of the reason why it was that expensive was because I got some specialists to help me with it when it came to stuff like the wiring, because that car had 2 wiring looms put together. And although, obviously, being a mechanic, I should do it myself, but I've always hated wiring, and I second-guess my own work too much, and you can't be doing that. So I just paid the extra and just got, specialists to do it, which adds up real quick. And even then, that's a fraction of the cost. Fraction of the cost. And what I ended up with was a car that it weighed the same as a standard Rolls-Royce, which is insane, given that it's a 4-wheel drive car with 2 entire chassis put together, and it still weighs the same as a standard Rolls. Shows how heavy that V8 was, and the axles and everything else. You've still got super comfortable interior, you've still got that unmistakable shape, but now you've got rear-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive, high and low ratio. It can go actually off-road because it's a Mitsubishi. And I was averaging 30 miles per gallon out of it. I designed my own fuel tank for it, had it custom made, 160 litre tank. Speaking to the Mitsubishi Evo 7 problems, it sure as hell didn't have that problem in that car. I never filled the tank because it was so gigantic. I think it would cost something like 250 quid or something to fill the tank with diesel. And that would do, well, based on the fuel economy I got, if you filled the tank, I think it would do nearly 1,200 miles to a tank of fuel, if you stick to the motorway at least, and probably close to 1,000 if you just drive normally. I mean, a Rolls doesn't come near that, but also a standard Mitsubishi is nowhere near that cool and nowhere near that comfortable. So it's the best of both. That to me is what a Resto-mod should be about. And to the point of cost, you could have probably done what I did for half the price if you were willing and capable of doing everything yourself. So if you cut it down to like 15 grand, maybe a little more, maybe let's say like 17, because you've got to buy the cars obviously. But even then, I mean, that ain't bad. You could easily drop 15, 17 grand on just like a used 4x4 these days and be bored of it in 5 minutes. Whereas with that one, I had all the charm and the cool and the full-size Hot Wheels car badass factor, but then underneath, it's a Mitsubishi. So it's just a 2.5 diesel, everything is 20 quid, switch off the shelf, and a bit of rubber hose off the shelf, just cheap stuff, easy to service. What's not to like? I say that, of course, most of the Rolls owners hated me, but at least in theory, what's not to like? Funny thing I found as well, although most of the Rolls owners didn't like it, the ones who did really liked it. Whereas in the Mitsubishi owners groups, they didn't really like it. And I think the reason why they didn't like it, or at least many of them, is I think they were kind of jealous. Because the Mitsubishis, they're fine, you know, it's a workhorse car at the end of the day. Greetings from Slovenia, very long way away. So what I'm talking about, the time zone shifting around throughout the day. I can't remember what I was saying, but that'll do for that conversation. 53 laps in, pit in on lap 60, most likely. Tyres are still pretty good. We are 22 seconds ahead, so we're making up ground still, so that's good. But yeah, good stuff. And I'm trying to think if he pits in. Yeah, I'll have to figure out closer to the time what the pit plan's going to be, because if he pits in first, then I will make up ground, which is good. But then he'll catch me when I pit, or at least he'll be closer when I pit. That's not the end of the world. But then if I pit first, which I probably will, yeah, I guess it's still okay. Yeah, I guess it's okay. So he might pass me, but I need to keep an eye on that, because as we move through the race, if the pit-ins start to change in relation to each other, that could become a problem. Because if I'm like going around the clock over time and he's catching up, which he shouldn't be, but I'm probably just overthinking it, but it seems like I do need to keep an eye on that. There's not really any point in going on hard tyres again, because I'm still pitting in on lap 20 either way. I think I'm okay. I don't think I can, aside from just driving faster, I don't think there's anything else that I can really change. And I use a pad, but a few people have asked. I know it's weird to not use a steering wheel, but yeah, just not my thing. I like the idea of it, but every time I've tried one and every time I've used one for a race or for just casual, I just don't like them. Something about it doesn't do it for me. But yeah, like I said earlier, I would be curious if they ever do a new motorbike. Have I fixed? Yes. Well, thankfully I don't need to fix this one, because this is just a brand new controller, so I don't need to worry about that for a while. And to be fair, that other controller lasted really well, because it's had the stick drift for a few months, but it hasn't been, well, it was never as bad as it was in that race. But I've had that controller literally from when I bought the PS5, which was not long before Gran Turismo 7 came out. So it's lasted years, so not bad. I mean, it's bad compared to old school stuff, but for modern technology, not bad. So hopefully this one will as well. And even this camera that I bought, obviously you have to buy the official PS5 camera. And I was looking around for them, and it seems like the only ones that were new were like £300 to buy. And I'm like, really? I'm only probably going to use this a handful of times. But I managed to find this one on eBay mint condition for 37. So compared to 300, can't really argue with that. And that wasn't even unusual. Most of them are about that kind of price used, which is great. It certainly made doing this a hell of a lot easier, because I thought I was going to have to use, Streamlabs and all that kind of stuff, which I don't really like. And I wasn't sure how I was going to do it with the face cam, but it's ended up actually being perfect. I've got my Yeti plugged straight into the PS5, camera plugged straight in, I've got the controller on charge from the wall outlet instead of the PS5, so that's perfect as well. Yeah, couldn't really ask for a better setup, really. And it technically means that if I wanted to stream, well, I did some Forza streaming yesterday, but if I wanted to stream something entirely different, obviously not on this channel, then I could do that as well. Because outside of racing games, the two other games that I play by far the most are Fallout 4 and Arkham. Motion steering. I've never tried that, I don't think. Is the motion, correct me if I'm wrong, is that where you... Is that with the controller but you kind of like lean or something? Something like that. If so, I don't think I've ever tried that. Not that I can remember anyway. That seems like the kind of thing that would that would come in quite handy for something like a bike game, because then you could kind of lean. Yeah, exactly. It is planned obsolescence, because it's the exact same. It's the same problem, isn't it? Because I seem to recall the PS4 controllers had the same issue, and probably the PS3s. But yeah, it's a shame. Yeah. Yeah, it's a cool idea. I haven't tried it, like I said, but it's a cool idea. And being able to really get into it on a bike, that does sound fun. It really sucks, though, about Kaz's opinion on rigs not being good enough for Tourist Trophy 2, because it's like, well, hang on a second, Kaz. You don't actually think, hey, dude, you don't actually think, or Kaz doesn't actually believe that every single player uses a rig, does he? He can't be that naive. He must know that a massive, probably I would imagine the majority of players use a controller. So who cares how realistic the rig is if you're playing a bike game anyway? I don't know. It's like so many, not to be the old man yells at clouds again, but to be the old man yelling at clouds. Are people allergic to earning money? Because it's like all the movies these days, they're like so box ticking, you know what I mean? And nobody wants that, so movies are making less money than ever. Games are making less money than ever, being worse reviewed than ever, especially the bigger ones. It tends to be indie stuff that's doing well. And you've got these just slam dunk, easy choices, like a TDU 2, or even a Tourist Trophy 2, or even a bike expansion in GT7 if you really wanted to get crazy with it, like I said earlier on. That'd be a hell of a Power Pack 4, or a Power Pack 2. And they're just like, well, it's not quite realistic enough for me yet. Meanwhile, Veyron's doing wheelies down Special Stage Route X. I don't know what universe Kaz lives in, but it ain't this one. And we are officially, well, we have been for 5 minutes, below 6 hours. Very nice. Cool. I will have to give the motion stuff a try at some point. Ah, there we go. He's pitted in. Okay. Not too far off when I'm going to pit in anyway. On lap 60. Cool. I don't even remember bikes being in Paradise. I don't think I even used those. I mean, I barely played Paradise. Super cool crash physics and cool music, but no, I don't think I ever rode the bikes in that game. And it's funny because as much as I love TDU, I mean, TDU's got some of the worst bike physics you've ever experienced. It's so weird. I recently rode a Ducati Monster in TDU 1 again for an upcoming members video, and it's garbage. It's so garbage. You turn with the controller and the bike will just carry on going that way indefinitely until you correct it. It's so funny looking back, but it's kind of endearing in a weird kind of way. And it worked at the time. You just get used to it. It felt more like you were steering a boat. You know, you kind of move the rudder a little bit and then the boat will just carry on going that way. But yeah, bikes are a weird one to get right. You do have to get it right, but still, if anyone's going to get it right, it would be Gran Turismo. And if Tourist Trophy 1 was as good as it was, imagine how good Tourist Trophy 2 could be. Although, I must admit, especially after so much time passing, I could definitely see a Tourist Trophy 2 falling into the exact same trap that I believe Ride has fallen into over the years, which is just going for the obvious stuff, like just the obvious bikes. Car games often do this as well. They always lead with like, oh, we've got a Ferrari blah 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 GTE car. Wow, great. So does everyone else. We've got a Corvette C8. Yeah, okay. And they're just ticking all these obvious boxes and like, oh, we've got to put this car on the cover. Not a fan. As a misunderstood man once said, when everyone's super, no one will be. And when all games have the same cars, nothing special anymore. The whole reason why I used to love stuff like GT2 and 4 and Forza whatever and TDU is there'd be stuff in there that you didn't know you wanted. That just doesn't happen as much anymore. And that's a shame, because it is a tightrope. I've spoken about this before and I think it's still true. As a creative person like Kaz, the one thing I do sympathise with is the constant tightrope that he has to walk between, as somebody mentioned earlier on, pleasing shareholders. It's absolutely true. But even if you set that aside, between trying to bring in new fans, modern fans, and pleasing the existing fans, except the thing is, you can do both. And I believe GT7 is actually quite close to doing both very well. It's just not quite there. Everything they do is almost. Power Pack is a prime example. But yeah, what do I know? I've never made a game. I'd say that I'd love to be a consultant on something like that, but I really actually think I probably wouldn't. Because I feel like being a consultant or in discussion groups these days, you just feel like putting your head through the table. Because you just know if you have any kind of throwback thinking, or at least something that isn't just to put nostalgia on a box, they're not going to listen to what you say. And I just feel like I'd get so frustrated, like what am I even here for? But yeah, I think that's the potential risk with the Tourist Trophy 2. Like, it would have something like MotoGP 25 or something bike on the cover, and it would do away with a load of older bikes, and that would be my concern, where it kind of loses that soul and that character. But I could be wrong. You never know. GT7's trailer led with stuff like the Alpha 155 and the Pennzoil, so clearly they knew what they were doing, bringing back the Renault Espace F1. I mean, I was shocked that happened. Yeah, exactly. And on the point of newer fans, also hi. If you're referencing the silhouettes, a few people have brought it up, so thanks for that. And yeah, I'll have to do a separate vid on that. I might do it later today, but by that time I'll have been talking for 8 hours, so I don't know if I will or not. Might do it tomorrow. Excuse me. But yeah, on the point that you said, everyone was a new fan. That's why I really do hope that for newer players in GT Sport or 7, I hope that those people do have core memories like we used to. I just don't know what those memories would be of, like I said, because you don't have like moon missions, you don't have mission 34s, you don't have those core memories. And it's funny because a lot of the core memories for many of us seem to be stuff that wasn't really that important. It was just something that was kind of fun or different or weird. Oh well. It's about time we had something like a Midtown Madness remake. Speaking of remakes, something that's just stupid fun, you know? And I know there are some games like that, but bring back one of them big names, make it worth it. Quite a lot of the games I get offered to review, most of which I turn down because I already know they're not really going to line up well enough with the channel, but most of the ones I get offered tend to be from a similar studio. I think it's usually THQ Nordic, I think. And I've done a few reviews with them, like the Monster Jam games, various others as well, but a lot of those games kind of remind me of games in general now, which is, it's got like an interesting idea, be it monster trucks, or truck racing, or motocross versus ATV, whatever it might be, but then they feel like the most shallow version of those ideas. Like they tick the box, they ship it out, and then they probably make a profit, but it doesn't really feel like a huge amount of thought has gone into the game itself. That's always been a thing. There were always those throwaway games, I'm aware of that, but you know, I really would like to review something that's a genuine rival. And there just aren't many. Enthusio, where were you when we needed you most? So, minute and 16 ahead. Excellent. Okay, so that has dispelled my fears as far as potentially rotating the pitting clock for him to catch up and get ahead. So, yeah, looks like I should be fine. Should be fine, unless something radical changes. Weather is still about as it was, 2.5 laps. So technically my fuel is obviously getting a little bit better every time because I've always got a bit left over. But I'm going to pit in on... Well, actually, shall I pit in? Yeah, I will. Lotus Esprit Challenge. I've never played that one. You just reminded me saying that. Another PS2 game I've got that I do want to feature is I do have Lotus Challenge on the PS2, but I've never played that one. It looks like that's mostly like Elise and Exige racing, I think, like the Motorsport Elise. But yeah, it should be cool. Some of those little games like Ferrari Challenge and Lotus Challenge, they can be quite charming sometimes. And even if nothing else, just do like a retro review of it. I did a retro review years and years ago now for another game that was so formative in my childhood. Most of you probably haven't even played it, but maybe some of you have. Ducati World Racing on the PS1. That was such a core memory game for me. And I'm not even the biggest of Ducati fans, but it's definitely why I love the 748. Playing that game with my dad, yeah, super fun. GT. I'm guessing that you said GT in Formula. Which, I mean, yeah, for a Lotus game, that makes sense. Lotus has, arguably, aside from maybe McLaren and Ferrari, probably one of the single most rich Grand Prix histories of any company. Especially in the early days, the kind of advancements I believe that Lotus was doing in Grand Prix. And I believe, if I also recall correctly, I'm pretty sure Lotus is the only team or brand to ever run a turbine-powered Grand Prix car. I think the Type 57, was it? Because the Type 56 was the Indy car, and then they basically shoved wings on it. I think they repainted it in John Player Special livery or something like that. Or it might have been the red and white, I can't remember now. And they ran it, I believe, as a Grand Prix car. I don't know if it had much success, if any, but I think they're the only one who did. Because a few people tried it in Indy. A few people tried it in, I think, like Group 6 kind of thing. Like Howmet, of course, the only one to ever actually win. But yeah. So, even though I'm not a massive Lotus fan, I do have huge respect for them. And I do really like a few of their models. Like the Type 56. Or maybe I'm thinking, actually it might have been the Type 56B rather than the Type 57. That sounds right. I'm not sure. I remember when I first played Project Cars, I think it was Project Cars 1. Was it Project Cars? It might have been Project Cars 2, actually. Yeah, I think it was 2. I was so happy to see the Lotus in there, because I so rarely get a chance to drive any turbine cars in any games. And yeah, that was fun. Very interesting to see how you have to approach the car in a totally different kind of way. It's super fun. I really wish Gran Turismo had a turbine car. I've spoken about that before, but yeah, I will die on that hill. Give us like a Chrysler turbine car or something. Obviously the ideal would be a Howmet, but yeah, maybe this is a hot take. I like the Motorsport Elise more than the Exige. I think that initial form, where they kind of were refining the idea of what would become the Exige, I just think it's a cool car. It looks so good. I've always liked that first generation Elise the most anyway. My old man did as well, that kind of softer, rounder, almost like a little bulldog kind of look. 0.9 laps, pit in, perfect timing. In fact, I'm saying about a little bit of extra fuel. It's actually not that much different. Get some juice, get some noodles, noodly. Certainly playing out very differently to how Suzuka did. But also the extra knowledge of the difference in tyres and all that. And boogie. It's funny how it just kind of dumps you out of the pit like that. Like, oh, go on then. That's a bit weird. Why is my fuel on 99%? Did I press that by accident? I don't think I did. Unless it immediately goes down from 100 and I just didn't notice. Strange. Racing in GT7 League. Good against. I mean, yeah. The thing is, people who are going to complain about you using a pad are the same people who are going to complain about you using automatic versus manual, traction control versus not, ABS versus not. Because those people, it's not really about them trying to make you a better driver. It's just they have to have something to complain about, because that's just what people like that are like. And the earlier in life you can realise that, you will, trust me, save yourself so much time in arguing with people who are just a waste of your time. Because most people don't care about you, they are not looking out for your interests, and those people who complain about using a wheel are the same people who, if you then used a wheel and beat them, would be annoyed. Because they don't want you to be better, they just want something to hold over you. So much about life is about little people scrambling for power, and the closer, or the sooner even, that you realise that, like I said, you'll have an easier life. And you'll also end up being a more confident person, especially as a guy, because, and this doesn't apply to women as much, but especially as a guy, when you suddenly have that realisation that most guys are full of it, and just kind of pretending, some just for harmless fun, and some far more nefariously. The sooner you realise that, the sooner you'll be able to see through people a lot more easily. And the car space is one of many. The gaming space is another. You'll just be around certain people and you'll be like, oh yeah, I can see you're that kind of person. It's been fun, have a good race. Thanks for the quality content. My pleasure, pod. And yeah, maybe see you at some point later in the day or in another race. Glad you enjoyed it though. Good to have you with us. And I mean, yeah, almost 2.5 hours, not far off 2.5 hours down. Yeah. Different folks in and out throughout the day. I feel like the most common question I'm going to be answering today is going to be about using a controller. But yeah, like I said, not to become like a philosophical episode or something, but there are little realizations that, and this is one of the reasons why you should always hang out with people who are outside of your age group, because, and also outside of your demographic, because you'll just learn things that you wouldn't have known. If you stay around your own age group exclusively or whatever, morning dude, that's the problem with the time zones, isn't it? It's good to have you though. You haven't missed much. And I am winning, which I guess that's something. Yeah, you should always try and branch out as much as you can. And yeah, I've never been, I think part of it is personality based as well, of course, because I'm ironically not a very competitive person. I'm only really competitive under two circumstances. One is the way in which I would recommend everyone should be, which is against myself. I'm a strong believer that if you don't look back at yourself a year ago and cringe, that's probably not a good sign, because it means you haven't changed and you haven't improved. Every year that I look back and cringe at my older videos, for any reason, I take that as a good thing, because it means I've changed since then. And likewise, what was I saying before? I've derailed myself again. I guess having a good memory would be another bit of another bit of advice. Oh yeah, it was on the point of not being overly competitive. The other time that I am competitive is if it's quote unquote like needed. So if, for example, you know, if let me contextualise it. I've never been one for the alpha male kind of thing. I think it's a total waste of time. And I think that most people who are trying to be alphas never will, because it's kind of like trying to be cool. If you have to try, you're not. So with that whole alpha male thing, or that as an example, that is what you could call a competitive environment that I might engage with sometimes, but under very specific circumstances. If, for example, some guy walks up to me in the street and tries to pick a fight, well, I'm probably not going to engage, because you bore me. However, if somebody, let's say that same person is bullying someone else, and maybe even I know the person, let's say, for example, it's stereotypical, but let's say, for example, it's a woman who is just physically outmatched. Well, you could kind of call it competitive, whatever that is that kicks in then. A sense of justice as well, all combined into one. So for me, those are the only two circumstances, and I feel like most of you can probably understand exactly what I'm talking about there. It's funny, a while ago, on TikTok, when that thing going around about how often does your man think about the Roman Empire, I must admit, I don't spend a huge amount of time thinking about the Roman Empire, but I get the joke, and I get that it is quite a lot. That I could totally see most guys thinking about that a lot. The one that I can identify with more, that I feel like most guys probably can as well, is imagining scenarios where you like deal with a threat or something like that. I feel like that's something which all guys have done that. You've all done it at least once, if not more than once. And for me, that's more like my version of thinking about the Roman Empire. I don't think about the Roman Empire, but I do think about the other one. And at the end of the day, as stupid as it sounds to reference a comic book in real life, what do people say about Batman? Batman with prep time is unbeatable. So, prep time, don't underestimate it. Batman might not be real, but that is a very, very good lesson to take, especially when it comes to even competitive situations. The more prep you've got, and the more prepped you are for things that could happen in a game, in real life, in any kind of circumstance, the better you'll be. Almost always. I can't actually think of a circumstance where being prepped will be worse. And that was a hell of a tangent. And I'll have to apologise, because for most people I probably talk in a very abstract way. I do tend to jump around a lot, because that's how my brain works. But hey, it's a live stream, so who cares? And I'm not diagnosed with anything, but it wouldn't surprise me. Let's just put it that way. I probably do have like ADD or something, or ADHD, whatever. No, not ADHD. Maybe ADD, I don't know. I'm bound to have something, because my old man had all kinds of things. He had facial tics and OCD and all kinds of stuff. Another piece of advice I would give to especially younger people, this goes for guys and girls, is the earlier in life you can be self-aware, the better. And what I mean by that is having enough self-awareness to at least sometimes know when something is not the right thing to say, is not the right thing to do, or isn't as cool as you thought it was. And you're abstract as well. Good. Well, hey, at least it's on someone's wavelength. But yeah, one thing I've always been blessed with is that I am able to identify things about myself that I do not like. For example, when I was a kid, I used to have tics. I used to go like that a lot on my shoulder and various other things. And for a lot of people, that seems to stay with them. But for me, something about my personality, maybe it's even some version of being, what's the word I'm trying to think of, like stubborn almost. And also I do have pretty good willpower, which I get from my dad, is I've been pretty good at identifying things about myself like that I don't like and stopping it. So my old man, for example, he used to be a very heavy smoker. He's dead now anyway, but he used to be a very heavy smoker. He used to smoke 60 cigarettes a day. And then he stopped. And he never had one again. Because he had the willpower. And he was a drinker as well. Stopped. And never drank again. He wouldn't even have like wine marinated chicken, which doesn't even it doesn't even count as alcohol because you've cooked the alcohol out of it. But you know what I mean. So those kind of things, I feel like personality traits like that don't get talked about for young men enough, because so many young men, and it goes for women as well, but you know, I can only speak to more so being a male because I am, so I have that perspective. So many young men are missing out on so much needed information, and you can see the ones who have had it versus who haven't, because it tends to be the ones who chase bravado, and you know, even bringing up stuff like Tate, for example. It probably wouldn't surprise you to know that I'm not a fan of Tate. I don't follow Tate. I don't think I've ever actually watched a single one of his videos. But there is a difference between never started smoking and barely drink. Yeah, exactly. I'm the same. I've never even tried a cigarette. I've never had any interest in drugs. My drug of choice is Monster, so caffeine, I guess. And even for drinking, I do drink occasionally. But again, I know this is going to be a radical thing to bring up, but my old man let me try alcohol when I was a kid. I remember trying like Special Brew when he was drinking it when I was like 8. And because he let me taste a sip, and because I would like be allowed to try, I don't know, Lambrusco or something that my mum might be drinking with an Italian meal, I was obviously never drunk. It was in a controlled environment, as it should be. Because of that, alcohol never meant anything to me. So when I turned 18, nothing happened, because I didn't care about alcohol. Whereas so many of my friends, because I was raised extremely religious in a cult, but I was raised extremely religiously, and my friends in said same religion, they weren't allowed to drink, and you're not supposed to get drunk in this religion, but they went crazy. They turn 18 and they're doing like flaming shots, and I'm like looking at them like, what's wrong with you, man? And it's because they never had it, so it's like it's this big taboo thing that you're not allowed to do. So many people falling into that, and there's a limit. Obviously, I'm not saying like, well, I think my son should know that crack isn't that important, so I let him try some when he was 6. You know, it has its limits, of course, but I think as long as it's not something that's going to actively immediately damage them. People are too coddled these days, kids especially, way too coddled, even when it comes to like looks maxing. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a good thing. Everyone's like chewing tennis ball sized wads of gum and stuff, trying to get their jaws to look like, I don't know, SpongeBob or something. Yeah, sure. I mean, you could be doing worse things for sure. But to go back to what I was saying about Tate, there's a dangerous attitude that most people have these days, and they have the same attitude about a president. They have the same attitude about so many things, and that attitude is, I don't like said thing, so I don't want to hear anything about said thing. If you mention anything that's even remotely anything other than that thing is the devil, I'm going to shut you down and you're going to be the enemy, and I'm going to block you on Twitter. And those people don't realise they're damaging themselves way more than you, because you'll just laugh at them. But they're actually actively staying in that stupid mindset. Because the problem is, when you don't talk about people like Austrian painters from 100 years ago, well, then what's to stop another one from happening again? Because if you don't understand why something happened the first time, it doesn't mean you have to be a fan of it, but if you don't understand why these people exist, why that starts to happen, it's going to happen again. And it is no wonder why so many young men look to people like Tate. Of course they do. What father figure do they have otherwise? Many of them might not know their dad, literally speaking. Those that do, their dad is probably scared to say half of the things that he feel like he should say because of how society's going to come down on him. So of course they're gonna naturally, call it the caveman instinct if you want, whatever it is, that primitive survival almost side of us, we are going to, male and female, resonate with things on a biological level. And if somebody comes across as super confident, seems like they have experienced more than we have and have knowledge to share, of course that's going to draw especially young minds. You can't hide the bad from the world from your kids. Yes, of course, they have to know. And the problem is as well, again, applying my own logic here, you can't blame, that's the wrong way of putting it. You have to also understand where those parents are coming from, because once you understand them, you can understand how to, perhaps, for most of us, it's not like you really need to talk to parents like that anyway, but let's say you do, let's say it's a friend of yours or family or something, understand where those parents are coming from. Because, of course, the person who blocks you on Twitter, that's not difficult to understand. They're insecure. They have their little bubble in life. They can't stand to imagine it being popped, so they have to shield themselves. And the best way of shielding yourself is to be loud, aggressive, and push people away. Block them. So they're not hard to understand, and they're certainly not as complicated as they think they are. If you compare that to those parents who are terrified of their kids, having a dandelion land on them or whatever, you have to understand that perspective as well. Of course they're worried. They're parents. Most of them are probably fairly young. The kid probably wasn't planned, and they're terrified. They're terrified of making their parents' mistakes. They're terrified of the kid being hurt by something. Every parent should be terrified by that because it's a very real thing. But there's a difference between just being terrified and going into total lockdown and actually, being proactive and dealing with it. The job of a parent is not to protect a kid. The job of a parent is to raise a kid who can protect themselves. And obviously the earlier it is, the less the kid can do that. But from basically day one, as soon as a kid can comprehend what you're talking about, you should be teaching them to be a better person than you. The ultimate job of a parent is to make the next generation better than them. It's actually quite ironic. It's the one thing in humanity on a biological level that goes against everything we are, because usually we are about best, me, win, live, everything else die, get out of my way, inferior. But when it comes to offspring, of course, because we're biologically made to do so, or I'm not using made in the God sense, I don't believe in one, but you know what I mean. Kids are the one thing that goes completely against that, and my dad is a prime example. I'm both fortunate and unfortunate with my dad. My dad had severe mental problems. He had an awful background. He used to fight police for the fun of it. He was in and out of prison, blah blah blah. So he certainly wasn't a perfect person, but he did try his best to not be that way and to raise me not to be that way, as so many fathers are and are trying to. But in effect, what any good father should be doing, and by extension every mother, with a son or a daughter, whatever, is really you're trying to make your kid better than you. Which, like I said, is going against biology, really. You shouldn't ever want your kid to be better than you, because if you compare that to, like, lions, well, that means they'll be like a new leader. In humans, it doesn't quite work that way. You want your kid to not make your mistakes, not suffer in the ways that you did. Inevitably, funnily enough, they end up suffering in different ways that your parents didn't do to you, because that's just how it always works and the cycle keeps going. But at least on paper, that's the goal. And again, it's simple stuff like that. Like I said earlier on about realising how so many people are actually clueless going through life. They're just acting like they know what they're talking about. And the more you hear, the more you can tell the difference. And certainly I'm not claiming to be some oracle of knowledge. I like picking up little things here and there, watching other people. I'm definitely more of a people watcher than a people engager. I can chat, obviously. We've been doing it for 2.5 hours. But I'm more of an observer. I like to watch people, how they are. Car shows and stuff tend to be a good place to do that, actually, because you can see all these different personality types and you can immediately see, like, oh yeah, you're that type, you're that type. See how some of them immediately clash against each other. And yeah, the sooner in life you can learn those little things, and even plenty of other ones which I'm sure I don't even know, it helps you out so much. That's the kind of knowledge which kids really need. And the problem is, I don't think you can really create any kind of curriculum for that, because that's life experience. And it's one of the funniest things as well, to go back to the advice that I gave earlier on about try to listen to older people who are outside of your, whatever demographic, because you'll learn so much more. The secondary point to that sounds like a contradiction in a funny kind of way, and that is the sooner that you realise that adults also don't have a clue what they're doing, they're just kind of a bit better at it because they've been doing it for a few years longer. Well, don't necessarily I feel like quite a few people in this kind of community are like that with like reading the room and all that. But yeah, the sooner you realise that nobody really knows what we're doing, we're just kind of, in best cases, trying to pass around positive information on how others can succeed more, and worst case, completely clueless sociopaths. Ironically, I think I might be a sociopath. I haven't actually done a proper test for it, but it wouldn't surprise me. I've done tests in the past and I scored pretty high on that, I think. But who knows how accurate the tests are. But even then, it's like, my autobiography would be called The Friendly Sociopath or something like that, because even then, you always have a choice of what kind of person you are. You always get to choose how you want to present. And unless you're like completely broken on a biological or mental level, and those people can't help that, you know, they're just gone, in effect. Anything under that level, you can usually work on it. And even for those people, there's usually something. It's just the problem of human life isn't long enough to figure out what every person's needed key is. So by the time you figure it out, most of their life's probably spent, and in some cases spent doing nasty things. But yeah. Oh well. The microphone probably peaked a bit then, sorry. Right, lap 70. Not too long to go for the next pit in. Well, I guess basically half and half. 44 seconds ahead. I can't remember if... I don't think he's caught up any. Don't think so. My laps are still running around 2:13-ish, so that's good. We are making good time. Any chance to see unsung heroes? On the money side, that's totally fine. I'm well aware that the majority of people don't have the inclination or the cash to do the member section on the channel. That's totally fine. The member section is not something I ever wanted to do, to be honest. I do it because of the algorithm, because all of those older videos just destroy the algorithm on this channel. And that's a way of still having them, you know, enjoyed to some degree, but it doesn't affect the algorithm. But anyway, unsung heroes, I think I probably will do another public episode of Unsung Heroes at some point, because I've done a couple of members videos which were also available to everyone on the channel occasionally, kind of like as a teaser, but also kind of, you know, just to have a bit of fun, and also to test the waters, because you never know, sometimes a video might do better than you'd think, so I like to still try. I can't remember what episode we're on now. I think there are about 12 or 13 episodes of Unsung Heroes in the member section so far. I do it every other month, so there's one coming up in February. But it depends. I can't remember what episode we're on, like I said, but I might, for one of the next rounded off episodes, I might do like that as a public one, maybe. As far as the existing ones, honestly, probably not. The only way I could see them releasing as public episodes would be if I no longer needed the members section. If the algorithm had a complete overhaul, you know, like if what happened to Twitter happened to YouTube or something like that, maybe then, because then hopefully I wouldn't need it anymore. So it's possible, but realistically I don't think many of us have hopes really of that happening. YouTube is kind of just what it is. So it's possible, but probably not. Let's have a look at this cockpit view. It's got a pretty nice cockpit view actually on this car as well. The only cockpit views I really can't stand are the later LMPs, especially around like the Toyota TS era and the Porsche 919s and that kind of thing, because it feels like it's sat in a box. Like the window pillars are so gigantic you can barely see past it. It's like you're looking out of a World War II pillbox. You've got like tiny windows on either side, tiny window on the front. I just don't like it. And I'm not even claustrophobic. I like to be able to see where I'm going, you know? Radical idea. It's like when they first brought the Super Formulas out. I can't remember now. Was that a GT Sport or 7 when we first had the Super Formulas? I think it might have been Sport. And they had the halo, like, right in front of your face, and you just couldn't see anything. And thankfully they changed that. But yeah, I really don't like stuff like that. And yeah, I know there are loads and loads of people who really enjoy Unsung. So yeah, either way, I will be doing at least an episode here or there that is still public, so definitely keep an eye out for that. But in general, no. And it's a shame with Unsung, because, I mean, talk about a series that... Sorry, it wasn't Sport, yeah, I thought so. Talk about a series that's all over the place. The algorithm, I don't think it knows what to do with Unsung Heroes, because there's so many episodes, and then it's like, some of them will have 1,000 views, and then a couple of them have got, I think, 250,000, 500,000, something like that. So it is all over the place. And one of the most interesting things to me, looking back over the series, you never know which one's going to do well. You have like an idea of like, oh, this one's going to do, and it won't. It will bomb. And then you'll have something super random. Like last time I checked, the 2 best episodes on views of Unsung Heroes, I think, were the BMW V16 Goldfish, the 7-seater, or 7 Series even, with a V16 engine. I'm pretty sure that's still number 1. I wouldn't have predicted that. And then number 2, I think, is the Zill, which was one of the earliest episodes. I think it was like in the top 10, like original episodes. I'm pretty sure it might have been like episode 6 or something, I want to say. And that's got loads. That's got loads of views, and it's a big old 6-wheel Soviet off-roader. Do I have a job besides YouTube? Yes, I do. Although, actually, I'm saying besides YouTube, I guess yes and no. I have a separate job aside from this channel, but it's also on YouTube. So it's still kind of similar. But yeah, I run a channel, and I do all the uploads and everything for a different business as well as my own. Yeah, the V16 Beamer. I can't remember if it... Yeah, it probably was a Series 1 7 Series, I guess. Yeah, it might have been. And Mercedes, I learned this recently. This will be a cool episode as well. Mercedes heard about that car. They heard about the BMW V16 project. And Mercedes-Benz was actually going to do their equivalent. They were going to do a I think it was a W18 or a W20, something insane, in, I think, like the equivalent of an S-Class. And obviously when the V16 stopped, Mercedes scrapped it, but boy, imagine that. But yes, so some of you who used to watch Beards and Cars will probably recall that quite a few of the episodes on like Jags and stuff were with a particular dealership in the southwest called Affordable Prestige. And basically I did loads of car reviews with them over the years, some of my favourite ones actually. And then I said to the guys who worked there, you know, I've done loads of videos. It would be kind of cool if we turned it into some kind of actual partnership. And so it just kind of went from there. So now I created a channel for them. I run the channel. Ironically, that channel has 5,000 subscribers compared to this one, and yet it's doing way better in the algorithm if you look at the average views on videos. And yeah, so basically I do all their content for them. So that's my other job. So still YouTube, really. From Ukraine. Cool, yeah, I bet your internet's having a tough time. And thanks for dropping by, mate. Hopefully this will be at least a bit of fun for you during the day. .46 seconds. Cool. So I'll be totally fine pitting in, especially by the time we get there. Yeah. Because I should be able to, by the time lap 80 is here, I should be comfortably over 50 seconds, maybe even 55 seconds-ish ahead, something like that. In which case I can be in and out before he's even in, and then he's got to pit as well. So yeah. As long as I don't mess anything up too badly, and that would have to be pretty bad to lose that much time, I should be okay. Famous last words. I'll be right back. It's funny how this has turned out, because I think partially due to the choice of cars, I'm enjoying this more. Being a live stream is probably also part of it, because it's more fun having you folks here. But I'm enjoying this one more so far than I did with Suzuka. Even though it's a longer race. And even though, as crazy as it probably sounds, because I know so many people love this track, I prefer Suzuka, to be honest, over Spa. Won't believe what you saw. What did you see? What did you see? Tell me. Did you see... I'm going to say you saw an Aston Martin Valhalla. Cool. Classic American. Nice. Did you drive past my house? You'll have seen 2 classic American cars if you drive past them. The problem that I've got now, though, is because I love my 2 classics so much, I feel like I can't really change them anymore. And part of my thing is that I love trying new cars and like owning new cars. Oh no, Chevy Bel Air, a few Lincolns. Very nice. I do like a Chevy Bel Air, especially the 57 with the fins. The only downside to cars like that is because they're so famous, they hike the prices up because of that. So anything that's got like a super recognisable name, like Mustang, Camaro. Favourite supercar or dream car? XJ220. I'm going to guess, could be wrong, I'm going to guess that you are at least a 90s baby, like me. Maybe even an 80s baby, if you love the XJ220 that much. Because there's definitely like a certain age of guys that really love the XJ220. I missed that bottom comment then because I was talking, so if you could plop it in again or something extra about it. But yeah, on the point of supercars and that, I'm not sure if you already answered what's your favourite muscle car from Chevy. I'll answer the supercar one and that one. My favourite Chevy, or specifically muscle car. I'm not a huge Chevy guy, so I guess... I don't think it's really a muscle car though. My favourite, strictly speaking, muscle car would have to be the Chevy Chevelle, I guess, the SS454, like the one that we have in the game. 1993. So you're only a year older than me. I'm a 1994 baby. Test drive, I can't see what the last part says, but test drive over something. But yeah, a lot of those older TDU games, or TD games, I guess, they weren't unlimited, were very supercar based, so yeah, makes sense. What was I going to say? What was I saying? Oh yeah, Chevys. My actual favourite classic Chevy would probably be, I reckon, a 64 Impala, like the proper lowrider shape with a super long boot. But I don't think you'd really call that a muscle car, strictly speaking, because some people get precious about that kind of stuff. You know, like technically Lincolns aren't muscle cars, Cadillacs aren't muscle cars, Mustang isn't even a muscle car technically, so you know, people get a bit silly about that kind of stuff. But yeah, 64 Impala for me, and if it's more of a strict muscle car, 70 Chevelle, like he has in the Tom Cruise version of Jack Reacher. Yeah, it could have been Lincolns. If they had a cross on the front or on the back, it would be a Lincoln. And I missed the top comment there. I really wish I could call back the chat. Although then again, it's been glitching out a lot, so it probably will bring the chat back up at some point. It'll probably dump all of the comments on screen, like it did earlier. Oh yeah, that was the other question. Favourite supercar and dream car. My dream car is a Ferrari FF. I absolutely adore that car. It's a supercar that I could use every day. It's the only Ferrari that I love to that level. Kaz revealed, yeah, thanks for letting me know. A few people have. And yeah, we already knew obviously the Xiaomi was due, and more recently the TCR. And yeah, the Porsche is an interesting choice, especially if you consider that's back-to-back with the Ferrari. So I will be very curious. If you think about it, that means that December and January we've now had updated Group 3 cars. Yeah, people go overboard with car terms sometimes. Like, oh, it's not actually muscle. Okay, like, ooh, steady on. Me talking about not making any serious mistakes. That was a bit of a weird one, actually. I don't think the road was wet, but whatever. Another piece of advice in life, and you could choose to use this one or not, but I think it's quite funny actually, because it annoys people when I say it. If you knew what I meant enough to correct me, then it didn't need correcting. If I use the wrong word, but you knew what I was trying to say, what are you correcting? So it goes back to what I said earlier on. Some people just like to have something to complain about. Maybe next month we'll get, I can't see what you said. You said M something. But yeah, what I was saying about the December and January, that means we've got an updated Ferrari Group 3 and an potentially updated Porsche Group 3 back-to-back. So I'm not necessarily going to say expect one every month, but that could be an interesting turn of events. And if you think about it, that actually does make sense, because if they spend at least some of the remaining time of however long GT7 is going to be around for adding and updating Group 3s, that would kind of work out to have a fresh roster for GT8 by the time it arrives. If I could have one car from each decade, what would they be? Oh, man, that's a broad question. That's a really broad question. Well, the 2000s are my favourite, so that would be the most difficult to decide. Most of my favourite supercars come from the 2000s. If I could only have one, I don't know. I guess from the 2010s, I think the Ferrari FF was around 2011. Could be wrong though. I want to say 2009 actually, but I might be remembering wrong. So probably the Ferrari FF from the 2010s. From the 2000s, if I can only pick one, oh no, it's got to be an SLR. Mercedes SLR McLaren, probably the Roadster version. 90s, I don't think I'm a massive fan of most 90s stuff, aside from race cars. So what would I pick? There's bound to be something that I'm forgetting that I do absolutely love from the 90s. Oh, I know. Panos. The Panos GTR1 road car. Talk about a hell of a 90s car. 80s? I don't know so much in the 80s either. 80s? What would I have from the 80s? Nothing American, that's for sure. British? Probably not. Probably have to be like German, or probably not Italian either. 80s? I feel like I'm forgetting huge gaps here. Maybe Japanese, maybe German. For some reason my mind is only coming up with stuff like the 911 Turbo, and I know it wouldn't be that, but I don't know. I don't know about the 80s. 70s would be a lot easier, because the 70s I'd have to go really early 70s, like right before the fuel crisis, and I would probably go for either a 71 Super B, like the one we used to have in Gran Turismo, Charger obviously, or a 71 Cuda 446 pack, also like we used to have in Gran Turismo. Those two, it'd be between one of those I reckon. For 60s, well, I think I already own my favourite 60s car, Abe from 68, so I'd probably just go with that. From the 50s, probably, at least off the top of my head, I would have to say maybe a 59 Cadillac DeVille with the huge fins, because in the 50s and 60s American cars were so far ahead of everything else, it's not even funny. In the 40s, I don't know a huge amount of 40s cars off the top of my head, to be honest, or pre. So for the 40s, I don't even know. Maybe like a, I can't remember when the first of the Chevy Fleet lines would have been. Maybe like a 49 Chevy Fleet line or something like that. For the 30s, and that's actually pretty easy, Cadillac V16. Oh, in fact, 40s, was it the 40s? Mark 1 Lincoln. Or was that 30s? I can't remember now, I should know that. Maybe a Lincoln Zephyr with the V12. I think that might be 40s. Can't remember. So either 30s or 40s that way around. 20s? I don't know. Probably something that Capone would have driven. Something with big white wall tyres, and I don't know, back when smoking was good for you and people saw in black and white and walked fast, as Clarkson said. 1910s, I don't know. Oh, actually, Cadillac that had swivel seats. Yeah, a lot of cars had stuff like that back then. For the 20s, I do know what I would choose, actually. I would have a 1925, speaking of Jay Leno's garage earlier, I'd have a 1925 Doble E20, which is the Doble steam car, and it's, I believe to this day, the fastest production steam road car ever made. It could do 130 miles an hour in the 1920s, and it had 1,000 foot-pounds of torque, and like 200 horsepower, I think, something like that. But yeah, fully steam-powered, big old steam engine. Jay Leno owns it. It's like grey and red. Awesome car. I think Howard Hughes or something owned it, or something like that in the past. I can't remember now. 1910s. I feel like in the 1910s, those are mostly like the motor carriage era. So, I don't know. Probably either something electric or steam. Because here's another funny thing. A lot of people, even a lot of petrol heads, don't realise electric cars aren't new. They used to make electric cars and steam cars and stuff like that back in the 1910s, but they just fell out of fashion because petrol took over. So probably like some really primitive electric car, something like that. And then once you go eventually you're like, what horse do you want? So yeah, I guess off the top of my head, the only one I can't think of is for some reason the 80s. And the 80s has some really cool vibes, but I just can't think of what car I'd have from the 80s. I don't know. Most likely a supercar, I guess. Ooh, when did that come out? Ooh, somebody Google for me. When did the Axum Megatrack come out? That might be 90s. If it's 90s, I'll pick that for the 90s, because that's just one of the most awesome cars ever. And so me. V12 Mercedes engine, 2+2 seater. Looks kind of like a Lamborghini Countach plus, I don't know, something else. And it has giant off-road tyres and adjustable ride height. And it's a gigantic car. There are Google images of it parked next to a Ferrari F40 or a Mercedes G-Wagon. It's the same size as a G-Wagon, but it's a supercar, just gigantic thing. I think I did an episode actually on Song, and I noticed that you mentioned you won't have power until tomorrow, so that sucks. So if you're on your phone, make sure you don't waste your power talking to me, mate. And yeah, I do love the Speed 12. In terms of ownership, I don't know if I'd actually pick one, because, getting it on the road would be a bit difficult. Oh, now that I'm saying about, not a supercar, I love a Celica. Yeah, the Celica that I had, the Megatrack, the Axum. I used to have a Celica. I had it for like 2 months, and mine was close to the 80s. Mine was a 78, so not too far off what you're talking about. So I guess technically when you say about that Celica, that would have been right around when the Celica became the Celica Supra, and then later became the Celica and the Supra, if I remember correctly. Make a steam car. I mean, yeah, absolutely. You absolutely could. And one of the episodes of Unsung Heroes again, was what was the name of the steam car? Need to make sure I focus on pitting in on the next lap as well. And it looks like he pitted in, I didn't notice, so nice and far ahead again. What was I saying? Yeah, what's the name of it now? The steam IndyCar. It was the Lear. The Lear. That's the guy. The Learjet. The Vapordyne. He wanted to make a steam-powered IndyCar. Ended up being a no-go. Barely ever got off the ground, I believe, but he wanted to make that awesome-looking thing as well. Really cool-looking car. But yeah, you'd absolutely have a hell of a steam car these days. I love stuff like that. Stuff that doesn't need to be made, but it's just kind of cool. Or like, I love it when people put radial engines into vehicles, like off the front of an old airplane. The only problem with those, because I've actually considered doing that to Abe, like get a plane engine, basically, and put it under the bonnet. But the problem is, you've only got two ways. You can either have it upright, in which case you literally have to look between the pistons to drive. And a guy's done that in a truck. You can see that on Google. It looks crazy. And the other option you've got is to basically lay the engine down flat, which you can do. But then the problem is, because most of those are air-cooled, unless you add a water cooling system, the back of the engine's always going to get way hotter than the front because of the airflow. But yeah, they're really cool engines. Having like however many cylinders you've got going around that centre hub, it's just such a cool idea. Test drive Overdrive. Oh, so that's Overdrive. Cool. And yeah, we've kind of lost a lot of cool Vipers, really, haven't we, from games. You even had, like, in the 2000s, we'd have stuff like a Viper GTSR concept in Midnight Club, of all things. Remember how good that car was in Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition? It's one of those cars where you're like, oh yeah, that was in that game. But it was so good. It was what was that? I want to say it was like a B-class car, I think, and it was basically the best one in the game. And it was that super badass Viper shape where it had the long tail and the big wing, like we used to have in Gran Turismo. Just such a cool looking car. And it kind of ended up being used to some degree, but they renamed it. They called it the Viper CC, the competition coupe. So at least it came to something, I guess, but... Yeah. Noodle time! Yeah, pretty much. They're going to bring the Viper back. You know they will. It'll probably be a hybrid. Or maybe if we're lucky, it might be an SUV. Yeah. Yeah, I played both. I love Remix, because you got the Pagani Zonda in Tokyo, and a couple of them. And a couple of other things as well that I can't remember. But yeah, I mean, is the advantage of Rockstar having so much money. They could afford the licensing to some crazy cars in those games. I mean, literally some of my favourite cars of all time are in what is essentially a completely random Pimp My Ride style racing game. I mean, think back to Midnight Club. You had GTSR as the car. Yeah, yeah. Oh, so it was the main car, was it? Cool. You had a Cadillac Cian. You had a Cadillac 16. Talk about dream cars. That is my favourite concept car of all time. And if I was rich, I would ask Cadillac to build me a second one. I'm sure they'd say no, but I'd try. They had the Chrysler ME412 in there. They had Gambalas in the game. Gambala Ferrari F355, Gambala Porsche 911, Gambala Mirage. No, not the Mirage, that's the Carrera GT. The Gambala GT750, was it? The KN. We had cars in that game that I have literally never seen in any other game. Remember the Dodge Charger concept from 1999 that looks super weird? That four-door one with the squash nose. The Dodge Super 8 Hemi, that one that looks like a pug with a steering wheel, like the most hideous looking thing, but I always love the look of it. It's just such a inbred looking car. What else do we have in there? There was the Nissan Sport concept. There's a car which you probably forgot about. Kind of like a Nissan Note with a Nismo body kit. I prefer Underground. I mean, yeah, I like both. I like both. And yeah, I mean, Midnight Club is horrifically unrealistic. You can like take corners in a Cadillac 16 at the same speed as a Hot Match Q-Vito or Velux chopper bike. It's a ridiculous game, but so much fun. And again, excuse me, like I said earlier on about me being a collector and a tuner, the amount of time I spent tuning cars pointlessly, just aimlessly tuning cars all day long in that game. And Midnight Club LA, yeah, I don't think I love LA as much as many people seem to. I liked it a lot, and it had some really cool stuff in there, like newer bikes, newer cars. If I recall, I think you could put the roof up and down. And to me, one of the most significant things about LA, to this day, is the interior customization. And yeah, absolutely, Midnight Club is totally designed to be arcade. Funnily enough, for somebody who loves 3 so much, I've barely ever played 1 and 2. And if I recall correctly, I don't think 1 and 2 had real cars, did they? I think they were like the GTA kind of approach. Did I? Cool, there's 2 names I haven't heard in a while. Juiced and Street Racing Syndicate. I have played Juiced. I'm pretty sure I own all 3. I think I own Juiced 1, Juiced 2. I think, isn't Juiced 2 Hot Import Nights? I think, if that's the one. And Street Racing Syndicate, I'm sure I have a copy of that somewhere. But, yeah, I can't remember. I've definitely played Juice though, because I remember wanting to like modify I think it was a Viper and Mitsubishi FTO and stuff. I never really got into the games, but I have played it briefly. But yeah, I grew up on the major games I played growing up were Need for Speed Underground, Need for Speed Underground 2. Believe it or not, Never really played much Most Wanted. I know, sacrilegious to say. Barely ever played Pro Street. I know, crazy. My absolute favourite was Carbon. Love Carbon. And then kind of, to be honest, after Carbon, I never really played much of any of the Need for Speed since. And then what other games? TDU 1, of course, massive for me. I played that on PS2, Xbox. You know, I bought the PC version, couldn't use it. I've got it on PSP to this day. I couldn't get enough TDU. Obviously GT2, 3, 4 as they came out. I didn't get started with Forza until Motorsport 2, which would have been around the same time I was playing GT4. So that would have been another very formative game. What other games? I think as far as racing, that was probably my main ones. And obviously Midnight Club 3 and the Remix. I'm trying to think what else. I feel like I'm forgetting some, but I think that was most of it. I'd play a bunch of other ones here and there, like Lego, Hot Wheels, Enthusia, but I never spent a massive amount of time in those, TOCA, etc, etc. Colin McRae, I spent some time in, WRC as well, Hot Pursuit. Yeah, Carbon is very, very cringe when you go back, but I played it at the perfect time. You know, I was a teen. As you can kind of tell, I'm very much like a horror, goth kind of themed. So, you know, of course I loved all that angsty, dark, kind of broody, yeah, I'm a street racer kind of thing. But, yeah, most of the newer ones, if not all of them, I haven't even played. I think Pro Street is literally the last one I played. I don't think I played any Need for Speeds after. I own some of them. I've got Need for Speed something on, I think it's the PS4 maybe. But yeah, and I noticed that PS Plus has got, I think is it Unbound? I think it's Unbound with the Mercedes 190E on the front. I think that's this month's bonus game or something, but I'm like, yeah, I don't think I'll play it, and I don't want to take up memory space just for the sake of having it. But yeah, most of the other games from my childhood. Fun question, which racing games has the best intro? Well, I feel like I'm kind of biased because I want to go for GT4 again. Because, I mean, Ford GT LM race car, leaves blowing in the wind, moon over the castle, opera intro. That takes some beating. But I don't know, I feel like there's quite a few games that have great intros, but that's probably the one that I remember the most, because I never watch intros, you know, watch it the first time and then just skip it. TDU 1 had a good intro, the kind of black and white, and then it faded into colour as the Celine S7 started driving around. That's very cool as well. But yeah, probably GT4, I would say. But yeah, most of the other games I played as a kid were stuff like, I'm a massive Tony Hawk fan, especially around the Underground and Underground 2 era. Underground 2 is my favourite one. Yeah, exactly. What else? The Arkham games, like I said, absolutely love the Arkham series. I didn't get started with Fallout until much later, because Fallout 4 is my single favourite game. It's my most replayed game, period. But yeah, I played 4 and then I played 3. I've played a tiny bit of New Vegas, but not enough, and I know most people rave about that. Played a tiny bit of 76, hated it. I know it's better now, but yeah. What else? When I was really little, we used to play a lot of stuff like... well, the earliest game, I remember now, the earliest game we got on a PS1, because before that we had the Nintendo that you put the cartridge in the top, and we used to play like Zelda, Ocarina of Time. But after that, when we first got the PS1, I remember we got Bugs Bunny, Lost in Time. I remember playing that one. And, what else? Croc. I used to like Croc. How many of you remember Croc? Or in my case, Croc 2, Legend of the Gobbos. No, that's a deep cut for you. Mario Kart, of course, that was more on the Nintendo though, so that was more my dad than me. For years there was this game we used to play, or Dad used to play, and it was one of these like childhood memories that I could never put a name to. It was such a surreal, weird game, and it was like these, I think it was the Nintendo still, and it was like you were piloting around animals. There was like a polar bear that had tank treads, There was a sheep that you could headbutt people with, or headbutt other animals with. It was all animals, like all of the enemies, and you could, like, I think you were a robot or something like that, and you could jump out of one animal and go into another animal and then control it, and it was all like sci-fi themed, like all robotic animals and stuff. And for years I couldn't figure out what the game was, and it was such a surreal kind of memory. And it turns out it's called Space Station Silicon Valley, which is like such a deep cut that even people who game mostly don't even know what that is. But that's a core memory. No, I didn't say racing games. I was talking about other stuff that I play aside from racing. Although I'm surprised that Zelda hasn't had some kind of kart variation in there somewhere. But yeah. I didn't really play Zelda anyway. That would have been when I was about 5 or 6, so that was more a case of watching my dad play it. Watching him fight that giant spider creature that drops down from the roof with one eye. And fighting the dude with no head, the Headless Horseman, who's like riding at you in multiple paintings, and then he jumps out of a random one on. Yeah, I mean, I guess Nintendo doesn't need to because they got Mario, you know? Although, have they ever had Zelda as a playable character? I feel like that would be the crossover they would probably do. Like there'd be Zelda in some other game. But I don't know. Yeah. Well, at least the plus side to that is on a smaller screen the graphics look good. If you're watching on a phone, because it compresses everything into a smaller screen. Guess character. Yeah, I thought it must be. Hey, you want deep cuts? Here's another deep cut for you. And this, some of you might not recognise this one because I think it has multiple names. In fact, two names I'm going to drop on you that might unlock childhood memories. Number one, on PlayStation 1, Speed Freaks, which I believe has more than one name, so some of you might not know it as Speed Freaks. It's got a kid with red spiky hair and goggles on the front, and like a kid with a big brain, and a blonde girl with like pigtails, and it's a kart racing game. It's like one of the Mario kind of clones. But yeah, Speed Freaks, that was a really fun one. Each character had like their own special power-up. And the other one, and I know that many of you know about this one, and of course I did a video about it, a little free roaming game which is called Road Trip Adventure, which is also such a good game, which I remember I immediately wrote that game off when I saw it as a kid. I was like, what is this? Because that was right around when we were playing, you know, Gran Turismo and stuff. I'm like, this looks like it's for 3-year-olds. And then my dad was like, I'll carry on with it. And my dad got me back into it, because fair play, that is a fantastic game. But yeah, there's a couple of deep cuts. Or I think Road Trip is called different things in different places as well. I think it's called, like, because it's part of that, was it Korokyu, I think, like the toy cars. So I think it's called Korokyu 2 or something in other places or something like that. Well, I can't hear the car myself at the moment because obviously I'm doing this as a stream setup, but yeah, I can't remember what this one sounds like. But let's be honest, Gran Turismo ain't exactly known for having the best the best car sounds. Yeah, that's it, the Takara, like the squashed little cartoon cars. I could see that Exor said Jersey Devil. I'm going to guess if that's the name. No, I'm not familiar with that one. And there are lots of car-related games that I just never got around to playing. Like, I never played Carmageddon. I never played Road Rash. I never played... oh, what's that one that's on TV with Sweet Tooth? That's not Carmageddon, is it? Whatever one that is with the clown. I never played that. Another one that I kind of played, not a huge amount, was but it's definitely very iconic, was Crazy Taxi. I find that Crazy Taxi gets a little bit repetitive a little bit too quickly for me. I mentioned one earlier on which I used to love as a kid. I used to play it at a mate's house on his PC. Midtown Madness. Love Midtown Madness, especially the one with the panels. Do I have a Discord as well to answer the previous question? I do. It won't be linked below in this video because it's a live stream at the moment, but if you go to one of my other videos after, there's a link to the Discord. And yeah, it's just called HSG Discord. So yes, there it is. What other racing games did I play? I got Le Mans. Tom by Tom. Don't think I've heard of that. No, I don't think I've heard of that game. There was also a weird game. I feel like if this is wrong, then don't Google it, because it'll be a dodgy thing to Google, but I'm pretty sure the game was actually called something like Streakers. But it was a game on, I think it was PS1, where it's like a bunch of stereotypical teens, stay with me, racing on like hoverboards. I'm sure it was called Streakers. And that was another kind of funny, weird, deep cut one. Hi Jack. Thanks for the like. I'm going to check the weather again in a second. Not like I really need to in this race, but hey. Let's have a look. Ooh, we're almost out of the grey. Like I said, not that it really matters in the slightest. And we are... I mean, it's a while away from being halfway done, but not too far off. No, there's been no rain at all. The closest we've got is, like, there on the map at the moment. So occasionally the wipers have come on, but nah, thankfully not. And even if it is, thankfully, being a decent amount ahead, I just slap the other tyres on. But no, nothing yet. Wipeout. Oh yeah, I remember playing... Oh, excuse me. I've definitely played Wipeout, but I don't recall much about it. Is Wipeout the one where they're kind of like jets? Like futuristic jets? Few more laps. What, for the rain, do you mean? Or to go away, or to pit in? I'll be pitting in on lap 100 next. Been doing it every 20. But yeah, I think that's Wipeout, if that's the one I'm thinking of. We kind of had... we went through a period, didn't we, in the 90s and 2000s where they were obsessed with making, like, hover racing games. Like, what was that one where they're all, like... It wasn't Tron, but it was definitely inspired by Tron and Akira, where it was, like, motorcycles, but I think they were hover bikes, and they had, like, trails of light behind them or something like that. I can't remember what that was called. It was very, like, Wipeout-esque, I think. I definitely have some kind of memory of that, but I don't recall what it was called. What other ones were there? I played some of the Lego games as a kid, some of the Hot Wheels games. Like I said earlier, I got bored of them a bit quick. Yeah, I'm going to be doing the 24-hour races probably on another Saturday. Not next Saturday, maybe the one after. Aside from this, all of my other videos... Well, aside from my live streams, because those might not, but any of my main videos will have the Discord in the description. And you have to scroll down the description to see it. I've got all that, you know, PSN and everything's down there. I think somebody said, wait, what was that game? But I couldn't see the rest of what you said. So, for now, I don't know the answer to that question. Remember there being a game that's made for Androids. Yeah, I feel like so many platforms, so many people made the, like, hover flying games. There was another game which just came back to mind. Oh, what's it called? It's on the tip of my mind. What is it? RC, something RC. Oh, what was it called? It was a remote control car game, but the cars, you had like weapons or something on the PS1. I can't remember what the game was called. It was something RC, I'm sure of it. Like a very sci-fi feeling remote control car game. I can't remember the name of that. That's going to bug me now. I didn't see what somebody just said. I think it was something about Zelda, but I missed it. Oh, you're talking about the boss. Yeah, wasn't that, what's his name? Like, the main villain who's got, like, the pointy ears or whatever in Zelda? Oh, yeah, Ganon. Yeah, that's it. So, if I'm remembering right, I think that was Ocarina of Time, wasn't it? I have like super random memories of that game. I remember that there was that spider boss that I seem to recall was black and yellow. It was hanging from the ceiling, and you fight it in a really dark room with loads of pillars. It's got like one eye, and it drops spiders on the floor to fight you. There was Ganon in the paintings. I remember right at the start of the game, there were like those little plant things that like shoot stuff at you out of their nose, it looks like. I remember there being a maze, I think it was, where there's like a big ball rolling around. I remember there being a huge fish that you go inside of, and then later on in the game the fish is gone. Something like that. Thoughts about GT8 and upcoming content? Well, there's the upcoming update, which I'm looking forward to covering. GT8, I mean, it's impossible to say really. I do think that there are some circumstantial things which we could discuss and have conclusions on. Jabu, yeah, that's the name. And I also remember Zelda being at one point in some kind of almost like a gladiator arena, and then you start getting attacked by like crows or something from the sky, and you have to like use the shield, something like that. But the arena's like empty. I seem to recall, kind of creepy vibe, at least as a kid. And I remember at the start of the game, or near the start of the game, you have to go inside a big tree with loads of those skull spiders in. And if you go up against the wall on one of the levels inside the tree, I think it might be at the top, if you squeeze up against the wall and look up, you can see there's like a gigantic spider that never actually interacts with you. You can just like see its legs or something hanging down. I don't see the Discord. No, it'll definitely be there. If you go into... Well, if you click on the scooter review, for example, from yesterday, just click on that, because I set my YouTube to upload the same description every time, basically, and then I just modify it. So if you scroll down past the tags, you'll then see a list of stuff that will have like merch, Discord, all that, and one of those will be Discord there. Oh, maybe it was a spider thing, maybe, yeah. I only recall them as being some kind of like little black shape that like comes down from the sky at you or something like that. And you're like in I think it's like an open roof, like a coliseum almost. It feels like an open roof coliseum. But I recall, and it could be my like 5-year-old brain that we're talking about, but I recall there being like dark storm clouds or something over it. And it's like, I feel like it was later in the game, because I remember watching my dad play and he already had like the metal shield and the good sword at that point. So I feel like it was later on. But yeah. A game which I really wish I'd played when it came out, because sometimes even now I'll go back and watch PewDiePie replay it. There are two games I like to rewatch and play every so often for background noise. One is Alice Madness Returns, which is one of my favourite games, and the other one is Shadow of the Colossus. And I really wish I'd actually played Shadow of the Colossus when it first came out. I know it's been remastered and all that, and I do own it. But yeah, I wish I'd have played that as a kid. I feel like that would be more of a core memory for me, because what a game. So visually stunning, that game. Steady on. And yeah, Jack, I'm doing the whole race. I'm doing the 8-hour today. We started at 10 AM UK time, so I'm going to be finished at 6 PM. Well, obviously 4.5 hours or so from now. And the plan initially, I was going to do obviously I've already done the Suzuka 6-hour, and I recorded that one alone, which I was going to do with this. But then I thought, well, after doing the 6-hour, it was kind of boring not having anyone to interact with. So, horror game, I'll come back to that question, because the answer is definitely yes, and there's a reason why. I thought it'd just be more fun, you know? And also, it's kind of a nice way of ramping up. Gets people used to the live stream way of doing it before I do the 24 hours, because the 24 hours, I'm going to start both of those on their respective days at 10 o'clock at night, UK time again. and then obviously finish the following 10 o'clock. So I'll probably, in fact, I was going to say I'll start on a Saturday, so technically I won't be starting on a Saturday. I'll start at 10 o'clock Friday night and finish 10 o'clock Saturday night. But for now, yeah, I just fancy doing this one as a live stream, and also it's so much easier to do this way, because for the other video I had to make basically like multiple files and then put them all together in the edit and then render it all as a video, which took 11 hours, and then upload it. Whereas with this, it's just done, you know, just live stream the whole thing, and then once it's done, YouTube processes it for me, so it's easy, it's nice and simple. Plus you've got the live conversation with people. It's better in every way, really. So yeah, and I'm actually going to do the same with the 24s. I know a lot of people like to pause the 24-hour races, and I know you can do that thing where you can like leave and come back where you were. I'm not doing that. The spirit of the race is that it's supposed to be a challenge and that it's supposed to be 24 hours, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. Pending, of course, power cuts, so fingers crossed. And I can't post a Discord link at the moment, but if somebody else wants to do that for him in chat, I would much appreciate that. And like I said, any of my other videos, you'll see it down in the description. Just copy and paste the link for him. That would be, steady on, that would be most helpful. Diddy Kong, that's definitely familiar. I think that would have been, probably I'd have been maybe too young at the time to remember it. I can't remember when that came out, but I don't think so. I have barely any memory of Mario Kart, to be honest, because it was more Dad playing it at that point. Oh, is it in the description of this video? Oh yeah, maybe it is. Yes, yeah, it probably is, because again, it's the auto upload, isn't it? Yeah, so it should be right below this video. Yeah, so I don't know why you can't see it. If you're watching on mobile, click away whatever ad is at the bottom of the screen, press the title of the video, and then it will open the description, and then just scroll down and it'll be there. There's a bunch of other racing games from that era as well. There's some over there actually that I need to play again for other videos. In the spirit of Lotus Challenge, I've got stuff like Ferrari Challenge, a couple of Porsche Challenge, or that kind of thing. I've got a PS2 truck racing game. There's some other rally games that I haven't tried yet as well. I can't remember what the other ones were. Maybe some of the older V-Rally games. Something like that. There's one game, here's another one for the Google searches. What was it called now? Oh, again, it was just in my brain and it left again. Automodelista. There's another one. I own that, and I know that some of you, or I believe some of you, quite like that game. I've not played it, I own it. But that one seems to have a very, almost like road trip adventure kind of art style. It's like very cel-shaded, I believe is the correct term. Like very anime looking, but also with quite realistic proportions on the cars. So yeah, I own that one. Also never played it though. So there's quite a few that I need to get around to actually trying out. Ooh, and that's just brought back to mind. I don't know how many of you guys will have played this one, because technically it's not a racing game, but this is, again, super, super deep cut references, but some of my just really quirky favourites as a kid in the driving genre. Runabout. Runabout 2 on the PS1 and Runabout 3 Neo Age on the PS2. Those are... Ah, good. Glad it worked for you. Play an RC event. Cool. Like I said, I've never even booted up that game, so I'll be interested to see it. But yeah, Runabout is a weird one. It's more of a driving mission game, but the vehicles in that series are so weird. It's one of those Japanese games which is, if you've never played them, it's simultaneously extremely Japanese, but also so stereotypically Japan's view of America. So like all the music is like it's like all like Elvis kind of beach music sort of thing, and the cars are so weird. Like the cover car is a black Mustang with yellow stripes, and then on the second game it was a black like Chevy Silverado truck, a generic truck with yellow stripes. And it's almost like you're a secret agent, I think, if I remember right, and you've got to do all these driving missions, very James Bond-esque. And yeah, you got the screaming pedestrians running away from the car, and you'd have like, there would be this counter when you do every mission, and it counts up the amount of damage that you caused to like blowing up vehicles and smashing stuff. It's such a cool game. And again, it's one of those games where the graphics being so bad, especially on the PS1, it's just really endearing in a funny kind of way. And some of the vehicles you had, I remember in Runabout 2, because that had even weirder vehicles, you could literally drive a missile carrier, like good, glad it worked, mate. A missile carrier, cruising. No, I don't think I played cruising. There was like a truck with a missile basically on the back, and you could fire the missile. There was a tank, which was also a transformer. So it was like this really weird looking snow tank kind of thing, which then transforms and lifts up almost like it's standing up, and you could choose the weapon. It had like a chain gun or a photon cannon, and you could play as like is it a Shibuki? No, I feel that's wrong. Like the Japanese dolls that are kind of like those Russian dolls, but like very stereotypical, like it looks like a geisha, but it's a little like China doll version of it. And it just had wheels on it. So it's just like a doll with wheels, almost like a Roomba that you could drive around, and you could just press the action button and it would just explode. And then and that was it. And like the last mission in the game was you had to get from like the bottom to the top of this skyscraper and defuse a bomb, but you were like driving a moped or something. Road Rash, yeah, I haven't played that one. Favourite Bond car? That's easy. Well, actually, it depends on what you mean by Bond car. Do you mean Bond specifically, or do you mean in the Bond movies? So does it include the villains' cars? If you're talking just Bond himself, I would have to say the Aston Martin DBS from Casino Royale, probably without question, to be honest. I've never been a massive Vanquish fan, but I like it more over time. If you're talking villains' cars, that's got to be one of two. I've always had a soft spot for the... Is it Die Another Day Jag? The green Jag with the minigun on top that the Asian dude is driving in the snow. And that Jag just always looked cool to me. It's got like a special body kit that no road version ever had. But my absolute favourite Bond movie car, I mean, it's obvious. Jaguar CX-75 from Spectre, of course. Dave Bautista's villain car. It's the orange version. One of the, what was it, 6 or 8 movie cars that they made. It's just awesome. One of the coolest cars ever, let alone one of the coolest Bond cars. But yeah, it'd have to be those two, I think. I can't really think of many others that I love. A lot of people love the old Aquatic Esprit, and obviously the iconic old Astons. They're alright. The Citroen 2CV. The Vanquish was a funny one to review, actually, because years ago I drove a Vanquish in Beards and Cars, and it was that era. It was a 2005 Vanquish S. Yeah, that's it, the XK8 with the Korean guy. Yeah. Just such a cool car, and looks great in green, and I love how the Jags are always the villain's car as well. I mean, can you imagine a new Bond movie now? Oh no, imagine what the next Bond movie is going to look like. Bond is going to be in an Aston Martin DBX SUV, or maybe a Signet, and the villain's going to be in the Jaguar electric thing. And that's how Bond's going to win. He's going to set fire to the lithium battery, and it's just going to blow up. I think I missed a couple of things that people said then. I think somebody asked about how far behind the cars are. You can see in the top left there, the next car's 50 seconds, and then all the others I've lapped them at least once. Some of the ones at the back I've lapped 4+ times, so yeah, it's going really well. I'm pitting in 5 laps on lap 100. Check the weather again. Totally fine. The weather is a little bit quicker. Same direction though, so still fine. But yeah, weather's fine, fuel's fine, tyres are fine. Lap times are a bit slower, but I feel like it's because I've been chatting and laughing and all that. I can definitely feel that I've been talking for a while, even with the drinks and that. That 24-hour one's going to be fun. Hour 1 versus hour 23, like... 24-hour race, 23 hours, 30 minutes in. For the 17th time, I race on controller. Oh yeah, of course. Well, a bunch of people were thinking about having like Idris Elba as Bond. I mean, not to get too political, but everything is these days. The thing that a lot of these, let's say it as it is, fairly stupid people, usually intentionally, they take anyone as being unhappy by something like, let's say for example Idris Elba being Bond. I like the guy. I think he's a great actor. He's a great tough guy actor. The first thing I saw him in, funnily enough, was actually Prometheus. I had no idea he was even a Brit. And if you say anything other than fantastic, you're automatically a White Hood wearer these days. The reality is it's not about that. Because the same of us who would complain about that would literally complain if Black Panther was recast with a white guy. We would not like it, because that is not the character, you know. So will it be a diversity cast? Probably, but sometimes it seems like it's going better. Like He-Man, for example, is coming out, and of course some people have been getting their knickers in a twist about having he, him in the trailer as his pronouns. Who cares? But yeah, I mean, some people are still making jokes about that kind of thing. We're supposed to be getting a new Scary movie as well, I think, and I'm hoping that will be a bit more risque. And we had recently Fackham Hall as well, which I've heard mixed things in terms of how funny it actually is with Jimmy Carr. So people are still trying to make movies that are less worried about offending people, but yeah, I've lost a lot of interest in cinema recently. And I missed some of what you said then. I noticed you were talking about something since December, but I missed the rest as it went. 3 more laps before we pitch. Yeah, if it's a good script. I mean even then, it does depend to me. Because not even, let's say it were Idris Elba, for example, as Bond. For one thing, he's already too old, really. Daniel Craig was already too old, and he just about was okay enough. Like, he wasn't too old. Idris Elba's already too old. At this point, Henry Cavill would be great, but even he's kind of getting a bit close, because you've got to think about it from a series perspective. But the issue that many of us have, completely justifiably, is not so much whether or not it's, for example, a black dude playing Bond. The problem is that the same people who complain about having an issue with that, because that's not the character, are the same people who wouldn't bat an eye if it were the other way around. And I just don't like hypocrites, you know. If you're going to apply a rule, apply it both ways. There have been great recasts, sometimes male to female. I can't think of any female to male, but I'm sure it's happened as well. Certainly different races being cast, that's worked out fantastically. But there's a difference. Bugatti 37. Do you mean this year's Christmas update for the Bugatti? I really do hope. The remake. I don't think I've seen that. I never actually watched the He-Man cartoon, to be honest. I'm not like a fan of it, but it's on the mind of a lot of channels that I do like to watch, like movie news channels and stuff. But yeah, I really hope the Bugatti comes this year. It'd be great if it does. I'd love to have it. I probably won't use it a huge amount, but it's one of the cars which is really the standout to me of the 30 that's officially left. But even if you look at this update, for example, having those 30 cars officially doesn't mean that much in the grand scheme of things, because last year, when I looked back, I think we only had something like 10 or less cars from the data mining added. All the rest were new. Yeah, I mean, Harry Potter is another prime example. And I'm actually kind of looking forward to it because, again, I'm actually not a Harry Potter fan. But I kind of love the fact that they've recast Snape as a black dude, because they've shot themselves in the foot. Because there are certain scenes which, now that it's a black guy, are going to play out very differently in Harry Potter. For example, when it was Alan Rickman, and the flashbacks, as whatever other actor it was when he was younger, they hang him from a tree. And now that it's going to be a black actor, that scene is going to be very different, as well as a few others. So maybe they did it for that reason, but kind of shooting themselves in the foot there, at least if you're trying to make an accurate version of the book. But of course they're not. You know, everything's got to have a message these days. You can't just make a good movie anymore, apparently. And the only movies that aren't concerned with a message tend to be like the really over-the-top stuff, like The Meg or Fast and Furious. Those kind of films that are just so stupid that people wouldn't want a message associated with them because nobody would take it seriously. Or I guess I should say less seriously. I've got a couple of movies I'd love to make, and the movies I'd like to make are just basically adaptations of my books. And the great thing about mine is if a studio ever wanted to back my books, they wouldn't be expensive to make. They're all indie horror, and horror's like one of the few things that's actually doing super well these days, like good horror and being successful. Yeah, so exactly, they've changed things back and forth all over the place, so it can work. But yeah, like I said, it's going to be interesting to see how that story pans out now. And from what I hear, I think the audiobook is supposed to be very good. I haven't listened to it, but I hear good things. I do listen to audiobooks, but Harry Potter isn't one of them. I tend to try and catch up on books that I should have already read, but just hadn't got around to yet. So like a few years ago, I listened to the audiobook of 1984 by George Orwell and Animal Farm, basically back to back. And I tell you what, if you're in Britain, read those books. So you're the animated route. Funny you should say that, actually. I do have an idea for an animated movie, which I know for a fact, if it were made in the way that I have in mind, as like a Pixar movie, it would kill. It would destroy most of the other, if not all, of the other Pixar stuff that's been coming out. I mean, name the last good Pixar movie. Or name the best one. Chances are, probably ain't recent. It's probably, you know, Monsters Inc., Cars, whatever else from that kind of time period. There might be some now, but I don't really hear people having the same kind of love. The last one would have been, what, maybe Inside Out? That was one of the more recent ones. But yeah, I'm not going to say anything, obviously, about the one that I have in mind. But yeah, I know that the one I have in mind would do really well. But yeah, my other ones, they'd be pretty easy to make. And part of the reason why they'd be easy to make is because when I... yeah, exactly, Toy Story, Finding Nemo. I had Nemo in my mind, actually, and then didn't say it for some reason. I was imagining little fish. When I write, because I write novellas, one of the two key things, if you are in any way talented at writing, if you're growing up and thinking about getting into writing, two pieces of advice I would give you. As early as you can, to stop yourself from burning out. Did I just miss the pit? No, I didn't. Two things. Number one, try and figure out as early as you can what kind of writer you are, because it will stop you from wasting your own time and from burning out. So for me, for example, the biggest thing to learn about myself was that the kinds of stories that I want to tell don't need to be long. So I'm a novella writer. I write stories that take like an hour, and that's great because then that's easy to turn into a movie. And I don't like filler, so my stories don't have filler. Second thing, and this was massively important to me, I've loved writing since I was a kid, but the problem I always had was the same. I'd have an idea of how to open the book, I'd know what I wanted to happen at the end, but then I wouldn't know the middle, and then I'd get so caught up trying to kind of meander my way through the middle that it would never get finished, And the first time I ever finished a book, which is my first novella, Buddy, the reason why that got finished is because I sat down and planned out the bullet points of every major plot point that I needed to happen. And then when I started writing, I just connected those dots with whatever necessary wording in between, and that was the key. Does this car have the best fuel efficiency? I don't know. It doesn't seem to. Because at the start of the race, the other guy, I believe, is in the long-tail McLaren, and he seemed to last maybe a lap or two better. Based on a not-so-known book series mentioned out by Alfred Hitchcock. I don't know what that's in reference to, mate, but I'm a fan of Hitchcock stuff. Birds is great. Psycho, obviously. One of my favourites was... what is it now? Not Rear Window. That's great as well. Tip on my tongue. Vertigo. I remember when I first watched Vertigo, I think I was a teenager, and I found it so sad. So sad. I won't spoil it, obviously, but watch Vertigo. When he used to have Jimmy Stewart in his movies, and I'm dogging it, that's exactly what I'm going to do. One of my favourite voices in cinema. Toyota GT1, yeah, exactly, the Toyota, I love the Toyota. But that's the thing, V1. You don't have to read a book. Look at what I do, for example. I listen to them on YouTube, and then you can speed up if you need to. And I'm glad I did get through 1984 and Animal Farm. If you're only going to take one piece of advice from all of today, read 1984. It was written in the 1940s, and it's happening today. Stuff like thought crime. Stuff like being told by the government what you can and can't say. Stuff like people coming to your door and asking if you've been nasty online. Of course, there was no online then, but the equivalent. Yeah, the GT1 just... I think part of why I love it as well is because the GT1, at least for those of us who came up playing Gran Turismo, because of how recontextualized the performance has become over time, and how, you know, that used to be like the speed demon, the GT1 feels so weird that it's not OP anymore. Like, it kind of is. It feels like a little bit too good for Group 2, but not quite good enough to justify being in Group 1, which is how it should be, really. But that's such a strange feeling. And that's kind of what I mean about the Minolta coming back, the 88 CV, because it would have nowhere near the power. It's not going to be a 1200 horsepower car anymore. It would be basically the same as the R92 CP and the Sauber. It would still be awesome, but what do I think of Gundam? I have very little knowledge or experience with it. I think there are shows, aren't there? Was it an animated show, like Transformers type thing, I think? But no, never got into it. It was never really a part of my childhood. Transformers definitely were. Didn't watch the show, but I love the toys. And I tell you what, two toy series which I really, really liked. And this might open up a memory for some of you. Bit of a deep cut, so probably few, but I preferred Beast Wars over Transformers. I remember when I was a kid, I wanted... the Escudo is, I guess, more realistic, but the chronic turbo lag on that thing. And even the Chaparral, you could say that the 2J is not as OP, really. It's still OP, but not like it used to be. And on that point, I think a lot of people would probably be disappointed if the Toyota 7 came back, because it's crazy, but I don't know. Nah, you're not, mate, but I'm glad you're here, having fun. That's the whole point of entertainment. Get away from the realities of life for a bit. Gumball? I don't even know what the second one is. Is Gubdan... Is that like... It's going to be racist, but hey, my ex was Indian, so... that sounds like an Indian version of like the Gumball Rally. They're like racing through New Delhi or something instead. I don't know what that is. What was I talking about? I can't remember now. Oh well. Oh yes, Gundam. I remember as a kid I was in I think it was what used to be called Safeway. Here in the UK, it's called Morrison's now. And they had Beast Wars characters, and I remember I could not decide which one I wanted. There were two that I really wanted. There was a rhino beetle with like the horn, and there was like a little monkey where his arms split in two and becomes like a four-armed monkey. So that's like a core childhood memory. And the other one, this is the one that I'm talking about being a deep cut reference. There was a book series. I don't think there was ever a TV show, but maybe there was. Yeah, I remember Street Sharks. I only ever had one, but I'm surprised, to be honest, that Street Sharks weren't a bigger part of my childhood, because I've always loved like monsters and evil looking things and like big teeth. And I remember once when I was a kid, I drew a friend of my dad's a picture because I knew he liked dragons, and I think I was about 8 at the time, and I drew this picture of a dragon. And I remember the friend said to my dad, like, Mike drew this picture of dragons, but he's drawn it like ripping people to pieces and, and stuff. And I think he was a bit concerned about me, but yeah, so I'm amazed that I wasn't more into Street Sharks, because I love the look of them. They look so cool, especially like the hammerhead and stuff like that. They look awesome. But yeah, the other deep cut that I was going to say is, and this might unlock a memory for you, Animorphs. Who remembers them? Like the inbred cousin of Transformers. And there were very few of them, and it was all like teen stories, and they could each turn into a different animal. And there was like a girl who could turn into a lion. I guess that was pretty woke for its time. There was a guy who could turn into a gorilla. I don't recall the race of the guy, so that might have been risque, but I can't remember now. There were a whole bunch of animals, and I remember my favourite one, I never had the toy of it, but I really wanted the toy, was the villain. The villain was like, it was an alien, but he was like an alien scorpion. But yeah, loved Animorphs as a kid. There was a falcon dude. But yeah, never got into Gundam, never got into Street Sharks, and believe it or not, never really got into TMNT either. Ninja Turtles. Never really did it for me. Which I know is sacrilegious to say, but yeah, I tell you what I was though, I was a Spider-Man kid. I loved the Spider-Man toys. Spider-Man, love the Spider-Man cartoon. I was always more of a Spider-Man series kid than a Batman series kid. I love Batman, don't get me wrong, but I don't recall really watching any of the Batman, whereas I loved the animated Spider-Man series. Venom, and that weird episode where the villains were like, they were people, but they were like in that big wheel driving around. Weird stuff. Morbius, back when it was actual Morbin time. Memories. Cool. And I remember when, because, excuse me, I've also never really been a Star Trek or a Star Wars kid, or to be honest, really a Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings kid. I wasn't really into any of those. But out of the four, I do recall when Phantom Menace came out, I remember that my parents used to occasionally surprise me with one of the play sets from Star Wars The Phantom Menace. There was like a little desert play set with like a pod racer and stuff. And I used to love the toys, but the movies I was never that bothered by. I remember my favourite thing as a kid about that was I loved those destroyer droids that roll around and then turn into the spiders and have the guns under their arms. They're so sick, especially because I loved spiders. When I was a baby, I was obsessed with JCBs, like diggers and trucks and stuff like that. My poor dad, I used to say to him, like, tell me another bedtime story about a JCB. And he'd have to try and figure out a story about a machine. And then as I grew up, I went away from stuff like that and got obsessed with spiders. Just knew everything you didn't need to know about spiders. Still love spiders, but not to that degree. And then got back into cars again. And the rest is history there. Always loved bikes, but not to the same degree. Yeah. It's funny, for how different many of us feel that we are, it is kind of funny how many shared experiences we end up having. Keeping game console boxes. I mean, Yeah, I can get why they don't, because like for me, for example, I'm playing this on the digital PS5 because that's just what I bought at the time, because when I bought this there was that PS5 shortage. So yeah, I love having a box. I also, who else misses not having a booklet anymore? That used to be kind of cool. Yeah, fighting games, I never played those a huge amount, but they've definitely kind of dropped off. You've got basically one now, really, isn't it? Like Mortal Kombat. What else really is there? I guess there's probably still Street Fighter and other stuff, but I don't really hear people talk about them. The one fighting game I remember playing as a kid was around a friend's house, and he had a series, no, he had a game, I can't remember which one it was, called Bloody War, which was like one of those thousands and thousands of Mortal Kombat clones, but with, again, characters that could turn into animals. Do I watch UFC? No, I don't. I know some of the people in that space by name or face, but no, I don't watch any of that. Not opposed to it, but I don't really watch any kind of sport, and I don't even watch any kind of motorsport, funnily enough. I find that I'm either too busy or just not really interested. I thought about getting into combat stuff myself. I was going to try and get into boxing. I did a few lessons, but ironically the problem that I realised was I could do it. As it turns out, I started to be quite good at it, but I realised that I don't have enough competitive drive to want to hurt the other person. And I know that professionally that's not how you are anyway. They do tend to respect each other, but I don't know, for me I feel like I'd always be holding back, which you can't do. It's on in 10 hours. And yeah, I won't be watching it. I don't have Paramount Plus anyway. I'm guessing that it's on Paramount. But yeah, you've got to kind of view your opponent as an enemy, at least for that amount of time. And don't get me wrong, for the right person, I can absolutely go into that. But that's more like a real life scenario, you know, like in the street, not in a ring. And in the ring, I don't dislike the other person enough to want to beat them down and beat them. It just doesn't mean enough to me. So I was like, what am I really doing this for? You know, it's good to keep fit, of course, but there's loads of ways of keeping fit. So I thought, well, I'm kind of wasting my own time if I'm not going to end up doing this. And another thing which I would kind of really like to try, I did try and reach out to one of the local training places, but nothing really came of it. It seems very, very under-supported. Is, as stupid as it sounds, arm wrestling. I kind of wanted to try that because it's just kind of a bit of silly fun. I know saying that to the people who take it seriously is probably annoying, but yeah, I feel like I wanted to try that. I feel like that could be fun. I don't think I'll ever go in for something like slap fighting. Slap fighting, I like my face too much as it is. I think for slap fighting, I don't have my face spun around the back like some of those people do. And yeah, somebody just mentioned, same chap I believe, about grappling. I remember when I was a kid, my dad said that I probably there was a TV series, Mortal Kombat. Yeah, I never played it much, barely, if at all. I know of the movies, you know, like horrific Annihilation and stuff like that, but cool characters, and obviously, like everyone, I've watched the compilations of the fatalities and stuff like that, but beyond that, I don't really have any interest. But I remember my old man when I was young saying that I should probably, or that I at least would probably be quite good if I did something like judo, which again is, you know, more kind of grappling based as I understand it, where you're using your opponent's weight against them, that kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, that kind of thing, I'm not opposed to it, but I don't know. I'm also a major procrastinator. And yeah, jiu-jitsu is also, as I understand it, that is like ground-based, isn't it, as well? You're like grappling, using, I think, like using someone's weight against them to some degree, maybe not quite as much as judo. But yeah, it's cool. I feel like it's good to know at least one of those. I think my mentality and my build has always been a bit more like my dad, which is that neither myself or my dad are formally trained in any form of fighting. I am trained in some degree kind of in an anti-fighting kind of way, because I used to be a bouncer, so security trained. So obviously you're taught to disarm and take people out, basically in that kind of mode, get them to the ground and immobilise them, but not in a competitive kind of way.
and I feel like I said, me and my dad are not trained for combat. We're more of like a street kind of build, like more like, well, like a street fighter kind of thing, more of a brawler, you know, just more of a fight out of necessity kind of thing rather than for fun. And like my dad's thing, which I'm pretty sure I've inherited from him, is he wouldn't stay down. Like, no matter how many times people would hit him, he'd just keep getting back up again. He's kind of like Rocky in that sort of way. Like, protect your face! But, yeah. It's a good thing to inherit, though. Because, to be fair, the only time in my life I've ever been knocked out was by a car. And I feel like that kind of passes the test, you know. I will be doing Le Mans as well. I don't know when that will be, Redneck, but I will be doing that. I'll be doing the 24 Le Mans, and then the last one, episode 22, will be the Nürburgring 24, because it feels appropriate to kind of end on the Nürburgring. I would have said this coming Saturday, but hopefully I'm going to look at this vehicle, so it won't be. So maybe the following Saturday, and we'll have to see, but maybe the Saturday after that. Or, as I said earlier on, probably the Friday night, technically, but most of the race will be Saturday. Seen a photo last day. I don't know what you mean, Redneck. A photo. I don't know what you mean. Do you mean like a photo of the ending of the race or something? But yeah, I'll be doing the 24-hour races all in one go. I don't want to pause them or anything. I want to just, you know, do it all. Yeah. Funnily enough, speaking about combat and all that, patience is a lot of it, I guess. But yeah, I've always liked a nice endurance race. The only thing is, like I said earlier on, I prefer endurance races on a longer track. So, like, the longer the circuit, the better. If I could be doing this on, like, Sierra, oh, I'd love it. Because when you've got like a 10-minute lap, I just feel like the time flies by so much quicker because the scenery is so different, you know? Whereas when it's a lap that only takes a minute and a half, 2 minutes, it's like around and around and around. And this race is going a lot quicker for me. I mean, we're over halfway done, which is kind of crazy, because what does it feel like I've been racing for? I'm sure for you in the audience it feels a lot longer if you've been here for a while, but for me, because I've been talking to you all, it feels like... I'd say it feels like I've been racing for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. So again, half, I guess. Half of what it actually is. Somebody just said about jiu-jitsu needing patience. As I understand it, I don't watch him as much recently, but I have watched quite a bit of Joe Rogan's interviews in the past. But obviously he's a massive proponent of jiu-jitsu. As I understand it, isn't jiu-jitsu something which you are never technically finished at? Like, there's always new stuff to learn. And anyone who says that they're, like, done with it is basically an idiot. Smell the testosterone in the morning coffee. Yeah, the way we're going these days in the world, testosterone will be a Class A drug pretty soon. Got to get it out of the system. Imagine if we had a representation of the, and some of you might not be familiar with this, we all know about the Nürburgring 24-hour race, but back in, I think it was, and I have spoken about this before, but back in, I think it was the 70s, and I want to say maybe some of the early 80s, but that could be wrong. I think they only did it about 10, 12 times. There was actually a far longer race at the Nürburgring called the 84-hour marathon. Imagine that in the power pack. I think even I would be pausing that one, because, yeah, not a chance. And obviously the thing is as well, for 24-hour races, it isn't one driver doing the whole 24-hour races. So, obviously I'm not saying that the game is anywhere close to that kind of challenge. Of course, it's infinitesimal compared to it. But the 84-hour marathon, you've got to have a lot of drivers They must have a lot of drivers, or at the very least have like 3 or 4 sets of excuse me, drivers who are swapping out quite often to do that kind of distance. It's also a bit of a weird number, because I'm trying to think. 84 hours. Does that work out into days? I'm trying to think now. I'm having a bit of a dum-dum moment. 24, 48, 72. Interesting. So it's like, it's almost like a 3.5 day race, which is very odd. Like, why not just have 4 days or 3? But, I don't know. The only downside, obviously, to my kind of endurance with a super long lap is that if you do make a mistake, you know, choose the wrong tyres, for example, which I'll have to keep an eye on that at the Nürburgring. It's such a long time before we get back to the pits again that any mistake, and to some degree Le Mans as well, any mistake you make, you've got to live with that mistake for a while before you get a chance to improve it. Interesting, so Serrano has gone for softs again, which it did look like he was making up a little bit of time, so that doesn't surprise me. It also doesn't really matter because I'm still over 40 seconds, so that's good. If I tighten up my driving a little bit, I should be fine. But yeah, not concerned. Cool, steady on. Had a bit of a Gran Turismo 3 moment. Oh, and speaking of older cars coming back, which will be incredibly nerfed, imagine if a wing like that. Yeah, I see a few cars like that in car meets these days in the UK. Yeah. Big old wings on cars that really don't need it. But hey, yeah. If I do end up getting this car next weekend, I'll be one to talk, saying stuff like that, because the car I'm looking at is absolutely ridiculous. Like, quite deliberately ridiculous. It will be, if I buy it, it will be the most Need for Speed Underground 2 thing I have ever bought. And as soon as you see it, you'll understand why. What was I saying before again? I think it was something about endurance racing. I can't remember what I was saying now. Oh yeah, I was saying that a vehicle that would come back and be insanely nerfed, ironically, accurately, because it was never as powerful as it used to be, the Gillett Vertigo. If the Vertigo comes back, that thing is going to be no way near the power that it used to have. That was like a 900 horsepower car for no apparent reason. I don't know what the actual racing version had, probably 5, 6 at the most, which is still great, but hardly the same. And what would that be? It'd probably be a Group 3 car, I'd imagine. Probably. Yeah. Big great Trav. I mean, for me, obviously, now that the Espace is back, the car I'm championing the most is to see Panos return. The GTR1 would be lovely to have in Group 2, especially if they get the weight right this time. And further to that point, I feel like this one... Actually, I don't know. Would it be Group 2 or would it be Group 3? The Lister Storm. Because if... I guess it should be Group 2. Because if... Oh, actually, no, I don't know. I don't know. How are they going to do a Lister Storm? Because I was going to say it should be Group 2, because it's more of a GT1 style. And if they get the weight right, it should be about 300 kilos lighter. But the McLaren F1 GTR is GT1 style, and it's still in Group 3. Even though it's in this race. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like the Lister Storm should be in Group 3. It would make more sense, and probably be more useful in Group 3. But, yeah. That'd be an interesting one to see. And obviously, it'd be awesome to see like a TVR Speed 12 in racing trim, or, for me, another super deep cut reference, a Marcos Mantis race car. Again, the kind of thing you'd see in one of the old TOCA games. That'd be so cool. Ripping up Group 3 in a Marcos Mantis. Basically Britain's Dodge Viper, pretty much, from a visual perspective at least. And I need to pit. Do I need to pit? Do I need to... No. Ooh, that was close. Thankfully, I looked down at my fuel and I was like, 11 laps? Yeah. Too early. Panos are one of my favourites. Yeah, love it. I would always pick the Panos as I got older, because not only is it a bit more of a challenge, but over time I just love the car more and more. But yeah, it's definitely more of a challenge. Partially because they made it weigh far too much. And I can't recall again what the other comment was that somebody else had put. Another cool Group 2, I don't see this happening. Is the CLK good? I would say so, yeah. I think, I might have said this in the review for it when it was added. I would describe the CLK, as far as Group 2 cars go, as being one of the most beginner-friendly. It's just a solid all-rounder. It feels very smooth, it doesn't really surprise you with anything. Basically exactly how it used to be, and like I said way earlier on in the video, it feels basically like a touring car. Imagine like a CLK DTM, but squashed. That's basically exactly what this feels like. It's way more predictable. It almost feels like the engine is a bit closer to the front in a weird kind of way, which is kind of good. The McLaren is a little bit more twitchy. The long tail is still very, very good, but I'm just more of a Merc fan, so if I'm going to drive a car for 8 hours, I'd just prefer it be a car that I want to look at, you know, like this one. And then you've got the short tail McLaren, which is fine, but never really been a fan of that one. But yeah, another car I was going to say about Group 2 even. Imagine if we had the Lotus Elise GT1 back. That'd be a hell of a thing in Group 2. In the old yellow and black. Awesome looking car. Is it hard to get the Delta? Well, I mean, I don't have one. I don't have one in Horizon 5. So I guess, kind of, yeah. The thing about the Delta S4 is that so far, I haven't had the opportunity to get it, because I make sure that I get all of the vehicles from the seasonals. Every time a vehicle comes up, I make sure that I win them, because if you don't win it, you've got to wait like at least a year to see the car again, or you've got to pay stupid money in the auction house, and sometimes you'll never see a vehicle for sale in the auction house like that. So, yeah, I don't know. Get it while you can, I guess. I don't have one yet, but it hasn't come up. What's that car in the... Can't tell what you said after that. What's that car in front? Or what's that car in something? I'm guessing you're asking about a thumbnail, maybe? But you'll have to retype the last part of that. Behind me? What is that car behind me? I didn't notice. I'm guessing it was a McLaren, but I didn't actually notice what it was. Oh, it's a 911. Porsche 911 GT1. Kind of like the Dodge Viper, where they've taken the road version and just tarted it up to look like a race car. That's another car which, oh man, that'd be so nice in Group 2. The 911 GT1 98 with the exposed back end. Yeah, that'd be awesome in Group 2. And it would make sense. In fact, in a funny kind of way, I would say that Group 2 is actually one of the most fertile grounds in Gran Turismo to add some incredible cars and actually get use out of them. Because I feel like I actually find, and this is crazy to say because I've never felt this way before in GT Sport or 7, before at least a few of the recent ones were added, I never had much interest in Group 2 until they started bringing back stuff like these. And now I think I actually prefer them to Group 1s. Even though I love stuff like the R92CP, I kind of find Group 2 racing more fun. And there's so many good ones. The Panors, the R390, the Elise GT1, some of those will never happen, of course, but there's so much opportunity for some incredible cars and incredible racing, to the point where the GT500s almost feel like they shouldn't even be in there. I already kind of feel that way anyway. But, yeah, it's such fertile ground. And if you really wanted to push it, you could probably go for some rarer stuff, which I don't think they ever would. So, for example, you could probably make an argument for bringing back like the Vector M12 race car. I'm pretty sure that was... Oh, actually, no. Maybe not. I think that was a GT2 car. So that would probably be Group 3, actually. And also, on that point of Vector, for my GT2 fans, I recently saw some news. I believe a museum, I think it is in the States, has recently acquired, I believe, something like 4 or 5 original Vector cars, including the decommissioned GT2 race car, which doesn't even have a wing on at the moment. they've got a couple of the concepts, and they're going to recommission and restore all of those Vector models and have them in their collection, which will be awesome. I always love to see stuff like that when cars get saved. It sucked so bad when Nissan destroyed a couple of their cars. I think the Delta Wing was destroyed. Maybe I'm remembering that wrong. Obviously they destroyed at least one of the front-wheel drive Nismo LMs, which sucks. I love that car. I always hate it when stuff like that happens. Just because the car didn't win, it's still a part of your brand's history. And in my opinion, failure or not, the Nismo is something to be proud of, because they dared to be different. They tried something radically different, and, you know, they got it to Le Mans, they tried. The only real reason why the car didn't do well enough is because the boost system didn't work properly. And now in Gran Turismo we can drive it with that actual functioning system. It's a flawed idea, pardon me, always will be, but still very cool, very, very cool. I think of the Nismo as being like a spiritual successor to the Panos in a funny kind of way. A front-wheel drive, or front engine, I should say, Pioneer. As I was saying earlier on, it'd be cool, the idea of having a Mercedes CLR in the game, that even more extreme later evolution, essentially, of this kind of idea, the one that took off at Le Mans. But the problem with that is, you already know it's not fast enough for Group 1, so it would end up in Group 2, which would kind of be a bit pointless. It would be a better rival for the Toyota, but I don't see that ever happening. It's just one of those cars that kind of never pops up in games, really, aside from maybe like a PS1 version of Le Mans 24 Hour or something like that, which is a shame. And another car I'd love to see back, in fact this is a brand I'd love to see return, and I know plenty of you would as well, Bentley. I think Gran Turismo is in such a prime position to bring Bentley back, and even if you didn't bring back many of them, if you just brought back basically 2 Bentleys, you could have an entire roster immediately filled. If you just brought back the Continental in its, let's say, newest form, well, now you could have the 4-litre V8 road version, if you wanted to, and then you could have a Group 4 variant. You can already see what that would look like. Little wing, stripped out. You could have easily, of course, a Group 3 version, especially if you went for the older shape and had the actual Bentley GT3 car. And then, for the other model, I mean, speaking of the Continental, I would adore to see a Group B rally variant of that, with that big pumped up wide body. That would look insane. But even if you didn't, you've then got Group 1, and we all know what I'm going to say there, because the Bentley Speed 8 is such a massive fan favourite. It was already a premium, beloved car. Yeah, that'd be fantastic in Group 1. But for some reason, at least so far, they seem a bit averse to the early LMP 900s and kind of the early days of LMP1. I don't really know why. They seem to have kind of skipped over that. We've got a couple of the later ones, like the Peugeot 908, but even then, not many. They took away the Audi R10, sucks. Got the R18, which is fine, I guess. 908 I love, but yeah, the R8. I mean, look at the Audi R8. Talk about a dominating force. Very few cars have won Le Mans as many times as the Audi R8 platform, and the Bentley is part of the same platform, of course, so even that's like an extension of it. But yeah, for whatever reason, they don't really seem to want to do it. And for me, at least 2 of my favourite Le Mans cars of all time come from that era. The Cadillac LMP, which I absolutely adore. I've got a model of it right here next to me on the window. Not really successful. In fact, 3 actually. The Panos LMP01, which is kind of an open-top version of the GTR1, but even faster. Of course, that was in Forza. And the final one also used to be in Forza, and I adore this car. It would be incredible to have it in Gran Turismo, and it would be a perfect Group 1 car. Yeah, I'd love to see the Minolta back. Mentioned the Minolta a few times, actually, in this video. A Group 1 Aston Martin in the form of the Lola. The Golf liveried Lola that used to be in Forza 4. The Aston Lola B09-60 with the 6-litre V12. Easily one of the coolest, best sounding, best looking modern LMP cars. Just awesome car. And it feels like one of the last supercar feeling prototypes, you know? At least before the current hypercar era. And I really do believe, I'd have to double check the finishing stats, but I seem to recall that if it weren't for the diesels, that would have won Le Mans. I seem to recall it being something like 3rd or 4th behind the Peugeot and or Audi diesels, I think. I could be remembering wrong, but I think the Aston was basically the best petrol thing there. That would be such a cool car to have. Just a screaming Aston V12 in Golf livery. Oh, awesome. Will we? I highly doubt it. I really don't get why they don't want the Audi R10 back though. That's a weird one. That's a very weird one to me. Especially when you've got the Peugeot in there. And the Peugeot's ended up in a funny kind of way, feeling kind of like the old Falcon V8 supercar. It's like there's nothing for it to go up against. The Peugeot feels like it's kind of alone. And obviously it can go up against the others, but it just feels very stuck. It's like in no man's land in the middle. Closest thing would be what? I guess the R18, sort of. Maybe the Nismo. That's about it. But not really. I can't see the last part of that message at the moment, mate, if you want to type it again. Something after the early 90s in, and then I can't see the actual car that you were saying. What car would I bring back in? I'm going to guess that you either said Gran Turismo or GT8. I would say, as of right now, I'd have to go for the panels. I'd love to see the panels back. Full HD for the first time, get the specs right. It would look incredible with other liveries. Put it in Group 2, it would be by far my go-to Group 2 option. Yeah. Plus, it's such an iconic car from Gran Turismo's past. And of course, being a huge panels fan myself, it would potentially allow the door to open for more panels models in future, but I don't really see that happening necessarily, unfortunately. Which is a shame, because Panels is an incredible brand. And for those that don't know, they made the Delta Wing, not Nissan. Nissan tried to steal it from them, but that was actually a Panels design. And I believe they were also, if not the first, I think they were the first, I believe the GTR1 was the first hybrid Le Mans car in 1998 or something like that, the GTR1 Sparky. I don't think it was very good, but it was the first to do it. Groundbreaking company. Not too much longer for another pit. I think I must have missed him pitting in because he's a minute and a half behind, so he must have. So that's all good. Oh, just broke into another... in fact, we've had a couple of 2-minute 12 laps, so not bad. Haven't quite beat my best yet, but... on a small note, just a little touch, there's one thing I'd change. Where it says the fastest lap, put the lap number next to it. Most of the time that wouldn't matter, but for stuff like endurance races, it'd be nice to know. Especially, you know, as they scroll past. Excuse me, and you can't see it anymore. It'd be nice to know what lap that was. And I know it tells you at the end, but you know what I mean. But like I say, it's only a small thing. It doesn't matter that much. "2:30 in the afternoon already. Crazy." I'm very curious as well to see how much you actually win for this race, because in Spa, spoiler alert if you haven't watched that, I came 4th and won, I think it was like 1.2 mil or something like that, which I was actually surprised. I thought it'd be less. So I'm curious to see what you win for this one, because it'll be 1st instead of 4th. That obviously is a massive difference, but also it's an 8-hour race instead of 6. So yeah, I'm going to predict, and I'm sure some of you already know, but I'm going to predict winning this gets me... I'm going to say 5 million. Let's see. I'm going to say 5 mil. Because if coming 4th in a shorter race gets you 1.2, usually the top 3 podiums are significantly higher than that, so I'll have to see. But I also feel like now that I'm saying 5, it's probably something even, more like 4 or 6. But I'm going to stick with 5. Ooh. Squeaky, squeaky. And here's another question for the next 24-hour race. Oh yeah, whoever asked about Mitsubishi, can you ask that again? Because I didn't answer that and I missed your question or comment. Something about Mitsubishi, that just reminded me. Should I turn on, because at the moment it's turned off, for the 24-hour races, should I turn on where it notifies of new people joining the stream? For, you know, to have a bit more going on the screen, or shall I leave it off? And I think while there are no questions or comments coming in for a bit, unless it's glitched again, I'll probably shut up for a bit. Let my voice box have a bit of a break. Four hours into the NURB. Yeah, I'm really curious. Because I remember in the old games, like GT4, the prize was never really that good, and it was more about like the car that you wanted at the end of the day. So yeah, I am curious to see. I could see it maybe being like 10 mil. Maybe. Have to see, I guess. And I would imagine that whatever it is for the Nürburgring should probably be the same for Le Mans, logically. Three and a half hours to go. $4G63 in the Cyborg. A 4G63? So an Evo motor. I'm not familiar with that one. I know obviously Evo, my Evo had that motor, and the Airtrek as well, which I've spoken about before, almost getting one, but that has it. Yeah, I wasn't aware others used that. So and yeah, I've always loved the GT2 version of the Tommy Cairo. I always thought it looked way cooler. It's way more aggressive. Looks great with the rear wing. But yeah, I believe that version was based, if I recall correctly, on like the sketches of the car, like the concept, rather than the actual built concept. But either way, yeah, it was an awesome looking car, and it was very Proton Satria. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, because Proton use quite a lot of Mitsubishi stuff, don't they? They actually did. I can't remember what it was called. but there was a particular Proton that I think it's the one that was based on the same platform as the old shape Evo, but it was a two-door coupe, and it was basically like a wide-body silver Proton Evo coupe rally thing. And I can't remember which one it was, but it's a badass looking thing. It almost looks like if Proton made a Subaru 22B equivalent. It's so cool looking. But yeah, there's quite a few hidden gems in that, especially from like the rally eras and rally variations of things. Like I also saw, speaking of the Tommy Kyra earlier on, I also saw for sale, again, far too expensive, a white, very clean looking Nissan Micra Super Turbo for sale, which of course was also in GT2. Super boxy little, the old school one with a supercharger and a turbo. Not the quickest thing around, but so cool. I love stuff like that. One of my favourite cars from the Group B era tends to be the one that most people don't even talk about for some reason, the Nissan. I don't think it was that great, but the 240 RS. It was rear-wheel drive, which isn't the best idea. Probably would have been a lot better if it was 4, but I just always thought that was such a cool-looking car. Like, it looks much more aggressive than something like an Audi Quattro. Not quite quick enough for my taste back in the older days of GT, but really cool car. Definitely my favourite Silvia. I'm not a huge Silvia guy, but that's a very cool car. And it's time to pit. And also time to grab a fresh drink. And some noodles. Yeah, the Lotus version, yeah. Bowl number 2! Do I have repair? I don't think there's damage. I don't think there's any damage in the race, so if that's what you mean. Ooh. Or at least, yeah, I don't think there's any damage. I haven't noticed any in any of the races so far. Cool. So, I mean, at this point, we're well ahead. Not far off lapping him, actually. yeah, me too. It's nice to actually have a break. I've only had to pause once so far, because I really needed a drink on the home straight, and I just timed it wrong. I was too close to the corner. Import anything after too. Yeah, I mean, to that point, Bilge, I still remember my old man used to be a window cleaner, and on one of his routes there was this pub, and the owner of the pub, I think it was the owner, had a Supra, an A80 Supra, and it was in like that kind of bluish silver that some people painted them in back then. I don't know if it was a reference to something, and it had like the ugly, swirly, juiced style body kit, stupid rear wing, ugly like 5-spoke chrome wheels. Tyres were flat, it was slammed on the ground, not intentionally, and it was just sitting there rotting basically. And I remember at the time, when you'd look in car magazines, because this was in the probably mid-2000s, you could buy one of them for like 5-10 grand. And now, forget it. Forget it now. Everything people want. But here's a top tip as well. And this is a special top tip for people who watch like 4 hours into this random video. If you are going to try and get yourself a deal, there are still definitely cars out there where you can get a deal. Not in all countries necessarily, I know some places they're all expensive, but to use the UK as an example, take the car that I drive. You would think on paper the idea of buying a Lincoln Navigator, which was a $55,000 luxury SUV, doesn't sound like it would be that affordable of an option, or even necessarily that good of an option. But the reality is, if you try to find an equivalent spec of Range Rover to mine, you'd have to go probably 5 years newer and spend double. And even then, you're getting a 4.2 V8, which is the closest thing to it, whereas the Lincoln's a 5.4. So if you just want the bragging rights, obviously, the Lincoln beats it. On fuel economy, I average 17-ish to the gallon. I worked out the other day I'm getting 22, 23 on the motorway, which for a 3-ton American car, not bad. It might be the Proton perk. The name doesn't ring a bell, but it could be. I'm not sure. I know I've got a picture of it for a potential future Unsung Heroes episode, but yeah, I can't recall the name. I know it was a coupe, and it was based on like the old Mitsubishi Evo 1 kind of shape. But it was a silver coupe in full rally trim, but with no livery. So it had like the body kit, rear wing, etc. Fantastic looking thing. But I think it was just a concept or a prototype or something like that. I don't know if they ever actually rallied it. Kind of gave me Seat Toledo vibes, you know, from the 90s when they used to race that. Another very, very cool car. It always sucked so much back then that the road-going versions of these awesome cars were never anywhere near as cool. Some of them were, but it was always from the same brands like Mitsubishi and Subaru. In my opinion, one of the coolest missed opportunities would have been, imagine if we'd have gotten a road-homologated version of what used to be in Gran Turismo, Hyundai Accent rally car, the silver, green and red. I always thought that is such a good looking car in rally form. It's a fantastic looking shape, kind of like the Corolla as well, the old Castrol Corolla. It's such a cool looking car. And then you see the road version and it's like, oh. And obviously the Hyundai is far worse because at least the Corolla's just, you know, you don't buy a Corolla for excitement. Whereas with the Hyundai, it's like, this is a coupe and it's still not desirable. Drink time! I am definitely going to need a pee break at some point, but at least it won't be for too long. So still 50 seconds ahead, good stuff. He's still insisting on using his soft tyres. I'd only just noticed that the weather seems quite nice at the moment, so let's have a quick look at the map. Yeah, not bad. Oh, I do need to keep an eye on that. Wind is still 3 east, so that should be coming this direction, but we'll have to see. If it's still just staying grey, then yeah, that'll be fine. But I kind of hope, I'm hoping for two things in this race, and I've noticed that the clock up there is now reading 5, so maybe not. I was hoping that we get the chance for night time. I don't think that's going to happen. I hope so, but I don't think it will. I feel like they're kind of holding that off for the 24-hour events. And the other thing I'm kind of hoping for, to be honest, is rain. I am kind of hoping for rain. I hope it absolutely tips it down with rain, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many laps I do. It's time-based, so I feel like I'll gain even more ground over the AI, and it looks fun. You know, it's a bit more of a different challenge. So I do hope that the rain happens, but again, to go back to the map, that's ages away. I mean, it took us like, what, 2-3 hours or something to get out of the first grey patch, so I don't know. I think I'll probably be totally fine for weather. Whoa! Shouldn't have gone for the undertake. Oh no, it's the third place. If only that mattered. Bit of excitement for the race, I guess. Makes the car look a bit more visually bashed up. Yeah, exactly. Oops. Meanwhile, if that was real life, we'd have had a reenactment of what Mercedes did at Le Mans. Steady on, McLaren. Come on now. That was wider than I wanted. Yeah, I really do wish I'd have live streamed the Suzuka one now. Would have been more fun. Excuse me, and he's pitted in. Maybe I just haven't noticed because I was talking the other times, but that seems like closer succession to when I did than usual. Probably not though. Yeah. Well, speaking of that, it used to be. That was in Gran Turismo 2. I believe, I don't think I'm mistaken, I'm pretty sure the GTIR did used to be in GT2. I think part of the reason, you know, why people love the GR Yaris, to some degree the GR Corolla, but I don't see as much love for that as the Yaris. I think people really do love that, not even because it's such a genuinely good car. I honestly believe if it was less special, people would still love it, because it's such a throwback to that era of cars where they didn't really feel necessary, but they were some of the coolest cars on the road, from like DTM, Group B, you know, all of these kind of homologation style cars, even some which weren't homologations, like the Subaru 22B. They were just such effortlessly cool cars, and the Yaris really feels like that. 12 grand. I didn't notice what you said. Oh, do you mean the GTIR? Yeah, I'm not sure if this is true for New Zealand. I've heard from Aussies in the past. I don't know if it's the same for you guys. I would imagine so. Don't you pay quite a hefty premium on a lot of cars? And don't you have like a pretty hefty tax on them as well, or something like that? I seem to recall somebody telling me that. Like some cars that you'd otherwise really love over there are just too expensive to justify having. But I could be misremembering. I feel like I'm getting lower in the camera. I need to set up right. Putra. Could be Putra, I don't know. I can't remember if ProDrive was involved or not. If I have a chance, I probably won't have a chance. If I have a chance in the next pit, I might have a look on Google, but I don't think I'll have long enough because I'll be chowing down and slurping on Monster. So, but yeah, if I remember, I might look it up after we finish the race. Oh, cool. And then even in the States, they have like their own weird things, don't they? Like the car's got to be, what is it, 30 years old or something like that before they can have it. So now you've got all these influx of JDM cars over there. I've always been surprised that Americans don't love, more than they do, TVRs. Because if you think about it, it doesn't get much more American than that. It's basically a Shelby Cobra, pretty much. Yeah, I've never really been around a Proton. Excuse me. The only Protons I ever really see now on the road, and I think it's because they were always kind of weird, so people keep them, and they're always yellow, is the Jumbuck. I think it's the Jumbuck that I'm thinking of, the little truck with the roll bars on the top. Kind of like Skoda did one as well. Oh, actually, no, that's the yellow one I'm thinking of. The Skoda pickup that's all yellow. It's got like yellow plastic on the front as well. There's like this weird era of strange little pickup truck. Almost like mini utes in a weird kind of way, like the British version of utes. I don't recall them being that successful though, so I don't really know why they made them. I guess they were just testing the waters, but there's a lot of cars like that. You know, looking back now at those weird cars from the Chrysler Group, like the PT Cruiser, the Prowler, the HHR, the SSR. I like the idea, like old meets new, but they were some weird looking cars. They always go like too plastic and too puffy looking. They never quite get it down on that classic meets modern style. It's yet another reason why I genuinely love, in my opinion, it is my single favourite modern Jag to drive. And I've reviewed loads of Jags on the channel, so it's got some pretty good rivals. the X350 and the X358 Jag XJ. Basically the last two old man's Jags, like aluminium body, 4.2 modern supercharged V8, and it's like they ended around 2009, I think it was, somewhere around there, and they are literally the best of both worlds. They feel classic in all of the right ways: upright dash, old-fashioned door handles, satisfying weight and clunk of the doors, and everything feels chunky and old school. Big old boot, long bonnet, very American, funnily enough. Super comfortable air ride. But then you've got the little modern touchscreen. You can buy a diesel one that will do 45 to the gallon. They're way more reliable than people think they are, and they're cheap. So it's like best of both. And to me, that's how you do it right. That is how a modern meets retro car should be done. And Chrysler just, I don't know. The one car that got off okay was probably the Prowler, just because it was so deliberately weird. Because it's kind of a hot rod anyway. But the other ones are so strange. Some people really seem to like the PT Cruiser. I don't really know why. But, yeah, there you go. Pause that, don't want to go off the track. And one brand that I really would both love to see them do this, and they would be completely justified in doing it. Lincoln. There is no reason, in fact there are more reasons to do it than not to do it. Lincoln has a prime opportunity, and they've had a prime opportunity for the past 20 years really, to make a modern interpretation with the rearward opening doors. I'm not going to say what they're actually called because YouTube doesn't like that word, but you know what I mean. Of a proper Continental, like the JFK shape Continental, as a top-tier luxury car. It would still be probably more affordable than a Bentley or a Rolls, but just so badass. And they do make the Continental, but it feels more like a Jag. And to me, that's not really what the Continental should feel like. It feels like an XJ, kind of looks like an XJ. But yeah, in a funny kind of way, if Lincoln were to do that and make it like a, I don't know, 150 grand car, which, as crazy as that sounds, that's basically just a Range Rover these days, you'd have a perfect opportunity to essentially do the right thing that Cadillac didn't do when they made the 16. The 16 could have been awesome. Ashley Forest Rally Sprint. Yeah, I'm guessing that's on YouTube. I very occasionally watch old racing footage, but even then, not as often as you'd think for somebody who loves cars as much as I do. I think because I do so much car-related content, aside from looking up cars that I might potentially get myself or working on my cars, I don't tend to watch too much else. Aside from, like I said, just JLNO, basically, and occasionally I'll watch other stuff, but not a huge amount. There's a decent hill climb. Well, I guess you could say both. There's a hill climb and a rally stage at Goodwood for the Festival of Speed. I've never... I don't think I've ever actually been up to the rally stage at Goodwood, because it's quite far up. But yeah, Goodwood is one of those things where if you do get the chance, and if you live in a different country, I wouldn't say you should put a huge amount of money into going, because it would be very expensive. But if you do get the chance and you're either in the UK or happen to be, Goodwood, the Festival of Speed is a cool thing to go for. We used to go every year. We went every year from like 2009 to 2013, I think. You don't need to do that. It doesn't change enough each year to justify going back to back. But once every so often, it's very, very cool. And that'll be another cool one to bring back. A lot of people really love the Goodwood Hill Climb in Gran Turismo. The main problem I had with it was, in the realm of a racing game, by the time you factor in loading menu screens and all that, you're done in like 40 seconds. Like you jump in the race, you drive up the hill, and then you're back out again. So it's fun, but I didn't personally use Goodwood that often, which the antithesis of that is Pikes Peak, because with Pikes Peak, you'd have tons of time. Feeling sleepy? I don't blame you, mate. I'm guessing you're in a different time zone. I think you might have said earlier on anyway. But yeah, totally fine if you need to go. Like I said at the start of the race, we'll have people popping in and out, different time zones throughout the day. It's all part of the fun. Even more so on the 24-hour one. The only one who won't get a chance to have a break is me. But I don't mind. It would be nice, and I don't necessarily know if the algorithm is smart enough for this, but it would be nice if the algorithm were quote-unquote smart enough to see the countdown timer on screen and also recognise the thumbnail being 8 hours and kind of treat the stream accordingly, even though it hasn't been 8 hours yet, kind of push it to more people because it's going to be a long stream. That'd be cool. I don't think it works that way, but that'd be kind of cool. At least then it gets maybe more new people onto the stream. Especially for a 24-hour one. The only problem then is there is no way I'd be able to keep up with the comments. At least if it shows them all on screen, it would just be like... Brrr. It'd be kind of fun, and I doubt that anyone's done this. I guess maybe somebody might after the fact, but it'd be quite cool to potentially have started the race at the same time as me and kind of do them at the same time. And obviously the timing would be a little bit off now because I paused it a couple of times, but you could do that if somebody wanted to get it done and have something on in the background. It could be cool to sync it up. Most of the stuff that I watch on YouTube tends to be in that kind of scenario, watching it in the background, usually on 2x speed for me. Live shows, well not shows, but like channels who do 2-3 hour streams, etc. Rewatching old episodes of channels that I like Papa Meat or Creepypasta. I used to watch a ton of GMM, not so much these days. How many laps left? Well, we're well over halfway. Obviously that was at the 4-hour mark. I don't know. If you'd have asked me at the 4-hour mark I would have been able to give you an answer, but I'm not sure now. It depends how many, if you swipe back I guess and look how many laps we've done then, just double it roughly. And I don't know if this relates because I didn't see the whole comment, but somebody mentioned about Pikes Peak. I've said this before, but what I'd really love them to do if they added Pikes Peak is to have at least 2 versions of it, if not 3, from different time periods. Have one from back when it was completely dirt. At least 2. One where it's, you know, that one, and then another where it's today, which is fully tarmac. And maybe one from in between where it was kind of half and half. I think that'd be really cool. But I feel like if they were to bring it back, I don't know if they'd necessarily bother. Because although that sounds simple, it is in effect 3 completely different circuits. Just because it's the same route, it would be entirely different in terms of physics and all that kind of thing. So I don't know what kind of a difference that would make in terms of modelling, but I feel like if anything we'd probably just have the modern version, which would still be cool. You know that would be popular in lobbies as well. It would kind of probably become Gran Turismo's equivalent of Fujimi Kaido in Forza. People would just hang out and drift up and down the hill. Or like Sierra used to be in GT6. Getting a bit darker now. Check the weather. Oh. It actually looks like the weather's going away. Or at least not moving very much. timed that wrong. I was going to say maybe I'll pee at 3 hours, but I think I'll actually be okay. I can go for longer. It is a blessing, actually. Especially when you're on a long plane flight. Lapping fourth again. Good stuffs. See, now I'm not sure what to do for the 24-hour races. I feel like for the entertainment factor and for the challenge, it'd be better to choose at least the 2 chili or the 3. Oh, actually, no. I'm saying that. I think I already decided what I was going to use. For the Nürburgring, I feel like using the Ferrari, because it's the newer one and it's just more interesting. I'm not a fan of the Mercedes, and from what I've heard, people have said that the Audi is just a pain to work with anyway, which is fine by me because I'm not a fan of it. And then for Le Mans, I think on Le Mans we've got Sauber, R92CP, and whatever the other one was, I can't remember. So I'm almost certainly going to go for the Nissan. How many penalties? Yeah, loads, loads of penalties. But again, that's the stupid thing about the power pack. They simultaneously want to present it as being like this extra challenge, but then they don't do penalties. Again, who's it for? Not quite lapping the next matey, but also, well, actually I'm saying not too far off. I guess another 40 seconds is a fair way off, actually. So it'll be interesting to see if I end up lapping him or not. That's probably the cleanest line I've taken through there in the entire race, aside from bouncing off of a McLaren. I'm surprised how slow the Ferraris are presented as being. You'd think they'd give the F40 a bit of a bump. Even the Vipers. I can't remember if the Vipers were higher or lower on the grid. But even the Vipers feel like they kind of perform better. I want to say the Vipers were better last, aren't they, I think? And yet the Vipers feel better. Weird. For grinding credits, my answer would have been the Le Mans 700, which is... Oh, it's been so long since I did that. 700 points. It's what? Half-hour race? Something like that. And you get... 800 grand, just over 800 grand, if you do it clean. So that usually that would be it for me. And what I used to do is I'd do that once a day, because then you get 800 grand and you get your mileage bonus, which gets you your prize. Sometimes the prize is obviously better than others, and I just keep doing that basically. But because of the power pack, you know, I've got, I don't know, 62 million or something now, and yeah, we are not too far off being done. And the only reason why I've got so much money is because, like most players at this point, I've bought everything. You know, I've got all the cars, so, you know, I don't need to... I know some players like to buy multiple 20 million credit cars. I don't bother with that. I don't even use the ones I've got a lot of the time. I just collect them. Time remaining 3. 3 what? Time remaining 2. Ah, okay. I'm afraid it's bad news. What is it, Doctor? You've only got 10 left. 10 what? 9. Ooh, +1 lap. Maybe it's just saying that because he hasn't crossed yet, I don't know. Unless he's pitted again, I'm not sure. There he goes off next door again. Ah, here's one of the Vipers. I'll have to take note. What is his place? I'm pretty sure they were at the back. Yeah, 20th. And yet, I don't know, something about the Vipers, they seem more confident than the Ferrari. The Ferrari seems to drop. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. When it comes to the credits, these days, aside from, well yeah, there's only 2 things really I spend credits on most of the time. Either new update cars, of course, which doesn't tend to be that much, or the only other thing really is special projects builds. And I find myself collecting a lot of doubles of things that I suspect I'll do some build of in the future. So usually just, you know, buying a few parts for the cars. Same in Forza really. I've got most of the cars now in Horizon 5, so I've got like 112 million credits or something like that, because I just don't really spend that much. And obviously in Forza the wheel spins are ridiculous. Gran Turismo 7 and Forza Horizon 5 are literally the exact opposites in terms of wheel spins. One is like way too generous, and one is a joke. Being Gran Turismo 7, the wheel spins are hilariously bad most of the time. Shut up. Sit up properly. Don't know about the weather for you folks where you are, but it has been raining almost constantly here for pretty much the past week. Probably the upcoming week as well, which is annoying, because as well as that drive next Saturday. Oh yeah, I do need to buy paints actually. That's a good call. I'll probably forget, but that's a good call. I do need to buy more paints. I've got a lot of them, but there's definitely still more. As well as next Saturday, on Sunday, it is February's Haynes Breakfast Club. And the theme of the paddock for this month, for next month technically, is going to be V engines. Usually I don't bother parking in the paddock, I just go in the regular car park with all the, you know, mixed cars, but since it's for a change, I was going to take the Navigator, because I like to rotate around the cars each month. But since it's V-engine days, I'm going to take Abe. And he's been accepted for the paddock, which is nice. But I hope it doesn't rain, because then it's going to suck. But it probably will, because it's February in England. I noticed you said something about the McLaren's price, but I couldn't see what you said, so... A lot of people have gone back to my review of that one and said, wow, this car must have been nice when it was that cheap. It's like double the price or something now. Unless that was the point you were making. Renault F1. I don't know what that's in reference to. looking forward to car show season getting started up again. Probably be around, usually March, April-ish. Because the advantage of my cars, as I've said before, being ratty, is I can use them all the time. But a lot of people are quite precious about their classics, even the ones that aren't worth that much, which is understandable. You know, they don't want them out in bad weather or whatever, and people don't want to be walking around shows when it's raining. Ooh, hey, new fastest lap by about 0.1. Not bad for lap 135. Still not quite breaking into the 211s yet. There's a cleaner line. Sounds like he's playing FIFA. Which car in Gran Turismo is notorious, or in GT7 is notorious? I'm not sure. I guess there's no car for me that immediately comes to mind as being like, oh, it's undrivable. I'm sure there are some, but even the ones that kind of should be aren't. Like the first car that would come to mind in terms of should be would be like the Mercedes W196R, the old Grand Prix car. That thing should be horrific. Really, really challenging, but it's great. So, I don't know. I guess, to be honest, Unimog, even the Unimog, it's not bad. Modify it through corners, it's pretty good. I think, to be honest, I'd probably have to say Vision GTs. A bunch of them. The first one that comes to mind is usually the Lambo. The Lamborghini Vision GT, some people seem to like it, but I think that thing is garbage. At least it was the first thing or the last time I drove it. It's just awful. Awful to drive. But a lot of the VGTs are pretty awful. Especially the ones that are electric, but don't really feel like they have any torque vectoring. The Afila, not the Afila. I was thinking the Afila. The Afila I seem to recall was okay. The Polestar. That's another one. The Polestar's pretty garbage. And it's one of the very few cars, I said this in my review for it, it's one of the very few cars that actually gets worse when you modify it. When you drop the weight and tune it, it somehow gets worse to drive, which is very, very strange. So yeah, I'd probably say for real cars, the Polestar would come to mind, and for just any vehicle, it'd have to be something like the Lambo VGT, I would say. Which is weird, because the Lambo gets away with it because it's still quick. Good morning, Godzilla. If it's morning for you, I wonder where you are in the world. I'm guessing... you must be in the States then, if it's morning for you. Because if you are stateside, that should probably be something like 9 AM, I would imagine. Perhaps 8. Depending on the old time zones. Ah, Canada. Nice. So, I'm not familiar with Canada enough to know, but I would imagine, this is probably a dumb moment, but I'd imagine your time zones essentially line up with the States then, wouldn't they? Because I can't remember on the map, is Canada's... You are about the same width, aren't you, I think, as the States? Or maybe... No, maybe not quite. I can't remember now. I want to say that I'm imagining it as being roughly the same kind of width on the map, but maybe it isn't. And he swapped out his softs. I think he has been for a little while now, but for a couple of pit-ins, he was going for his hard charger with racing softs. Didn't really get him anywhere, but fine by me if he wants to go for mediums, just increases the gap. Ooh, 0.3 ahead, are we? Not by the end of the lap. I've definitely got the potential to go into the 211s, but do I have the funds? That's the question. Can I really be bothered? Number 3 is pitting in. Getting past cars always hurts your chances at a better lap anyway. Or at least it does for me. Ah, cool. And I think, if I remember rightly, that would mean if you're roughly the same width, the time zones would probably vary from somewhere between like 5 hours behind to 7 hours behind, something like that. Because I always think of it as being roughly 6-ish, but that's more from like the centre of the country, because it's 3:18 p.m. in the UK. Because I've only been over there, well, not to Canada, but I've only been to the States once, which was Texas. So obviously that's like way over on the time zone. 5 hours, okay. Cool. So I would imagine that would mean then, logically, I don't know geography that well, but I would imagine that must mean, or probably means, that Niagara Falls is on more of the east of Canada, somewhere. Crazy engines and tiny cars, yes. Do I use controller stick? I missed the last part of that, but yeah, I do use the pad, yeah. That's why I had to replace the controller after the Suzuka 6 hour, because I smashed the other one. It's still usable, but not really. The car was just like, yeah, going to the left all the time. I must remember to pit in on the next lap as well. And yeah, the kind of motor swaps I would want, because obviously the small car stuff is always fun, but they never go crazy enough with those. It's always like a Project 2 and 4 engine or whatever. What I'd love to see is, like, I want a motor swap for the Unimog, but I don't want to put something obvious in there like a Chiron or a V8. They probably put a Hellcat engine in there. But what I would want is just a giant diesel. Just put like a Peugeot 908 diesel engine into the Unimog. That's the kind of thing I'd want. Or what are the swaps would I want? More Lexus LFA swaps would be nice. Obviously the Renault V10 opens up a whole new world of fun. But that's got some good swaps already. What else? Actually, this will not be a popular one to say, but I wish we could do electric swaps. And collectively there was a great outcry of pain that the world had never heard before. I say the same about Forza, because as I've also mentioned about Forza Horizon in particular treats electric cars with a lot more respect than Gran Turismo does. They're not too OP, but they definitely have more use. And putting like a crazy overpowered motor into like an old car, kind of like a Resto-mod, I just kind of like that idea. You'd have to really govern it well, because you'd just end up with everything being OP, like a Daihatsu Copen with a Rimac engine in it or something, or a Rimac motor. But it could be done. One more lap. And many more swigs. And he goes past third again. Oh, no, was he? No, he's not. What's on about? Wow, I can't read apparently. I thought I said third, then he's fifth. Duh. It's nice to have some Jag representation. especially given how it went for Jag at Le Mans in real life. Won in class and then were stripped of the victory because I believe their fuel tank was too big after the fact, something like that. It's always weird when stuff like that happens because you're supposed to check the car before the race. So either somebody wasn't doing their job properly, in which case that's not Jaguar's problem, or Jaguar were trying to actively cheat, in which case you know the cars are going to be checked. So what did you think was going to happen? So either way, it's like you kind of all look dumb for that outcome. I'd really love to race at Le Mans, but I don't mean myself. Obviously, I wouldn't stand a chance. But I'd love to have like either like if I was rich, let's say, like one of my dreams would be, or even crowdfund it. That'd be a cool idea. Crowdfund like a Garage 56 entry. Most recently, or one of the recent ones, we saw that awesome NASCAR, the Camaro, just thundering around the track and beating some of the cars in terms of lap times as well, which was awesome. I would love to buy, or, well, yeah, I guess like reuse or recommission an old school LMP2 chassis from the 2000s, like the Mazda B09-86 Lola, for example, that kind of shape chassis. And then fit it with a turbine hybrid system, so it doesn't matter where it comes in the race, but actually do that. Oh, whoops. Speaking of duh. Off we go! Once again into the fray. Hey, what are you doing behind me? In a Jag. If Clarkson was running that racing team at Le Mans in the 90s. Well, yes, we cheated, but surely it's okay because we're in a Jag. Speaking of Le Mans, actually, have I seen the Chaparral? I don't know which Chaparral. If you're talking about Chaparral making some kind of modern return, then tell me more. It'd be really awesome to... oh, yeah, of course not. I was going to say, pardon me, it'd be awesome to see a car with a wing. Oh, I'm guessing you're talking about... I didn't see which one you said, but I'm guessing you're talking about the 2... Was it the 2E or the 2F? One of their oldest cars that had the big active wing, or it's a driver-controlled wing on the top, which was, if I recall correctly, I think it acted as an air brake as well. Yeah, Chaparral, also one of the most innovative companies. That's a car movie I'd love to see made. And you can imagine the cover as well, just a white box with a black number 66 on it. And you could either have it as the Chaparral story, or you can have it as the Jim Hall story, either way. And there's plenty to talk about. You've got the obvious stuff like Can-Am, but then you've also got the 2KO2, which was their Indy car, which instead of being white is bright yellow, with Pennzoil livery. Probably quite a bit to talk about. In fact, if I recall correctly, I think there's actually quite a good Chaparral documentary on YouTube. I think it might be multiple hours long, actually, about their cars. I want to say 3 hours, but it might not have been that long, I'm not sure. I only just realised I don't think I ever actually answered the... well, now that I'm saying that, there's another question. What do I think about NASCAR Cup Series? Yeah, I mean, one of the things about Gran Turismo that I've always loved is that they've never been too precious about using cars in different events. You could argue now they are more than ever, and even now it's not too bad. You can still use some cars that shouldn't really be in places. I mean, look at this, for example. The car in front of me is a road car, and it's racing against the Group 2, and somehow it's competing. So they're still not too precious about it. But yeah, I love that in Gran Turismo. You know, there's nothing to stop you in Gran Turismo 4, for example, to enter the Super Formula GT trophy in a Jay Leno tank car. If you want to. You're going to lose, but you could do it if you want to. And I prefer that, you know. But that's the part of me that prefers, you know, that freedom, the creativity, the wild card factor. It's just more fun. It's more interesting. You know, I don't play this to see real motorsport and add a controller. I play it to have fun. And that's just fun. Yeah, I'd love to race a NASCAR or something like that. Whenever I have a NASCAR in the game, I tend to end up using it for drifting. Something about NASCARs, I just love them for drifting. They're really, really well suited to it. But yeah, what I was saying earlier on before I started eating the noodles again is I'd love to do a Garage 56 entry, use my turbine idea, which is basically electric motor on the rear wheel drive, and have a small turbine charging the motors. Problem is probably, I would imagine, because of thermal efficiency and, you know, losses and all that kind of thing. I'm not sure exactly how to describe it, but I don't think it would give you enough power generation to necessarily keep going. You'd still have to charge the car at some point. So yeah, I don't know how well it would actually work. Or you could just make it as a conventional turbine car, like the Howmet, because clearly it can work. Because the number one thing to make something like that ensure that it has the best chance of actually finishing the race is you must control cooling. You have to put so much thought and so much money into making sure that the turbine and especially the transmission are kept as cool as possible. And on the point of DLC, I actually never played any of it. I never played any Gran Turismo 5 DLC, purely for the reason that I played GT5 after GT6. So I didn't play GT5 until like 2014, I think, 2015 maybe, something like that. Because I was playing Forza, more so at the time. I had that kind of gap between GT4 and 6. And by the time I got around to it, I think the DLC was gone. So there's some stuff in GT5 that I never had. So I don't think, for example, I've got Route X. And presumably there's a few cars that I don't have, I think. But I don't recall many, if any of them, being that important, because most of them, I think, they were in GT6 anyway, if I remember right. Some of you might not have seen this, actually, though, because I seem to recall it wasn't seen by a huge amount of people. I made a video a while back about a bunch of secret cars that were in GT5 that were supposed to be. And they were kind of hidden in the code. I recall there being some kind of other variation of a Red Bull race car as well. That was an interesting video to make. I'm guessing that the person who just asked about PS or PlayStation exclusives was which ones do I play. I'll be honest with you, I don't even keep track of what ones are exclusives these days. I don't know what's exclusive to what console most of the time. I know that Spider-Man used to be, if not still is. Is Batman? Is the Arkham series exclusive? I can't remember now. Shut up, kid. So the Spider-Man games, not bothered. Batman, obviously, I love. Can't recall if that's exclusive or not. Aside from that, just Gran Turismo, I guess. That's pretty much it. I know you said aside from that, but yeah, I think that might actually be it. There's a game that's actually an Xbox exclusive, which I really wish wasn't, because it's legitimately one of my favourite games just to have stupid fun. And I don't understand why it's an Xbox exclusive, because the other one, Batman isn't, right? You can hear him, can you? The one that I don't get is from the Dead Rising series. I'm pretty sure that Dead Rising 3, if I remember correctly, which is my favourite one, I think it's 3, the one where it's very like Hollywood-esque and the villains are all seven sins, basically. was an Xbox exclusive. And I don't get why, because the others aren't. And I don't enjoy any of the others anywhere near as much. That game's just such hilariously stupid fun. Just mowing down zombies with ridiculous weapons that you're crafting. It's such a fun game. But yeah. And yeah, most people seem to get into the 6 laps up. Yeah, it would appear so. What did someone... That distracted me. What did somebody else just say? I can't remember what he said now. Whatever that other comment was, but I don't recall. I'm a human magpie. It would appear. Oh, shiny! Driver standing's different. I don't know what you mean. Do you mean like have people moved around on the grid, or? Whoa. Boing. The grid. I haven't noticed much of a change, but to be honest, it could have completely changed up and I wouldn't have noticed. I think first, second and third have mostly, I think, stayed the same. But I'm not sure. But yeah, a lot of the big names that are usually at the top kind of aren't. Usually you expect Fraga, Hazal and Maizono to be usually the top. Or at least they usually seem to be. And obviously it's not them anyway, it's just the AI, but still. I'll be honest, I basically, because I have next to no interest. It does look dirty, yeah. It looks dirty at the front, I think, because I've been bashing stuff occasionally, but I do really wish that we had more, like, active dirt and stuff. I said this before in one of the previous episodes, but it's really not that crazy if you think about it to have interactive damage, wherein you go into the pit, because at the moment the game is already having to keep that damage on the car, so it's not like you're adding much to the rendering power or whatever you'd call it, but like if you smack the headlight on something, go into the pit, and then when you come out there's like masking tape around the light, you know, or like duct tape, like on the old Porsche 917 I had the duct tape around the lights when I finished the race, or plenty of other examples. That would just be so much more immersive and so much more fun. Even if you don't have the actual damage set on, it'd still just be fun. Again, adds to the realism. Twig! Grass! Really? Really? You sure? You sure? You sure about that? Ah, 2.5 hours left to go. Not too far off 3/4 done. I'm guessing you mean Forza Horizon 6. I've seen some of the footage, if it was real, of like the updated car sounds, which look cool. I have not heard the rumour of bikes. I have said that many times that they need to have bikes. I'll believe it when I see it, but yeah, we'll see. And I saw this morning when I woke up that it's supposed to have, 550 cars, which is good. It's not as many as Horizon 5, but I'm not too surprised. But yeah, looking forward to it. I keep saying the same thing, but the only thing that sucks, and the only reason why I'm not more hyped for it, is because we have to wait however long on the PS5 to get it, which I hate that. And I've got a feeling it's going to be probably at least 3 to 6 months, probably, which I hate. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it though. I'm not one of those people that's always been like, oh, Japan, Japan, I want Japan. I always just wait to see, basically. Whatever they add. Oh, there's a bike in the garage in the background. Well, if that's what people are going by, I'd have to take a look at that. I'd have to take a look. Depends how it's presented in the trailer. Yeah, I wouldn't take that as much of a confirmation. But we'll see. I certainly hope so. But we'll see. Because obviously, for years, technically both Gran Turismo and Forza, but at least Gran Turismo did have Tourist Trophy and GTHD. But with Forza, they keep teasing it. Because you can do those motorbike swaps. You can put, I want to say it's a Hayabusa engine, I think it is, into a bunch of different machines. So bikes are almost in there. And all you'd have to do, really, even if they didn't want to do it themselves, Playground Games or whatever, just team up with Milestone, who does the ride games. Just get them to do it for you. If that's possible, I don't know. Maybe the engines might be too different, but I'm sure they could hire the right people or whatever. Yeah, and I certainly hope so. I would love it if we had bikes. Because not that long ago, I'm saying not that long ago, it's probably like a year ago at this point, but didn't Need for Speed recently have like the first bike ever, I think like a BMW or something you could ride? Something like that. But yeah, more bikes is never a bad thing. And one of the reasons, I can't remember what video it was where I was talking about it, one of the reasons why I believe Forza needs bikes, well there are two reasons really. One, you need to reinvent it. You have to keep things fresh and you have to keep people interested. That's a fantastic way of doing that in terms of bringing new people in and something fresh for people to try. But secondly, I don't know many who would disagree with this sentiment. Some might, but I personally strongly feel that Forza Horizon is the heir apparent of TDU. It certainly presented itself that way. There have been multiple references in previous Horizon games to Test Drive Unlimited. Some of the missions, etc., were direct references to other games like that. And if you're going to go all in, I mean, now is kind of the perfect time because TDU 3 is garbage and doesn't, I believe, still have bikes yet, even if it ever does. So, do it. It's not like anyone else's. Project Gotham doesn't exist anymore. The Crew, maybe? Might be the next closest thing. Yeah, go for it, I say. And make it interesting. Don't just give us, like, 7 obvious superbikes. Like, here's a Ducati, here's a Beamer, here's a Kawasaki. Which they probably would do, but I want to see, like, here's a Harley Davidson to just, like, blah, 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 around on. That won't be very good for racing, but, yeah, get, like, an Energica in there. An Energica Ego. Or a Lightning LS218. Or, a Y2K, for me. Get some turbine action. God, imagine flying down the freeway in Forza on a turbine superbike. Yeah, that would be my kind of game. That's Game of the Year material there. Or a big old Boss Hoss V8. I do aim to own one of those at some point. My top 2 favourite bikes in the world. My top 2 dream bikes are the Y2K and a Boss Hoss. A Y2K I highly doubt I will ever own because they cost about $130,000 used. But a Boss Hoss... The Art of French Cooking. Cool. Can't say I know much about French cooking, but I like most food. But yeah, out of my dream bikes, number 2 is significantly more affordable. You can pick up a Boss Hoss for sometimes more like 13 to 15-ish grand in the UK. You just very, very rarely see them for sale. I was chatting to a guy at a show the other day. He's got one. He's actually got a Boss Hoss trike, so it's even bigger and even heavier, and he loves it. He said even the fuel economy isn't as bad as you'd think, given that it's a literal Corvette engine motorcycle. But yeah, the only way I think I'd justify getting a Boss Hoss, I think I'd have to like part exchange the hearse for it, because I might get 13, I reckon, for my hearse. So I'd probably still have to add a couple of grand on top. But even then, you'd have to find the right person. But yeah, I would love a Boss Hoss. And if there's one motorcycle that you do not want to drop, that's the one. Because they weigh nearly 600 kilos. It's a motorcycle that weighs more than some cars. So don't drop it. Because if you do, you ain't picking it up again. Swing! I feel like I almost certainly will have to pee before the end of the race, but we shall see. I said that 3 hours, now we're nearly at 2. Do I have the Escudo? Yeah, I do, yeah. And in true Gran Turismo 2 baby fashion, I have it in the Cultus blue livery instead. And I must admit, as crazy as it is, I almost never use it. Because it's not as OP as it used to be. You can't use it for necessarily as much as you used to be able to. And ironically, it's kind of slower than ever because of all the lag. They've kind of done... Well, I just kind of answered that preemptively, but in terms of handling... pardon me. It's not like the Suzuki, I wouldn't say, has ever really been a good handling car. It's kind of just gigantic and stupidly fast, and you can just bounce off the walls with it, so it never really needed to have good handling. But it's fine, I guess. It's way, way more useful off-road than it is on-road, which makes sense. But yeah, you'll be probably 5-6 seconds quicker a lap, faster than basically any other rally car. But how often are you really going to need that? On-road, yeah, you don't need it. It's a great collector's piece if you've got the money to burn, but if you're looking to spend money on a car that you'll use a lot, I wouldn't say so. Especially when you can put that engine into other cars anyway. I mean, if you really want the Escudo's power, you can put the engine into, like, the Evo, and it gets crazy bad turbo lag as well. Nah, I will go the loop, because I don't have to pause it for that long, but I'll be fine. And yeah, we do need Pikes Peak. Especially considering how many cars, and is the Pikes Peak itself sponsored by Gran Turismo? I can't remember. Certainly most of the cars have Gran Turismo across the window going up Pikes Peak, which of course doesn't mean anything, but it is kind of weird. Especially when it used to be in Gran Turismo, in at least GT2. I can't remember if it was in GT1 or not. But yeah, very weird not to have it back. But there's loads of rally stuff that would be so cool to return. Cathedral Rocks and El Capitan. I was actually talking about Bentley earlier on. It's such an obvious thing to do. I'm shocked they haven't. And Cadillac. You could do a lot with both of those. Grand Canyon. I didn't like that at the time, but that would be fun to check that out again. What was the other one? Tahiti Maze. That'd be cool to have back in some form. But yeah, there's loads of really cool rally circuits. There's so little to do in terms of rallying in Sport and 7. Such a shame. I know it just wouldn't ever happen, but I really do wish they could just work together with, like, you know, Codemasters back in the day and just get them to do the rally side of the game so you can have proper rally stages and all that. GT5 came closer, having stuff, but even then. Lap 150. Well, I will see you later, V1. I don't know if you've been here the entire time, but if so, wow. Thanks for stopping by, because you've been here since literally, like, minute 1. So the weather has gone completely off the map, nothing to worry about there. Good stuffs. Oh, look who it is! I'm pretty sure that is the first time that I'm actually lapping him. Unless it goes to 2 now, because I don't think I lapped him before. Not unless he was in the pits. It is saying +1 lap though, so maybe I did and just not realise it. So still saying +1. So yeah, I think that is. I think so. Yeah, I did that in the Suzuka race, the 2 Chili car. Didn't work out as well as this one, but that was more so me getting like the choice of tyres wrong and pitting in wrong. And plus, for anyone who watched that video, probably around the 3 or 4 hour plus mark, smashing my controller to bits because I've got really bad analog drift on that other controller. The car kept swerving to the left, which I was constantly fighting against. But yeah, all excuses aside, I am going to be doing the Le Mans event, I think it is, on the 2 Pepper with the Nissan Arno 2CP, and then on the NURB I'm going to choose the 1 because I always choose based on the car I want to drive rather than the difficulty, so I'm going to be driving the Ferrari because it's more interesting to me. But yeah, it will be interesting to see. Is the power pack hard? I mean, it depends, I guess. It depends how much you want to put into it versus get out of it. If you want it to be difficult, it can. Go for like 2 peppers on everything, I guess. But it varies so much. If you watch previous episodes, for example, and many people won't because obviously those episodes are quite long, but if you watch any of those, you'll see how much it varies. So some of them you'll put it on 1 pepper, or 0 peppers technically, and it will be super challenging. And then more recently, I did that race, I think it was in episode 17, I think it was. Maybe it was 18, where I raced at Catalunya in the DTM cars, and I had it on 2 peppers maximum, and won easily. So it's really inconsistent, really inconsistent. But yeah, it's a challenge if you want it to be, for sure. I've got a collection of, I've got some in first, I've got some with 1, some with 2, so I'm kind of all over the place. But once we've done all of these, once I've done this and the 24-hour events, that will be the whole thing complete. And then I'm going to do a much shorter overarching review now that I've completed the whole thing to basically answer that question. And the simple version is, depends who you are and what you want. Yeah, in my Suzuka event, because I didn't live stream Suzuka, I pre-recorded it, so it was just me. I spun out fairly early in the video because I tried to wipe out another car that was annoying me, and that put me down a few places. But yeah, the lead car was just legitimately quicker than me. But I think the thing that really killed me in that awesome Naga chilies, nice. What was it? Oh yeah, I chose to race for a while on hards, and there was just no point because I didn't know it at the time, but the mediums last more than long enough, and I was a couple of seconds quicker on the mediums than the hards. And I think if I'd have done that from day 1 or from lap 1 and also not spun out, I probably would have won. I ended up finishing 4th. I definitely would have got a podium, like definitely 2nd, if not 1st, probably 1st I think. But I did consider, especially because it was pre-recorded, I considered quitting and starting again. But then I thought, you know what, at the end of the day, this is the authentic experience. I already said in the past, I don't really care necessarily about always winning, it's more about just enjoying the journey with you folks. So I just decided to go with it, keep it as is. And I'll do the same thing in the 24-hour races. I mean, this one's going really well. But if in the 24-hour of Le Mans, for example, on the 2 pepper, if we have crazy weather and I choose the wrong tyres and spin out and blah blah blah, I'll still keep going. Because I think it's just kind of stupid to restart again. If I was just doing it for myself, or if somebody else did that, I wouldn't judge them. I get it. But since it's for content, even, just got a Red Bull to keep watching it. So it must be significantly later than for you. I appreciate that. Don't worry if you have to go though, it's fine. Nearly 4 PM. I'm glad that at least here, for this time of year, the days are getting a little bit lighter again, because not that long ago, by like 2, 3 in the afternoon, it started to get super dark. But no, it's still okay. And then by the time summer's here, it's like light at 9 o'clock in the evening. That's great. Yeah. I'm going to do both 24 hours as individual streams, unbroken. Not this coming Saturday, probably I'll be aiming for the one after. I'll do Le Mans, and then hopefully the Saturday after that, so in February in other words, finish the whole series with the Nürburgring. And I'm going to start at like... how long are we here? I'm going to start at like 10 PM Friday night so that I can finish 10 PM Saturday night. And that's the plan. And like with this one, you know, I haven't had a pee break yet, but I probably will before the end. And you know, don't have to pause it for that long. So that'll be the only reason why I pause. I've got my monsters and juice and noodles, so I'll be fine. Obviously I'll have to prepare more snacks for the 24-hour version. But even then, yeah, I'm not into pausing the 24 hours. I don't think that's in the spirit of it, you know. Again, I get why people do it. But yeah, I'm going to run the full 24 hours, just like the real drivers, minus the threat of death, etc. But yeah. Yeah. Once you get off, I'll do a Stefan Bell off and break my lap record again. Or do you mean die? On the Nurb. Did he die on the Nurb? I can't remember now. I remember he had the lap record at the Nurb for a good long while, 6:11. You know it was quick when it's still quick today. It took, literally in like unrestricted Porsche 919, 40 years later to finally beat his lap. And, you know, it beat it by almost a minute, but still, 40 years is kind of insane. It's a shame that there isn't a version of Le Mans that incorporates almost like the equivalent of, you know how we've got the Nordschleife, the GP course, and then the full... Oh, we died at Spa. Oh, interesting. I can't see the last part of what you said about the cars being dirty. You know how with the Nurb you've got the Nordschleife, you've got a Grand Prix, and you've got the 24-hour layout. Imagine if we had a version of Le Mans that was like that, wherein you had the full circuit, but it also incorporated the Bugatti circuit as well. And obviously the only way that you could realistically do that is you'd have to have one hell of a hairpin. Actually, no, maybe not. No, because I think part of the road could be used, where you, instead of going across the chicanes before the finish line, you'd turn right past the pits, around the Bugatti circuit backwards, in effect, and then back out on what was that? Back out on the track after the Dunlop bridge, and then onto the hairpin and the straight. It would add, I don't know, probably another minute 30 max to the lap, but that'd be fun. That'd be a super fun version of Le Mans. I'm a big fan of the Bugatti circuit, and you just, since Forza 3, you never really see it anywhere. I feel like Project Cars maybe had it. I can't remember now. I think they might. Yeah, they did. I remember now, because in one of the members' videos I drove the Aston Martin Rapide, the hydrogen race car, around the Bugatti circuit. Speaking of cars that handle horrifically bad, I was so disappointed with that Aston. it was one of the cars I was looking forward to driving in Project Cars the most, and it is garbage. It is so bad to drive. If we ever get Motegi back, that'd be good for some endurance racing as well. In fact, that would be a perfect place to have a GT500 event. Or even like, instead of GT500s, that'd be really cool to have like a GT300 endurance on Motegi. Howdy, Andre! Yeah, I'm not a massive Motegi fan, but it would be cool to have it back. One of the previous episodes I did in Circuit Spotlight, I think actually might be my #1 pick for a Japanese circuit, to be honest, at least that I can currently think of. Sugo. Watching since the potato days. That's cool, awesome, glad you're still enjoying it. Can't see what you said at the end, curious about what happened to something. Côte d'Azur, obviously, yeah, I mean, bring Monaco back. Not a huge fan of Monaco in the way that many people are, mostly because it's so awkward to overtake, but yeah, I do love it. Hello, and yes, ridiculous amount of laps, and we've still got 2 hours to go. But yes, Sugo. Oh, that would be probably my #1 pick for a Japanese circuit for Gran Turismo. I love Sugo, and I love Sugo purely from... Oh yeah, City di Area was awesome. Sugo, my love for Sugo comes from the Ride series. And I know that there are, again, there's others that have it. Project Cars 3 has it, for example. I did an episode on it, of course, in Circuit Spotlight, but yeah, I love Sugo. Really, really like Sugo. It's got such a nice high-speed flow. I definitely prefer the non-motorcycle version that doesn't have the little extra kink in the track at the end, because that's just kind of annoying slowing down. But yeah, lovely track. Quite a quick lap, but very, very nice. Very clubman kind of feel, like a weekend race sort of vibe. The kind of thing that you could see being used over and over again in career mode. Kind of like midfield would be, that sort of thing. Or an autumn ring, that kind of thing. Vid's not being 60 frames. Depends what videos you mean. I don't know what this one should be in 60 frames, but obviously it's a live stream, so maybe not. But yeah, depends on the vids. They should always be uploaded in 60 frames. Because when I check, they're almost always in... You have the 60 frame option. If you mean the older videos, those probably weren't. If you mean like the 2015 era, then yeah, those almost certainly don't have 60 frame options. Otherwise, it would depend, because some games themselves don't run in 60 frames. So, for example, if you're talking about an older game, some of them run in 30 anyway. And for the person who mentioned something about recent, yeah, I'm not sure, because all the ones that I've uploaded can be set if you click on the YouTube settings into 60, and they're rendered in 60. So I don't know. What was I saying? Yes, that was what somebody asked about the new cars. I did, yeah. I saw them very briefly. One of the times that I pitted in, I had a quick look on Twitter. But yeah, a few people brought it to my attention. Very cool to know. The Xiaomi, what appears to be, or at least the consensus appears to be, the GT3R Porsche. At first glance, I didn't really think it looked like that myself, but sure. And the TCR Hyundai. Yeah, I'm pretty surprised actually that we're getting a January update. Obviously, it was always going to be this weekend, if it was going to happen at all in January, because it works out perfectly. We're going to have the update next Thursday, because that's how it always goes, but I thought they'd probably wait until at least February, because of how big the power pack and Spec 3 were. But yeah, I'm certainly not complaining. And for those who have joined the stream now, one of the things, and yeah, I totally agree on more rally tracks. We desperately need more. But one of the things I mentioned earlier, and this is kind of a theory that we'll have to see how this goes, but since December added the Group 3 Ferrari, and now partially, or now potentially the Group 3 Porsche, I am kind of curious, is this maybe ramping up for Gran Turismo 8 by updating all of the Group 3 cars? Because Group 3 has been one of the consistent things where both the esports and the casual players want more current vehicles, you know, because a lot of them feel quite long in the tooth. So I do wonder if we're going to see more. Because if you think about it, over the course of the year, if we were to get monthly updates, and even if only one of those each time were a Group 3, that would be a dozen new Group 3 cars. That's quite a few on the roster, really, if you imagine it. So, new Ferrari. I'd personally love it if they added a Maserati MC20 Group 3. I don't think they will, but it'd be pretty cool. And it's a shame because it's ripe for a Group 4 and a Group 3. I'll be honest, I reckon they'll probably add, or at least I could certainly see them adding, a McLaren 720S race car to take over from the 650S. To be honest, I probably have more interest in that than the 650S. What would they do for Mercedes? I don't know. We kind of already had the updated Mercedes, so that might already be done. New Beamer, yep, that's a good call. Could have a new Beamer for sure. It'd be pretty awesome to have the big old M8 or something like that. Yeah, we're missing loads of LMPs. I was mentioning earlier on, they really don't seem to... there's 2 hours left. We desperately need more hypercars, because like Toyota's pretty much it at the moment. Obviously for me, Cadillac. I really want the Cadillac. And the Ferrari, yeah. I mean, yeah. I'd think the Ferrari, out of all of them, the Ferrari's got to have a good chance. But for me, the two I would really want is the Peugeot. The 9X8 would be so cool. And the Cadillac. Yeah, my beard probably has grown. But it hasn't grown as much as it used to be in beards and cars, where it was like down here with the cuff. Have I done... Yeah, I'm done. I'll be doing all the driving in the 24-hour races as well. Need more DTM. Yeah, more DTM's never a bad thing. And if you think about it, there is a precedent there. They've got in the power pack some of the kind of recreations like the E30 and the 190, but you know players would love it if they brought back, like, imagine a full HD Calibra. That would look so cool. Or the Astra, which was always kind of the best one. Or, of course, the Mercedes, which was my dad's favourite. To be honest, yeah, I don't hold out much hope, to be honest, for Opel, in a very similar way that I don't hold out much hope for Skoda, which is a shame. It seems like a very wasted opportunity to have them just as VGTs, which sucks, because they've both got such cool cars. I'm a massive Skoda fan, and I really wish, we had more of those. But yeah. We'll have to see in the grand scheme of things. I wouldn't be at all surprised over the course of the year if Group 3s pop up here and there. Eclipse. Yeah, I mean, we've got the FTO back. Yeah, Skoda still make cars. Yeah, loads of Skodas in the UK. VRSs are really good. Proper quick. They've got some SUVs. I think it's the Kodiaq is the SUV. They've got a bunch of cars. They've got electric cars as well. Oh. They're just Volkswagens underneath. It's the same as Cupra, the same as Seat. It's all just the Volkswagen platform. But I've always just liked Skoda. They've got a cool rally history. I love the like black, white and green kind of vibe. I need to remember to pit in on the next lap. And I feel like I probably will pause and pee on the next lap. Pardon me, which will be the only proper pause that we've done so far, really. I might be able to run and pee and get back during the pit stop, but I'm not gonna chance it. On the point of hypercars, though, much more so than LMPs, I think hypercars will probably feature more in whatever the next game is, you know, GT8, let's say. I could certainly see that happening. I mean, take Porsche, for example. They've got such a good relationship with Porsche and with Toyota. We've already got the Toyota in there. Porsche's so obvious to do it. What motorsport do I'm guessing you were asking what motorsport do I watch? If so, none, technically. I have very little interest in actual racing, ironically. I said ages ago in this stream, I'm a fan of cars and I'm a fan of driving, but I'm not really a fan of racing, you know. If I'm going to watch anything, it'll probably be more like historic Le Mans footage, maybe, just because it's more exciting from the Group C days. But yeah, I don't find myself watching much motorsport. Highlights sometimes. Other content, so you can watch vids in 4K. Yeah, I've never bothered going for like the 2K or 4K kind of options. But yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it's broken. Even during this stream, the comment section has broken multiple times, where it's like showed the same comments all bundled together twice. So yeah, wouldn't surprise me. So let's pit. Oh yeah, earlier on I was saying that I'll have interest in F1 again, or potentially for the first time ever, if they ever do closed cockpit. Oh, never mind. I can't pause. I'll pause when we leave. Noodle break. Noodles. Curry noodles. Swig down with Mango Loco. And I am going to pause when we exit for a pee. Now that we are within 2 hours remaining, so I will be back in a second. Me talking, you probably can't hear me. It's 4 PM. And we're back. And on we go! Let's have a quick check of the weather. Nothing to be seen. Actually, a very simple race so far when it comes to weather. The kind of motorsport that I'd really want to see, like the kind of thing that I could see myself really getting into, and I think the irony is that because they're all trying to, you know, be safer than ever and costs more, like hypercars, is I'd love to see some kind of modern equivalent of Can-Am come back, you know, where the rules are a bit more lax. I've spoken about this before, but a kind of racing where it allows for a bit more, yeah, you know it, curry noodles. Pardon me. Wherein the rules are a bit more lax, but in such a way that it allows for more creativity. So shorter events, long enough to be a decent race obviously, but events where you could have like the choice of, you could run an all-electric Can-Am car, but obviously you're going to have the weight penalty of the batteries offsetting that, or you could have like a hydrogen car, or you'd have some, you know, traditional engine choice, maybe even a diesel choice. And you've got like all these different approaches to racing kind of taking each other on, and in a modern form of like the extreme Can-Am. I know that certain things probably still wouldn't be allowed. You probably couldn't have all-wheel drive because that's basically banned from all racing aside from rally. You probably wouldn't be allowed to have active aero, but I mean, who's to say? If you're going to have the series, why not allow it? Allow it to be crazy. I'm not saying necessarily fan cars again, but why not? To some degree, why not allow for more creativity? But the problem, as I said, is the combination of safety, which safety wouldn't kill it too much. You could still do that, but I feel like the costs would be the main thing, because part of the main issue there is that when you're developing different ideas or building these experimental race cars, the costs would probably be higher than more of a standardised hypercar, almost certainly higher than the way Le Mans is now, for example. So I don't think that ever would happen, but that's what I'd love to see. I don't know what kind of courses you'd race on. I could see like Laguna Seca being one, but I don't know where else. That'd be cool. Yeah, they probably would end up being the quickest, because you could have, I mean, obviously mathematically you'd probably be able to work it out in such a way that it would be pretty close racing, but I could imagine something like, maybe like the electric cars are allowed to have, I don't know, 1,000 horsepower or something, but part of the reason why is because they also weigh 200 kilos more because of the batteries, and you know they're probably not that great at slowing down, for example, and various other things. Or, you know, there's very little opportunity for an electric car to be fixed if it breaks down during the race. And then if you've got like a hybrid, there'd be some kind of restriction there. You could definitely make it work, because even at Le Mans, obviously the diesels won because they had that fuel advantage mostly, but even then, you could still account for that. You could have like, yes, you can have a diesel, but the diesels aren't allowed as much power, for example. So yes, you can pit in further apart, but you're also working harder between pits because the car isn't as powerful. So I just think that'd be really cool. And within reason, but certainly not within reality, you could end up with like a steam car, you know, or a radial engine car, all the kind of stuff that I love. Obviously those wouldn't happen, but the rules would allow for more freedom, and I think people would probably enjoy that. But like I said, I don't see it ever happening. As I mentioned sometime recently, it might have been in the test stream a couple of days ago that I did in GT7, but I feel like if I ever do go to Le Mans, it'll probably be for, maybe did I say that earlier in this video? Adopted the Halo. Yeah, I mean, from a safety perspective, yeah, for sure. I might have said it, this video's been so long, I might have even said it earlier on, and I'm thinking it was a different day. But, what was I saying? I've forgotten now. I can't remember what the point I was making was. Oh well, wasn't that important. Yeah, like even IndyCar. I mean, IndyCar, I don't think so much these days, but even IndyCar has had some really early Morgans. I don't know. I think you're probably thinking of the three-wheeler, aren't you? I would imagine. Yeah, I don't know about the early Morgans. I know the modern three-wheeler, I think has, I want to say it's either a V-twin or a flat twin. I can't remember which. I think it might be a V-twin, if memory serves, something like that. But yeah, like radial engines. Like I was saying though, IndyCar, they've had some crazy things in there. One of my favourite race cars of all time is from 1952 in Indy. and I did an episode of that in Unsung Heroes, the Cummins. They literally built a diesel Indy car that had stupid amounts of torque, and I don't recall how successful or unsuccessful it was, but I just love that. You know, back when they were trying stuff, and even turbines. Rover tried it at Le Mans, Lotus tried it for Indy and Grand Prix, Helmet, of course, as I said, tried it. I don't recall which race it was, but Helmet, of course, won. I want to say it might have been the 12 Hours of Sebring, I think. Speaking of tracks, which I would love to see in Gran Turismo, Sebring, yeah, it might be number one for me in terms of debuts. Cool, imagine an update where it's Sebring with a panels. I don't know, I think for years it was probably a combination of two things. Now, not so much with one of them. One would have always been like streaming software and hardware, but with the PS5 it's so easy. This is literally, like I've said, just microphone plug straight in, PS5 camera, job done. Like, it's so easy, and you just stream straight from the console, better than ever. So that's not a problem anymore. But the second thing has always just been because I've always felt like, at least traditionally, streamers were kind of like comedians, and that a lot of people want to like laugh, you know, hang out and laugh and that kind of thing. And I just don't consider myself funny in that kind of way. Like, I'm one of those people where I'm more funny in normal conversations when I'm not necessarily trying to be. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's fine. I enjoy doing it, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will do it more often. It depends if it's something people want to see, really. And obviously, this is now part 20 of a series which is, although not completely live streamed, very similar in vibe. So like, all of the previous episodes were like 1-to-1 in terms of time. All of the episodes of the Power Pack. So that's kind of like a almost streaming series. And yeah, there will be at least 2 more. Yesterday I streamed in Forza Horizon 5 for a little bit. Did a bit of drifting, that was fun. Just a bit of a chill hangout. So yeah, I probably will do more. But we'll see. I could definitely see me potentially Total Immersion. Yeah, I've got that game. I think I actually spoke about that earlier on, hours ago now. I've got it on the PS2, but I haven't played it. And it is one of the games that I do want to feature on the channel at some point. What was I saying? Forgotten my tangent again, but whatever. I probably made the point. Usually I tend to forget my point when I've mostly made it. I think my brain does this thing where, and it happens under 2 occasions, if I've already said most of what I was going to say, I find it easier to lose my train of thought and go off on another tangent. And the second thing is, and this one's really annoying, if my brain knows I don't need to remember something, it will kind of just delete it without asking, if that makes sense. So if there's like a schedule related thing that I kind of do all the time, I might sometimes forget that because my brain's like, yeah, you always do this, you don't need to remember. Or if I say something once, that fact might then disappear from my mind because my brain knows I don't need to remember it anymore because I've said it in a video now. And it happens a lot. I don't know if that happens for any of you as well, but it's kind of annoying sometimes. So, hour and 45-ish left. I would say it feels... How long does it feel like I've been racing for? I would say I feel like I've been racing for about probably 3 hours. Maybe 4. But probably about 3, I'd say. So not bad. Not bad, really. Would I feel the same? Well... If he was doing 204 laps, he'd be in the lead. But, no. It would be weird, considering this is supposed to be the easiest option. But again, the power pack is pretty inconsistent, so it wouldn't surprise me at the same time. But the thing is, for me, as with the Suzuka event, I think I even said this in the Suzuka video, if the car is that much ahead of me, that's not even a challenge, you know? You know, if they're that much quicker than me, I'm just not going to catch them, no matter what, because I'm just not that quick. So at that point, I'd just be like, well, I'll come in second then, which is basically what I did in the Suzuka event. And yeah, I'm hoping to enjoy Total Immersion. If I recall correctly, I'm pretty sure, isn't that the game that's got a Bentley EXP Speed 8 on the front, I think? The older version of the Bentley Speed 8. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. But yeah, I definitely need to try that. There's a whole bunch of games. I said earlier on, there's a whole bunch of games on the PS2 that I want to feature. But the problem that I've always had, it's always been such a pain as well. I don't know why it's such a pain to do it. The PS2 is by far the biggest pain to game capture for me. I used to have an Elgato. I seem to recall it broke. I've got an Apage now, which I use. I use that for the 360 stuff. The Apage, it's okay with the PS2, but the PS2 you have to do like extra steps, which is annoying. I just wish you could emulate it on a PS5. It'd be so much easier. And I know you can emulate on PC, but I don't do that either. A challenge where you use the Unimog at the NURB. Well, it's an interesting challenge. Depends what you're up against, I guess, or if you're just doing a lap time trial. I remember back in the day, in the GT4 days, somebody did a vid where they took the... I think it was either the Patent Motor Wagon or the Daimler Motor Carriage, you know, tomatoes really, around the NURB, and I can't remember what their lap was. I think it might have been something like 146 minutes to do one lap, something like that. And I remember the car was so slow and it has so little power that you actually have to zigzag across the road to get up the hills because it won't go up, it just rolls backwards. The closest I ever got to that was I remember using the Ford Model T to do a lap. But the Ford Model T is so much faster than those cars. You can do about, I want to say 45 miles an hour or something in the old Model T. That's a car I'd love to see back. That'd be awesome. Nice. Yeah, a lot of people have a lot of love for the M3 GTR. Not only from Most Wanted, from a lot of games from that era. Ah, so he's made a pit stop. Oh, and he only had 1% fuel left. Cutting it close there, matey. I'm going to have to grab another juice out. That's my two monsters gone, so it will actually be juice. Bash into the carts. The Bentley Speed 8 was, and the TVR Speed 12. But yeah, the green Bentley that won Le Mans in 2003. I was talking about that earlier, actually. That'd be a great car to bring back. But for some reason, Polyphony seem completely uninterested at the moment in the early 2000s LMP cars, which is odd. The Audi R8 was super iconic and very successful. Bentley, obviously, same platform. Loads of good cars from that era that they don't really seem interested for some reason in bringing them back. Shame. Most of my favourites come from that era. Or, not most, many. And lest us not forget, or lest us forget, Pescarolo. Really hard to... I'm guessing you're still talking about the Bentley. Really hard to win it, were you maybe saying? I can't remember now. Obviously you could buy it in at least GT6, if not GT5. I can't remember now. Did you have to win the Bentley in GT4? I can't remember. Oh, to drive. I can't say that was the case for me. I used to love the Bentley. I didn't use it as much as some of the others, but yeah, I always liked it. I remember when I was a kid, I had no idea what the Bentley was, but I remember being in a game shop with my dad before. Have I ever driven a car on a... You have to retype the last part. I missed what you said there. I remember, like I said, before GT4 came out, we were like in GameStop or something, or the equivalent, and they had the trailer for GT4 out, and they showed the Bentley in the trailer, and I remember saying to my dad, they repainted the Toyota GT1 green, because obviously I had no idea what the Bentley was, and to my kid brain it looked exactly like the Toyota. And then of course I was introduced to one of the coolest race cars of all time. Well, Gran Turismo 4 introduced so many of us to some of the coolest cars we've come to love. That's where the Chaparral 2J began for me. Oh, PlayStation. No question. Literally the only reason why I even own an Xbox is to play Forza and Project Gotham. I'm not sure about the Sophie 3 question. I know that at the very least 2.0 is in the rest of the game. I think... You'd have to go back and check, but I think it might be across the whole game. But I'm not sure. Because Sophie in the main game, let's say for example you're playing on the PS4 and you turn up the Sophie difficulty, it does not match the power pack. So maybe it isn't in the normal game, or maybe they've just, I don't know, tweaked it in a different way for the power pack, but it's definitely not the same. Because I always race on the harder Sophie one for like review replays, and it ain't the same. You still beat those cars easily. Let's check the weather. There is no weather. The Bud Nugget. Yep, well, it's been a while since somebody commented about a wheel. It's been about 4 hours since the last comment about using controllers versus wheels, but yeah. I like the idea, it just doesn't do it for me in practice though. I just don't enjoy them. Something about the lack of weight, you know, just doesn't feel it. Feels too much like a Switch still for me. And I mean like an on-off Switch, not a Nintendo Switch. I'm telling you though, when it comes to game accessories and stuff like that, the day we get VR and omnidirectional suits to the point of like Ready Player One, you're going to lose me to Fallout 4. I'll be playing that all day long. Panos Roadster S, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about because it's one of my favourite LMPs as well. Mostly again because of Forza. 2 of my favourite LMP, in fact no, 3 of my favourite LMPs are directly because of Forza. The Cadillac, which I adore, the Panos, of course, how can you not, and the Aston Lola BO9-60. Absolutely adore those 3. And also there's another one which I love. I'm pretty sure somebody the other day said that it was featured in some game. Might have been Total Immersion, I can't remember now. But another car which I absolutely love is, yeah, we're on lap number nice, kind of. The Lister Storm LMP. Didn't have much success, I don't think, but very odd looking LMP car, but really like it. Noble M12. What were you saying about the Noble M? I can't remember what that was in relation to now. What were we talking about the Noble? I mean, yeah, the M12 is an awesome car. There's one that shows up at local car events every so often. It's like a bogey green. So not my choice of colour, but always attracts a lot of attention. Awesome bit of kit as well. Basically anything that Lee Noble does is incredible. One day the Powers will release G-Force. Yeah, that's isn't that already kind of, pardon me, being done with like where you can feel stuff? Unless it's just vaporware, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know how badly I need to feel a behemoth or deathclaw punch to the chest, but Noble's supposed to be coming back. I missed part of the question because I was trying to read all of them. You asked, did I think GT8 was necessary, or did you say, will GT7 just have more updates? I'm assuming that's what you asked. I mean, yeah, you can't update forever because there are just so many people who will just move on, just because that's, you know, what we do over time, even if you overhaul the game. I mean, even look at me. I'm a massive Fallout fan, and I wanted to love 76, played it very early, hated it. Everything I hear now about it is positive, but it's way better, and yet I still don't go back to it because I've moved on, you know? And I feel like no matter how good GT7 stuff is, you're never going to bring everyone back. I know Polyphony always likes to talk about, like, record numbers of people playing the game, record numbers of people buying the game. I just don't believe them. And when I say I don't believe them, racing 7 hours. Well, I mean, I started at 10 a.m. If I was racing at night, I'd probably feel more tired. But I literally just basically slept, woke up, and immediately started racing. So I'm fine. I will be much more tired on the 24-hour events. But also interacting with you guys keeps me more awake as well. What was I saying? Take a drink every time I've said that during this stream. You'll be as forgetful as I am without any drink. I don't know. Triumph Dolomite. Yeah! I'd love a Triumph Dolomite. That's actually my favourite Triumph. I'm not a massive Triumph fan. I prefer their motorcycles to their cars. But yeah, I love the Dolomite Sprint. There's two brothers who live not too far away from me who are fans of the channel, and I've actually met them in real life. It's very rare for me to actually see people in real life who know me from the channel, because I think part of the reason why is I think more people at shows probably do know of me, but they might not know it's me, because usually I'm not in the video. But they recognise me, and they love Triumphs. They've got they had a Dolomite. I can't remember if they've still got the Dolomite. I think they've still got the Dolomite. And they've got a Spitfire, a lovely mimosa yellow Triumph Spitfire. But yeah, my favourite Triumph is the Dolomite Sprint. Almost got one ages ago. Really cool little car. Nice. Yeah, back in the day. Yeah, Rover and Triumph. Two really cool brands when it comes to, like, everyday performance, especially back in the day. The old Rover, P5 and P6s, like for the cop cars and stuff like that. Splinters on... Oh yeah, I would imagine it had splinters. I tell you what though, you say that about Triumph, that Rolls Royce that I bought, that had splinters on the door. And that's on supposedly the car. And lack appeal on the wood as well. You have to put the second part of the message again about the Lister Storm. Oh, Triumph GT6. Isn't the GT6 like the hard-top version of the Spitfire, basically, with like more power or something like that? And maybe it's just me, but I've always found the Triumph TR7 to look very TVR, like very much like a TVR wedge, like the old 350i's. Speaking of cars that I might get at some point, the amount of times I've gone back and forth on buying a TVR in real life, specifically a Chimera, because they're weird, because it's like it's the only TVR which hasn't gone up in value over the years. They've always kind of stayed the same price, about 10 grand. But I don't know. I've had unreliable cars before, and I've had cars that people are scared of before. But a TVR, I just feel like you have to put so much money into keeping them good, like the chassis and everything underneath, the outriggers. You have to kind of do everything ahead of time so that they're in good condition. A lot of them don't even have power steering, which I can live with that, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like a TVR might be a bit like the Evo, one of those cars where I should just test drive it rather than own it. Because one of the things I said after having the Evo 7 was, there's nothing about owning that car for however long it was that I had it that I couldn't have enjoyed in a 1 hour drive. I didn't need to buy it. And I feel like a TVR would probably be the same. Oh, the headlights are green. Cool. Yeah, it has a... I don't know if all of them did, but the one in real life that I'm thinking of, it had a very dark livery, so I feel like we kind of missed a lot of the details on that car, because it was a really weird-looking design. Like, it's got a very, like, squashed nose. But yeah, very, very cool car. That, and also another Lister, which most people either forget about or don't even know of in the first place, is the Lister Storm GTL, which has more of almost like a... It almost looks like a Mosler from the front. It's got like a flattened, more aerodynamic looking nose, and it doesn't have pop-up headlights. It's got cowled headlights, almost like an MC12. And I seem to recall that's the one that raced with the Adidas livery, black and white. But that's a cool looking thing as well. In fact, I tell you what, I know exactly what that car reminds me of. The Celine SR. That looks a lot like a Celine SR Mustang. To me, anyway. That's pretty much the only Mustang ever that I actually like, I think. The Celine SR. It's a shame they never produced it. That was a crazy thing. Technically, a homologation special as well. And another awesome car that Midnight Club 3 had. That was a hell of a car. What happens if we take a Mustang and basically turn it into a GT1 car? Or close enough. Hello again, dude. He has returned. He has been awaited. And he came when we needed him most.
This summer.
So 2.5 minutes ahead. What are the games? I play... At the moment, I play... By far, my most played game, period, is Fallout 4. That's always my go-to if I just fancy a bit of fun. For racing games, it's almost equally split. Well, actually, no. It's split between GT7 and Horizon 6. And yeah, if I'm not playing those, it will probably be a bit of Arkham, Batman, Arkham Knight. And most of the time that I play Arkham Knight these days is there's this one particular map in the challenge section. Yeah, 173 laps. Another 7 to go before I pit in. There's this one challenge map on Arkham Knight. It's called Endless Night. And it's basically a challenge map where you have to take down as many enemies as possible, as quietly as possible, but they just keep respawning. So it's basically about getting the highest score you can. And it takes hours without being shot or killed or whatever to get a higher score, and they've got world leaderboards for it as well. And I can't remember what it is now, but LMGTP, yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, or something like GT2 equivalent, somewhere around there, but yeah, I can't remember. But yeah, I think I got like 400 enemy takedowns, which I believe that put me in the top 900 people in the world, or something like that. It'd take way too long to answer that question, mate, about other racing games, but I did talk a lot about that previously in the video. Loads of games, especially in the PS1 and PS2 era. I missed then the other questions people were saying, or the other comments. Comment section's actually been pretty good for a while. It hasn't glitched out. What engine did the Storm something? I'm guessing you're asking what engine did the racing version use? I can't remember now. The road version's obviously a Jag engine, 7-litre V12. Maybe they used that for the racing version, I think. I can't remember now. Obviously Lister mostly works with Jags. But, and here's something which you might not know, Lister has actually built cars with Maserati as well, and in my opinion this is one of the coolest ones. Lister actually made a race car with Bristol, of all people, which is probably one of the last companies you'd imagine going racing. Another absolute favourite brand of mine. I love Bristol. Almost bought one a while back, a rusty one, but still. HPATT. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they haven't brought that one back yet, the orange TT. Not a huge fan myself. The Golf was so much better of a car. By far the fastest hot hatch in the game. Not even close, at least in a straight line. And yeah, especially back in the GT4 days, you could get that car pretty early on. I think it was like 50 grand or something stupid. And just so ridiculously fast. There were a couple of cars like that. The Buick Special was another one, dirt cheap. They ended up making them all like 750 grand in the later games, but they were such OP cars in Gran Turismo 4. Yeah, they mostly focus on Volkswagen stuff, yeah, which obviously that includes the Audi TT as well, technically. But yeah, there's a couple of HPAs which, way back I did a video about the coolest Volkswagens that you've never heard of. I think it was top 15 or something like that. And I seem to recall I featured a couple of HPAs in there, because most, if you played Gran Turismo, you know about HPA. Either the Golf or the TT. But a lot of people don't realise HPA actually also made, if I recall correctly, I think it was them, they made at least 4 other super badass cars. They made the Golf Mark V RGTI, which is I want to say 375 horsepower Golf, I think it was, all matte black. They did I think it was a 570 horsepower Jetta with a wide body. They did one of my favourites of theirs, which is a matte white with black grille Passat with something like 550 horsepower, and I think it was HPA, I'm pretty sure it was. They made a crazy powerful version of a Touareg as well. So HPA's got a bunch of really badass cars. And I noticed you're saying something about driving like a snail, but I couldn't see the last part again of what that message was. Whee. Steady on. Five more laps before we pit. I'd have to check them back to back. I think I can't remember what they sound like at this moment, because I can't hear the car at all here. I've got my TV turned right down so it doesn't pick up on the camera and create a feedback loop. Off the top of my head, I think maybe the Sauber, but I don't know. Yeah, the Cultus would be awesome. Yeah, exactly, Andre. I've said about that before. It's one of these consistent problems with the power pack. It's like, is this supposed to be taking itself seriously or not? Because the cars take no notice at all of the flags. So what are we doing here? I've always loved the sound of the R92 CP, which, as I said, I'm going to use that in the Le Mans 24-hour. It's got that super, like, low, almost muted sort of sound. But yeah, I really like that one. In real life, no question, there are 2 Le Mans cars which are by far my favourite sounds. See you in a bit, bud. Thanks for stopping by. Let's say 3. Obviously, Mazda 787B, you've kind of got to say that. But the 2 which I personally love the most are the one that I talked about earlier, the Aston Lola, the Golf with the V12. That just sounds incredible. And a car which I feel is a little bit undervalued, but everyone who's heard one in person says, yeah, insane, is the Panos. That 6-litre V8 in the Panos just sounds dirty. It's like an incredible noise. There's a few flyby videos of it on YouTube, and it just sounds incredible. It sounds kind of NASCAR-ish, but meaner and lower and deeper. Just makes the ground shake. And just everything about the panels is so unapologetically American against all those like petite little European mid-engine and oui, clever with the Judd V10s and all that. And meanwhile, you've got panels like just going out on the track like a muscle car. Doesn't care. Engine's in the front. Looks like a Batmobile. Love it. I really hope it does. I hope the Panos does come. Whoa, what on earth are you doing? Cool, almost had a CLR moment there. This Mercedes is determined to take off. Really keeping the brand image alive. It really does suck as well on the point of Mercedes at Le Mans. I feel like a lot of people don't realise this because it's one of those factoids that's easy to just overlook, but Mercedes of course had that horrific crash in the 1950s where literally the engine of the car came out, flew through the crowd, something like 156 casualties, and they swore not to return to Le Mans. And then they came back to Le Mans, what was it, 30-ish years later, something like that. And then the CLR took off and ended up in the trees. It's like, man, you do not have the best of luck when it comes to Le Mans, do you guys? You just make flying cars. And yeah, curbs are a bit of an enemy in this game. Well, they can be. Yeah, exactly, final destination. I'm kind of amazed, and fair play to them, that the Peugeot didn't take off. Because they were trying to run without the wing, weren't they, for a while? I think they changed that quite quickly. But they tried to run without a wing on the 9X8. And that could have gone very badly. Obviously they made up for it in other ways, but or at least tried to. I seem to recall Nissan saying something about the Nismo LM, that was like they used the... Yeah, obviously the Sauber didn't do it. I don't think the C11 ever did it either. And obviously the Sauber won as well, so great result there in 1989. It's gone. Yeah, it would be cool to have more of those like silhouette racer style cars that games like Project Cars and sometimes Forza have. They would definitely suit Gran Turismo. Although I'm saying that, where would you put them? That's the problem. I feel like they get dumped in Group 3 and maybe sometimes Group 4 even. And we do have one, we've got the old Skyline, which is cool, but it feels too cumbersome and too like it feels too old to be in Group 3. It shouldn't really be in there. But yeah, awesome car, but it's like the Aston DBR9. I kind of feel sorry for that car. You know, you should have the Corvette, Selena 7R, Maserati MC12. That so much fun with those going up against each other. But no, it's on its own. Oh, broke into the 212s again. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what polyphony does. I did say in the past, I had a theory, specifically when it comes to some of those crossovers and the little SUVs and soft roaders, as I call them, that were added in 2025, like the Honda HR-V and Toyota CHR and those kind of ones. My theory on that is I reckon Kaz, as a kind of thank you to some of the employees, might occasionally pick cars from the polyphony car park to add to the game. I could totally see him doing that, and maybe that's completely inaccurate, but that would not surprise me at all. And it's kind of a nice gesture, but when you're only adding 3 cars and you're waiting a month between them, when one of them's just like generic traffic car number 17, you can't expect people to be like, whoa. And if that is true, somebody at Polyphony needs to buy like a Marcos or something, make it a bit more interesting. Not long now for the pits. I was so glad when they added the XJ220 and actually gave it the great visuals as well, being able to recreate the TWR. It's so cool. Because, somebody said earlier on that their favourite supercar is the XJ220. I've, Midtown Madness, yeah. I don't recall actually using it much in the game, because I did love that game as a kid, but I know it was in there. Yeah, the hybrids are just... Again, it's such a shame, because it's like, on the one hand, if you're adding this car to be something genuinely useful, you'd think you'd want players to actually be able to get some kind of use out of it, which then doesn't make sense because some of them have really weird visual mods. Like the Honda, you can turn it into a full-on Pikes Peak car, but then nothing about the performance matches that. You can turn the Toyota into essentially like a rally car, but again, nothing about it matches that. But then on the other hand, if you go down the corporate shill route and assume that maybe they were just paid to put the cars in by the manufacturers, I mean, what kind of quality control do you guys have? Because it's like, you want, let's say that's the truth, and they're either asked and or paid to put those cars in the game to try and get younger people or whoever interested in buying one of these in real life. I can imagine that as being true. But who's going to want to buy it because of that? They're just garbage for the most part. And yeah, hybrids have potential for modification. You can modify to some degree certain hybrids in Gran Turismo. You could do some stuff to the Fisker back in the day. You can even do stuff to the Prius. They even had the little Prius touring car, which is kind of pointless but sort of fun. And it's like, it's almost like they go out of their way to make these cars as dull as possible, which then loops back around to what I said about the visuals. It makes no sense. Why do you have Pikes Peak modifications for a car that's got, like, I don't know, a mosquito's nose for an air intake in terms of how much power that engine's actually getting? And I don't know, just there's nothing to do with the car. It's got no power, it's not light either, and their top speeds are always horrific. You can literally do more, with like a Toyota Aqua race car, which, I mean, I guess, but then it's like, if it's on the point of reputation, I don't know how much good that's doing the reputation. I tell you, it's not really a traffic car, but if you're going to go down that route of adding stuff like normal, quote-unquote, vehicles, a car I would love to actually see in Gran Turismo would be a Toyota GR Land Cruiser. I really like the new Land Cruiser, and the fact that there's a GR version. I don't know how much of a performance hike it has, but that looks a pretty cool car. I would actually quite like to see that in there, because sometimes the SUVs and 4x4s and trucks end up being really good. Like for those of you who remember the GT6 days and before, you'll probably have some memories of stuff like the Audi Pikes Peak Quattro, what ended up being called the Q7 when it reached production. That thing was ridiculous. It could take on supercars. The Infiniti FX45, that was great. Undervalued, but great. Loads of people used to love the Chevy Silverado concept. Rear-wheel drive, so not quite as useful, but Ford F-150, Dodge Ram. And exactly, that is the absolute state of Gran Turismo. The Lamborghini Urus's rival in this game is a RAV4. Or, I mean, what is the closest thing? I guess the trucks, because you can motor swap them. That's got to be the closest thing, isn't it? The Tacoma? Is it? No, not Tacoma. Tundra. He's back! The Tundra and the Ford Raptor. That's got to be the closest thing I can think of. But yeah, the Urus has loads of rivals in real life. I'll tell you one right off the top of my head. A Range Rover SVR. That would be awesome to have in this game. The Range Rover is one of my favourite cars I've ever driven. I almost gave it Car of the Year. I ended up giving it to the Golf R32. But, yeah. And on the point of Infiniti, yeah, they do make some cool cars. Very rarely see them in the UK. Very, very rare to see an Infiniti. And I need to pop a juice drink. Looks like another Monster, but it isn't. It's got juice in there. A tiny bit of noodle left. Six-wheeled F1 cars. Yeah, and how much would those tyres cost? Speaking of tyres, I'm not exactly sure on the tyre dimensions yet, but the car that I'm looking at, the car that I'm looking at, hopefully, because I'll believe it when it actually happens, because something always gets in the way. But the car I'm supposed to be looking at next Saturday, the guy selling it had a problem because the car needs to have a fresh MOT. And obviously, to get the car through an MOT, you need to have good tyres. And apparently it's got a slow puncture in one of the tyres. Problem is, it has 26-inch rims. Which I've spoken about this in a previous episode, but a lot of you probably weren't there for that. Anyway, but yeah, it's got a set of 26-inch rims. I can't remember what the name of the rims are. I managed to find them last night, and apparently they retail for $800 each when they were new. So that's $3,600 US for a set of rims. Obviously, I didn't have to pay that, or I won't have to pay that, which is a nice bonus. But finding 26-inch tyres and then finding a tyre fitter that can actually fit 26-inch tyres are a bit of a challenge. Now, in the past, the closest I've had to that is back when I had the Escalade. That was on 24s, and those are gigantic. The tyres are very, very low profile. Thankfully, it was still comfortable because of the air suspension, but that wasn't as bad as I thought. I managed to actually find a pair of front tyres in Germany, of all places, brand new, from a tyre manufacturer, and they were about, I want to say it was 110 or 120 pounds each, which is really not bad. You can actually pay way more than that for like normal size tyres, which was awesome. For this one, I don't know what 26s are going to be. I'm assuming profile's probably about 275. I think they don't look crazy wide. They look like wagon wheels, which is insane. But what they're doing for me, to get it through the MOT, obviously, I'd need to get the tyre done in my own time. But I called up my local tyre place that they basically do all of my tyre stuff. They put the knobbly tyres on the rolls and all that kind of stuff. And apparently their machine can do 28s. Which is like, on what? What cars run in 28s? I mean, aside from a Hummer, I mean, literal lorries don't have 28s. But yeah, they can do it, so that's great. And they're going to put a set of 22s on it, that's easy, you know. Set of 22s, get it through the MOT, put the 26s in the boot, and then hopefully get those on in my own time. But we'll see. Fingers crossed. And the question you were just asking, I believe, was, I don't know. I don't know what compound it would be. I mean, most cars would be the equivalent, really, of Comfort Hards, wouldn't they, really? No. I probably could get Pirellis. I don't tend to buy Michelin or Pirelli or Dunlop. I know they're good, but realistically, they're only really necessary if you're either doing crazy high mileage, which I don't. I do about 10,000 miles a year. And if you want performance. Obviously, like, Michelin PS4s, fantastic. I've had Pirellis on the Maserati in the past. They're nice, but they're not great in the rain. And I'm in the UK, so... but no, I actually buy, not a sponsor, but I've used them so many times on so many cars. I use Generals. General Tyre, or GT, as they're often called. Currently I've got a set of Generals on the Navigator. They're fantastic. And I've got a set of General Grabbers, all-terrain tyres, on the Continental, which is a choice on a luxury car, but yeah, they're awesome. I used to have Generals on Toyo. I think Toyos are supposed to be good, but yeah, I never buy those brands. I just find that Generals are the absolute best, from my experience with cars at least. They're the absolute best if you compare how much grip they have, how comfortable they are, how long they last, and crucially, compare it to the price. For example, a set of Generals will cost you about 150, 160 a tyre. The equivalent Michelins, on, let's say on my Navigator for example, are about 270 a tyre. So it's a ridiculous comparison for a benefit that you're just not going to feel. I'm not driving that car fast. I'm not doing 100,000 miles in it. The fuel economy isn't going to change by any notable amount, and neither is the noise. So it's just, you know, they're so good for the money. I'd love to be sponsored by them, but I'm not. So at least, you know, it's a good recommendation. But yeah, Generals are fantastic. But yeah, somebody asked about what newer cars would I like to see in GT1, I think was the question. Or like a modern version of GT1. What would suit GT1 now? I feel like GT1 is kind of the hypercar class, really. But if we assume that it would have to be something slightly lower than that, well, presumably it would have to be lower than hypercars, but higher than like GTE or whatever. So what would fall into that? It would have to be supercars, of course. But then what would it be? Most manufacturers seem obsessed with hypercars now. I guess maybe something like an Aston Martin Valhalla rather than a Valkyrie. That could fall into that category. I don't know. Maybe some evolution of the AMG GT, perhaps? Yeah, Ferrari's got a bunch of models you could probably put into that. Almost certainly a Lambo could be in that kind of territory. In fact, yeah, you could have maybe like a Lamborghini Revuelto, maybe something like that. Not quite hypercar territory, or even if you wanted to go lower than that, you know, whatever the other one's called. I don't know. I don't keep up with Lambos anymore. You could certainly make a Maserati MC20 into that kind of territory for sure. I mean, Maserati themselves made that hardcore track version, so that's not that far off. So yeah, it could definitely be done. I'm not sure what you'd have in terms of power. I imagine maybe somewhere around 600 to 700 horses and maybe 1100 kilos. But then again, that might be a bit close to GTE in some cases. I can't remember now. But yeah, probably those. Probably those. You could have a wild card in there, I guess, something like a Bentley, a Continental GT that's like chopped way down like a DTM car and super stripped out. I mean, at the end of the day, we saw Morgan in GT3, so anything's possible. The F8 LM Competizione. New Lambos. I mean, yeah. The difference for me would be that I definitely want more Lambos, but the Lambos that I would want to see are probably not the ones that most players would choose. Most players, I feel like, would want like a Revuelto, or a Sean, or a Centenario, or a new Countach. To be honest, I could probably see the new Countach being brought back. That wouldn't surprise me, actually. I would prefer, my favourite Lambo of all time is the Espada. I would love an Espada. I would love an LM002, which would be kind of pointless, but super cool. I'm actually kind of shocked that we haven't seen a newer Countach come back. Or have we? No, we did have, didn't we? We had the 25th. I'm trying to think now. There's so many cars that I forget are still in there. Yeah, I don't know. What else would I want? I don't know. LP640 is already in there. Obviously the SV, that needs to be brought back. The LP670. A first gen Gallardo, that'd be pretty cool. My favourite, or one of my favourite Lambos, my favourite concept for sure, I'd love to see, would never happen, the Estakay. I love that car, the four-door Lambo. Basically like Lambo's version of an Aston Martin Rapide, pretty much. Such a cool car. Like that would ever happen. And the Lambo hypercar. Ooh, that'd be nice. A Group 1 Lamborghini. That'd be very cool. I can't see the last part of what you said about the Lambo, but I'm not sure. I don't recall what the platform was. Almost certainly had a V10, but it might have ended up being shared with like the Panamera and the RS7 kind of platform, probably. I don't know. I don't know how much I'm going to get. I'm actually very curious. I made a prediction at the start of the race, because in the Suzuka one I came 4th and I got like 1.2 mil. So this is 2 hours longer in faster cars. Lower difficulty, which that's bound to make a difference, but I would imagine, I'm going to guess something like, well, I said 5 mil. I reckon something like 5 mil. Hi there, Scuderia. Been chatting on and off in some form for years with Scuderia. Fun. And now I missed what you said at the end. Yeah, it's been fun so far. Pretty simple race, to be honest. We've had no weather. I was really hoping it would end up night time at some point, but nope. Or at least it doesn't look that way. I guess there's an hour left, but even so. So yeah, it's been pretty easy. Obviously, there's zero pepper anyway, but Yeah, it's been simple enough. Simple indeed. I feel like with the cars I was saying earlier on, that would almost feel more like a modern GT2 rather than GT1 in a funny kind of way. Like a super extreme version of a Maserati MC20, for example. Unless you give it like a long tail or something, it's not really going to look like a GT1. It's going to be more like a GT2. Which I also wouldn't complain about that, but yeah. Oh yeah, another thing that the algorithm destroyed. Yeah, it's a shame. Ah, they're all the same payout, are they? Interesting. I did say at the start I could see it being something more of an even number, like a 4 mil or 6 mil, something like that, but I'm going to say 5. Probably totally wrong, but yeah, whatever it is, I'll be fine with it. Like I said before, I would much prefer it if it were like an exclusive car. Temeraire. Oh, is the Temeraire, is that the new one? With like the hexagonal headlights, I think it is. The new baby Lambo. I think that's the one, isn't it? Yeah, I must admit I'm not really a fan of their names anymore. I know they name most of them after like famous fighting bulls and stuff, but I think one of the worst names, and honestly, one of the worst cars on the road, to be honest currently, is the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. I think that is a horrific name, and I think it's one of the ugliest cars I've ever seen. Which, given that what it's supposed to represent, it looks like cheap Chinese rubbish, which is awful. I mean, the Bentley doesn't look good, but the Rolls-Royce looks horrific. Ah, 500 grand an hour. Ah, interesting. So it is what I said then. It is going to be an even number, so about, what's that, 4 million? Yeah. I should have said 4. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know. It must be a success, I guess, because I'm pretty sure they facelifted it, but yeah. I tell you what, nothing will give you a reality check about Rolls-Royce than owning one. Because it is garbage. It was absolute garbage. One of the worst cars I've ever had. And obviously it was 1973, but still, you'd like to think that, given that that's where the reputation comes from, those old ones, you'd expect it to be better than it was. But Chevy gearbox, not to slight on Chevy, but come on now. You can't even afford to develop your own gearbox? Come on. 6.8 litre engine that puts out 180 horsepower? What are you, American? And even on the comfort. Yeah, I mean, you say about Rolls-Royce's furniture on wheels. That's what it should be, and don't get me wrong. The seats are very comfortable. But Rolls-Royce, if you compare Rolls to my Lincoln, there's 5 years between them. My Lincoln's a 68. And the Lincoln has no fancy suspension at all. It literally just has coil springs on the front and leaf springs on the back. Bearing in mind, 60-year-old springs. Rolls-Royce was 5 years newer, and it has their Citroen licensed hydro pneumatic suspension. Not even close on comfort. And further to that, the servicing is just another expense that you have to do versus just springs that just do their job until they break, and then you just put new ones on. It's like I said way earlier in the video, in the 1950s and 1960s, America was untouched in the automotive world. Nothing came close. Rolls-Royce was the closest, and that Rolls-Royce feels like driving a bathtub compared to a Lincoln. It's 10 inches narrower. It feels like you sat in a Mini compared to it. And even, we in the UK, we love to make jokes about Yanks, like, oh, a big old 7 litre and you've only got 160, 200 horses. Wow, we could do better than that. The reality is, though, again, compare the engine. Rolls, 6.8. Yes, it's designed for comfort. So is the Lincoln, though. Yeah, Cadillacs are fantastic as well. Cadillac was basically America's Rolls-Royce. I would say not really these days. Cadillac's more like Mercedes AMG now, really. Which ain't a bad thing, I guess. And Lincoln's more like Jag, really. Or what Jag was before they went woke. And tried to remake the Thunderbirds car. But yeah, Cadillac was what everyone wanted, which is great for me, because that makes Lincolns cheaper. And the reality is that Lincoln, more often than not, were at least as good as Cadillacs, and quite often, they're actually better. People just didn't realise that. The problem, in fact, the exact problem with the year of Lincoln that I've got, is that what Lincoln tried to do in that particular year was they decided to go all out on two things. Number one, safety. So it's a 1968 car that had 6 seatbelts and disc brakes, as standard from the factory. The problem was, because they offered everything that Cadillac had as an option as standard, it made the Lincoln more expensive. So obviously some people wouldn't have bought it because of that, but the real issue that Lincoln found was that they made it so good that people never bought another car again. They just kept it. So it was actually a sales failure because they made the car too well. And isn't that such a lovely problem to have? You never hear about that happening these days with anything, let alone with cars. Like, oh, you know, we did too good of a job. We're going to have to make these worse next time. And obviously back then, people used to facelift. You know, American cars would get a facelift literally every year. They'd change something. And one of the most hilarious things about the facelifted Lincolns was, as I'm sure many of you know, Lincoln used to have the badge, the North Star cross, sticking out the top of the bonnet, kind of like a Rolls-Royce or many other brands. For 1968, I believe it was, or somewhere around that time, they took that cross off of the bonnet with the star and they put it on the front instead. And the reason why they did that was for pedestrian safety, because nothing says safety like being smacked by a 2.3 ton, 18.5 foot, 7.6 litre American car with leaf springs, like moving the badge, because now you're definitely not going to be turned to paste when the car hits you. But I just love this whole idea of safety. And also, like, it's got 6 seat belts. They're all lap belts though, so you're still going to die. It just keeps all the bodies in the car. And yeah, that you said about swapping to a better automatic, I've considered exactly that. Because one of the crazy things about those old Yanks is obviously because they were made, especially in the luxury sphere, they were made for torque. They weren't made for performance. My Lincoln, for example, it's got 350 or so horsepower, but it's got more torque than a Viper. It's got 485 foot-pounds, which is 660 newtons. I believe it's actually more like 500 foot-pounds in practice. So insane, like more than a GTR even. But it wasn't designed for speed. So they only had a 3-speed gearbox. So my Lincoln, for example, with that engine, he'll do 63 miles an hour, so basically 100 kilometers an hour in first gear. In second gear, it'll do 109 miles an hour, and in third gear, which of course I've never done flat out, it will do whatever it can do, which is up around 130-ish. But the funny thing is, even for muscle cars, they all kind of have that sort of top speed. They're all just really weird on ratios. They do like 130 miles an hour, sometimes more, but very rarely, which of course is why Petty's NASCAR, the legendary Superbird, was such a radical idea. This insanely fast, like supercar level, or what we would call a supercar now, Superbird, doing 200 plus miles an hour, balls of steel, and then some, was such a radical thing. Because that was so much quicker than anything else. So on that point of changing gearboxes, if you take a Yank in real life and just make like basically one change, which is an oversimplification, but if you put a modern, let's say Challenger Hellcat, like 8-speed in there, with a adapter plate to attach the engine to the box, you'd have to probably modify some of the software maybe to work together, or add software from the new gearbox, but you know, disregarding all of that, you would unleash so much more performance, and crucially, so much more fuel economy out of that old engine. So yeah, on the point that you were saying, yeah, better automatics. If you compare a manual 100 years ago to what a manual is now, fundamentally it hasn't really changed that much. There's some improvements, but it hasn't really changed that much. If you compare automatics to what they are now, night and day, not even close. It used to be that you could dog on automatics because you'd say, well, they're less reliable, they use more fuel, they're slower, and that was all true. But now that's all gone away. Now they change quicker than a human ever could, they have more gears than you could ever have on a stick, they have better fuel economy because you've got so many gears, and you put it in the right mode, you can launch like a boss in any car. Yeah, they're awesome now. And yeah. The problem with CVTs, I love the idea of them. They're so cool of an idea. And obviously even the Williams tried it in testing for Formula 1. Look up a video of that on YouTube. It sounds incredible in testing. The FW15C. Just... and just stays there all the time, just going faster and faster. Awesome idea for a gearbox. And most of the cars that I've rented, like over in South Africa when I've been there, those are almost always CVT gearboxes. But they're just it's a bit like a rotary. It's an awesome idea, but it's just fundamentally flawed. But yeah, I'd choose an auto over a CVT. But yeah, cool idea. 2 sets of cones basically with a band between them in effect, and you move the cones closer or further away to change the gear ratios. It essentially gives you like the equivalent of a 1,000 speed gearbox, or more than that. Awesome idea. But yeah, they can't handle a huge amount of torque usually. It would have been interesting if the CVT F1 car had actually raced, how reliable it would have been. I could totally see it, blowing a gearbox. If the engine hadn't blown first, just sitting at high, screaming its head off the whole time. But yeah, awesome idea. Someone should just make a car where it's all the worst ideas put together. So it's like a rotary with a CVT with, I don't know, like 1920s Grand Prix bicycle tyres. Just put everything together and see how long it lasts. And make it a rotary that's built by Ford, so it's like an EcoBoost rotary. Oh yeah, CVTs in normal cars, they do sound they sound a bit laboured, put it that way. They do sound laboured. There are some circumstances where a CVT actually can work, and I've spoken a few times about me wanting to get back into motorbikes again. In all likelihood, the bike I'll probably get actually does have a CVT. As crazy as it sounds, but it's actually one of the very few that works, because it doesn't have a normal CVT. It's got the equivalent of a 7-speed, and that's an Aprilia, the Aprilia Mana. It's an 850 naked bike with a CVT, and it's just full auto. You can drive it in a simulated manual mode, but it's just a fully automatic, lazy motorbike. And I love that idea. Honda did one as well, the DN01, which is a crazy looking thing. Looks almost like a shark. That's got the CVT as well. But yeah, it has its uses. I think on a bike it's fantastic. My stance on that is kind of like electric cars versus electric bikes though. I've said it before, I much prefer electric bikes over electric cars. Not anything to do with the environment, but because it just makes sense. You just got that crazy instant acceleration and way more torque than most traditional motorcycle engines would have, which of course you need some hefty technology to stop it from pulling a wheelie all the time. But yeah, I love them, especially Energicas. The only problem is they're so expensive. Like a base model used Energica is like $7,000, which isn't the end of the world, but that's a lot of money for a bike, especially when I already know I'm not going to be using it a huge amount. So I'd rather spend that kind of money on either like doing something to the classics or getting something else. Yeah. It depends. I mean, I'd trust a Lexus Auto. Lexus is some of the best made cars on the road. But yeah, I mean, it also depends what kind of car you're looking for, you know? I feel like if Lexus was going to have a manual, it would have been in something like an ISF, because that would suit that car. Or an LFA. I mean, imagine that with a manual. But you already know it wouldn't have been as good. It would have been slower. Probably more fun for some people, but definitely slower. Yeah. I've said before, and I believe, I think China, of all places, have actually had kind of a good idea here, but I've said before, I believe that you should either restrict the performance on electric cars, or, because I'm not really a huge fan of that idea, people should be at least recommended, if not required, to do an advanced driving course before being allowed to buy something like that. And I know there are some countries, I believe, isn't it Australia, who kind of have that sort of thing, but it's actually just a way of squeezing more money out of you. But when it's done properly, you can't expect some granny, or whoever really, some school-run mum who's used to driving, I don't know, an Igo, or whatever, even something like a Lexus. Oh, now you've got a 900 horsepower Lotus SUV, or don't be silly, nobody's buying those. I don't know, a 1,000 horsepower Tesla, or a 1,200 horsepower Lucid Air. Have fun. Enjoy dropping off Timmy. Timmy's in the back, like, like people just don't have a clue how to drive these cars. And I mean, think back to that video. It was from years and years ago, in that Porsche, that Taycan that was on the guy's driveway, and he made the mistake of, and this is somebody who's bought the car presumably, so he should have been told this, probably was, press the brake and the throttle at the same time, which puts the car into launch control mode, and just flew off of the driveway like over another car. It's just ridiculous, that kind of performance without any kind of training. It's just dumb. Yeah. And on that point, somebody said about Musk destroying the auto industry. I don't agree. I think if anything, I'd say he's a cog in the wheel that's doing that. But let's be honest, if Musk wasn't making Teslas, if Tesla stopped production today, nothing would really change. The only difference is the people who are buying that would just buy something else. They'd buy a Geely or a Lucid or whatever else. It's not stopping anytime soon. The only time it's going to stop is when people finally realise that these cars are totally pointless in the long run, because they don't last in the way they were told. As I've said before, it's just diesel all over again. Oh, get this! Well, it's actually not as good as we thought. Except with diesel, they actually are just great. And you've got multiple countries' fire departments saying, we cannot stop these car fires. We don't have the equipment, and it's so expensive that we're not giving it. So once an electric car is burning, that's it. On multiple occasions recently, there have been car carriers just going up in flames not too far from me, just with electric cars on the back. Just, I don't mind electric. I just don't like the pious attitude that goes along with it, like, I'm saving the earth with my boba tea, my Tesla. No. Yeah, infrastructure. Obviously, infrastructure has had a huge improvement over the years, but yeah, even then. Yeah. I'd much rather see stuff like hydrogen do better. And if anything, I think that point on having a proper engine for the Xiaomi, I believe there is at least one Chinese company who are doing that, isn't there? Link & Co. Because I know they have the option of both. They have some cars that have like a 2-litre and some that have the electric, if I recall correctly, I think, if that's the right brand I'm thinking of. But anyway, yeah, I think the way to go, if we can get there, and I believe Porsche was working on it, I want to say Hyundai, I think it was, or Kia, or someone was working on it, but synthetic fuel. If you can figure a way of having synthetic fuel ideally made from waste, you know for a fact nobody's going back once they can do that. You know, nobody's going to be wanting electric cars once you can have a normal car again, but without the guilt. Who needs range anxiety? We can just put a pump in, you know? Again, speaking to the infrastructure, it would require a bit of work, but even then, not much really. You could probably just put it in the petrol station like you would with any other fuel, just have it cordoned off in its own way, as you already do for petrol and diesel. So yeah, that's what I hope for. And feasibly, kind of like hydrogen, you should have cars that still sound good, you know, still have that kind of personality. But we'll see, I guess. Porsche and Dodge ditching EV. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't aware, I hadn't heard about Porsche. I haven't heard about Porsche ditching that, because they've still got the Taycan and all that. I'm actually surprised it's taken them so long to do an electric 911, or a hybrid at the very least. But yeah, with Dodge, of course. What are you doing? Electric Dodge Charger? What? At least it ain't Ford with the new Capri. There's another car, it's like, who's that for? Who's that? Like, literally, who's it for? Not even on a conceptual level. Literally, who is it for? Because if you call it the Capri, you're clearly trying to get people to remember the name. But the problem is, the people who are going to remember the name are going to hate the car, because they're old enough to remember it. And the people who are young enough to like an electric car don't have a clue what a Capri is. So, who's this for? You may as well have just called it something totally different. And I also don't really get the point of having the Capri and the Mustang Mach-E. It's like, seems a bit redundant. But what do I know? I must admit, on the point since we're talking about the Dodge Charger, might be an unpopular opinion, I don't like it. I don't like the look of it. I would have thought I would like it because it kind of reminds me in a weird sort of way of that 1999 concept version, which is a Midnight Club, which I do like. But something about the new one, it just looks... it looks off. I think it's because it looks like it's trying to be the classic 69 Charger, like the General Lee kind of shape, but it's too tall. It's like they stretched the body height-wise, more like a Challenger. But yeah, not a fan. Not a fan. I've actually considered getting a Challenger back and forth a few times. I could totally see myself living with a Challenger. I wouldn't get a Hellcat or anything like that. Of course, I can't afford that anyway. But I'd get something like maybe a 5.7 Hemi. But we'll see. It's pretty much the only modern American muscle car that I'd actually want. I have no interest in the modern Camaro, even less interest in the modern Mustang. But a Challenger, yeah. And the Charger. I like the Charger in four-door form. I think it's a very good-looking car. Don't see too many Dodges in the UK. Mostly I see Rams more than anything. Quite a few Ram trucks, newer shaped ones. Which I don't mind. It's not the kind of thing I'd buy, but I don't mind. I am surprised you don't see more F-150s. Because if you're having Rams imported, you'd think people would go for that, but I think one of the reasons why maybe you don't see many F-150s, at least not newer ones in the UK, is because over the years, if you look at the Ford Ranger range, they are very obviously trying to make it look more like an F-150, and I think that's probably why people are just buying that, because at least you can have like a 3.2 diesel instead of a big old thirsty F-150. Or the electric F-150 Lightning that apparently 0 people are buying. Liberty Walk. Yeah, I mean, why not? Body kits would be cool in Gran Turismo. I'm not buying American cars before petrol. Well, you say that, bud. I bought my first American car, the Lincoln, on the 4th of July. Yes, really. 2022, when fuel was the highest it's been in the UK in years. It was £2 a litre. So I bought that at the wrong time. And the problem is, I can only run that car on super. The engine will literally not even start on anything lower than 97 fuel. I made the mistake of putting half a tank of 95 in there, which is E10, so it's got the higher ethanol. Wouldn't even start. Just, I don't want, just nothing. He just would not start. He loves 99. 99 is very expensive though, and you usually only see 99 fuel on like motorway stops. But yes, I am crazy. And I don't know how long you've been in the event now, but we were talking earlier on about my cars. I have 3 cars, and they're all American, and they're all V8s. So yes, I am crazy. My daily driver does 17 to the gallon, and then my 2 classics, the Lincoln does 10, and the Pontiac Hearse somehow is better, that does 13. So yeah, not the best. But good enough. And to be fair, the Navigator does about 22 on the motorway. So for a Yank, it's not actually that bad. It's actually the same fuel economy that I used to get out of the Quattroporte, which is kind of a crazy comparison, and about the same as I used to get out of the Jag, believe it or not. All aluminium XK, doing the same average economy on the motorway as the as a Navigator, which is a crazy... Well, the thing is, say about money trees, the trick to owning an American car is not necessarily to be rich. You don't have to be. Partially because they're not that expensive if you buy the right one to begin with. But it's more so because your circumstances have to justify not needing to use it as often as a normal car would be. So for me, for example, I only drive my classics to car shows, which obviously isn't all the time. And I drive my daily, usually, to go and do work. So by definition, the car is immediately paying for the fuel by using it at all. And obviously that's not everyone's situation, but yeah, it can work. And obviously if you scale that down to having like one American car as a toy, yeah, it's a lot more livable than people think. Because here's the thing, we were talking earlier on, I used to have an Evo. The Evo was just as bad. That was 17 to the gallon. and people don't even bat an eye about an Evo, or a Range Rover. Buy a V8 Range Rover, especially one of the older ones with a 4.2 V8, basically a Jag engine, you're probably getting about the same. But people again think, yeah, that's fine. I'm not going to say it's for everyone, but yeah, it's a lot more affordable than you'd think. And one of the great things about a Yank as well is road tax. So my 1968 Lincoln and 1967 Pontiac are MOT exempt, road tax exempt, ULEZ exempt, which is hilarious, considering that, as I always like to say, I'm killing a polar bear a minute for driving those cars around. And the only thing you really pay for is insurance, which is I pay £200 a year to insure the Lincoln, and I think the hearse is about the same. And the only thing is fuel, really. Aside from, obviously, like, if you have to fix it, of course, but that's going to be expensive on any car, really, unless it's, you know, a Corolla or whatever. And even on the new one, the Navigator's a 2005. So if you compare that to a 2005 Range Rover, for example, even if it's not a V8, a Range Rover from that era in the UK will cost you £800 a year, road tax. My Navigator, being, of course, never officially a UK model, they never sold them here. Lincoln's never been, they've never had a UK presence, unfortunately. But mine was from the States, then it went to Japan, as most of them seem to, and then came here. And because of that, instead of £800 a year, it's, well, in some cases less than 400. I think mine was 430, I think it was. So not cheap by any means, but half the cost of a Range Rover. And most people just have no idea. So you've got roughly the same fuel. I've already done 4,000 miles in my Navigator in the time I've had it, and it's served me amazingly well. The only issues I've had with it were small electrical gremlins, none of which really mattered. So, for example, it thinks the fuel door's open. Who cares? It still drives fine. And the only other serious issue I had was it's got a power boot, like a Range Rover. And the Lincolns are known for having like this occasional phantom boot opening problem, where one of my neighbours sent me a picture at 5 o'clock in the morning. He was on his way to the gym and my boot was just fully open because it had just opened by itself. In a Range Rover, you'd be like, oh no, this is going to cost me thousands to fix and probably have to disassemble half of the car. In my Navigator, I opened the boot, pulled out the third row drinks holder, unplugged the motor, and now I close the door by hand. And it's never done it again. It locks, the glass opens normally, I haven't had to replace anything. Obviously I've lost the amazing convenience of a power push opening boot. Who cares, you know? Lift the boot, close the boot, job done. And even the stuff that you do have to buy, it's like literally 20 quid here, 10 quid there. Whereas on a Range Rover, or not even just a Range Rover, Audi Q7, that's one of the worst. They're so expensive for parts. Mercedes, forget it for a Mercedes. Everything's expensive on a GL or an ML. Yanks are way more affordable to fix than most people think. And the crucial thing is, we make jokes about this, but they're simple. That's a 2005 4x4 that still uses a pushrod engine. We make jokes about that, but it works. You know, it just keeps going. There's somebody selling one like mine for this. They're trying to get $7,000 for it, which they're not going to. But it's got 300,000 miles on it, on the original engine. I mean, I'm not saying that would be a cheap 300,000 miles, but find a Range Rover with that on. Most of them wouldn't be the original engine anymore. So yeah, I think that one of America's greatest strengths is that they make engines that are, exactly, they make engines that are no more complicated really than they need to be, and of course there are exceptions, but if you make an engine, and this is why the Viper engine is good, and it's why the Veyron is so good, the best type of engine is an engine which is designed to be capable of way more than you're ever going to do with it. So, you know, a Veyron didn't need 1,000 horsepower. It could have had 1,500 from the get-go. You know, there were Supras that had 1,000 horsepower before that, so they could have definitely squeezed way more out, but they wanted it to be, you know, simpler. Do I own a car? Yeah. You must have just joined. I've got 3. Or a Viper. A Viper can handle stupid amounts of power. You know, there are people now getting like 3,500 horses out of a Viper. But a Viper in road form, you're looking at a fraction of that. 500 horses is nothing for that engine. And because it's simpler and it can handle more, there's less to break. Things can always break, things will always break. But that's literally the case with any car. If it's a Rolls Royce or a Renault or anything in between, they're all going to break. Even a Toyota will break eventually. You might do 1,000,000 miles before it does, but it'll still break eventually. Thoughts on a Liberty Walk Ferrari, somebody asked about. Don't think I've seen it. I'm not a huge fan of like the wide body scene, to be honest. I like it for some stuff, but I like it more in like the old not Gran Turismo, the old Need for Speed kind of way. You know, like a wide body Supra or a Skyline. Not really a huge fan of wide bodied supercars. I get why people do it. It certainly stands out, but I don't think it's something I would do. Not like I've got the money to worry about that anyway. So each to their own. Right, so it's not that wide. What I will say about Liberty Walk and Rocket Bunny, that kind of thing, I definitely like those more than Mansory. Mansory is disgusting. White with the, that does sound familiar, white with the Japanese flag. And I'm missing the last part of what you said, but I think when you were asking about the SEMA Motor Show and all that, I'm assuming you were asking would I attend any of those. I love the idea. Whether or not I would, I don't know. It's an expensive trip. Flying to the States is expensive just for the sake of a show. So probably not, to be honest. If there was some like business reason, maybe. But yeah, I don't have any plans for that anytime soon. I don't tend to travel outside of the country that often, really. I've only actually been to 2 other countries. Well, unless you count Wales as a different country, but I've been to the States, like I said, Texas, and to South Africa. But that's it. Those are the only 2 places I've been. Interestingly, I don't know if I'd hurt my chances by saying this because it's probably confidential information technically, but I've been invited twice now to China by electric car manufacturers to cover their cars. I doubt that they care about me saying that, but 2 different manufacturers. And I have considered it, but the problem with emails like that is it's like, really? This seems like a scam. And I don't know, they do check out, but I kind of like the idea. And yeah, I don't mind RWB. Some of the older Porsches do look pretty cool. My favourite car in GT7, I feel like in principle I'd say the Espace, now that it's back, but my favourite car to actually just drive around, I would say probably one of either 2. If I'm going to just pick a car just to have fun driving it, just enjoy it, either an SLR McLaren or a Shelby Daytona Cobra, which, fun fact, in my opinion, is the single most beautiful car of all time. Probably a hot take, but I think the Daytona Cobra is a perfect car design. And I know everyone goes for like the Ferraris or whatever, or the Miura, Gullwing, Mercedes, whatever else, but yeah, for me, Daytona Cobra. Absolutely adore that car. That would absolutely be my dream garage, but not a real one. Well, that's an insult. Not an original. I'd have a Superformance Daytona. I think they're South African, aren't they, actually? But the recreation, basically, of the Daytona, they cost like 90 grand. Yeah, I love them. Superformance GT40s are super cool, but the Daytona, ooh, that really would be the car for me. We actually almost had an electric Daytona Cobra. I actually spoke to the guy who was behind the company. I didn't even realise I was talking to the guy who was behind the company. I was talking about an entirely different car. It was Ian something, I can't remember his second name, but I talked for a while on the phone with him about a couple of brands. And it's called Renovo. No. Is it Renovo? Yeah, Renovo. I don't know if any of you remember that. Daytona Cobra that was all electric and it had like halo LED headlights. Never happened, but I called this guy. I can't remember what led up to the call, but I called this guy to talk about a car called the Lightning GT, which is a British electric supercar that kind of never really happened. And I was talking about that car to him, and it turns out that this guy was the same guy who made 2 of my other favourite cars. Not only was he partially behind the Renovo, if I recall correctly, but he was also behind the Vanwall, the GPR V12, the modern version that Hammond drove on Top Gear, which is in Project Gotham, that green modern V12. He was behind that as well. And I'm like, dude, you've made like 3 cars that I love, and I had no idea were all connected to the same guy. Yes, exactly the one in PGR4. So I didn't notice how much we've got left. Oh, 25 minutes. Perfect. So I feel like that's got to be the end of the race then. I wouldn't have thought I'd be pitting in again, would I? I haven't actually noticed what time it is. Well, yeah. Thinking about it, if we go 20 laps between pits, that's over 40 minutes. So yeah, this is the final pit. Oh yeah. Speaking of games with incredible vehicle rosters, including the only game I've ever played with my favourite vehicle, the Y2K Turbo and Superbike. And how on earth, I don't know, but the only game I can think of to feature the Caparo T1. How is that not in Forza or Gran Turismo? It's like one of the most OP road cars ever made. Like literally a Formula 1 car basically on the street. And unfortunately another car that kind of died on the vine, really. I think they made 6 of them, maybe, something like that. I remember seeing one come up for sale not too long ago. I think they wanted 250 grand or something for it. But yeah, shame. Awesome idea. Just the absolute holy grail. Yeah, that's what I was saying, yeah. It's in PGR4, but I can't think of any other game that... Oh, hang on. No, it was in Forza, wasn't it? Yeah, the Caparo... What was it? Forza 6? I'm sure it was in Forza. Yeah, I think it was in Forza. But it was only like one game, I think. It was either Forza 6 or 7. I'm pretty sure. And yes, of course, my good man, I remember the W12. In fact, there were so many connected projects around that time. And even though we didn't realise it back then, they were all basically testbeds for the Veyron. I love the W12. My favourite version of the Volkswagen is technically it's called the Synchro, the bright yellow version that's in TDU. I believe it has completely inaccurate specs in TDU. It had like 420 horsepower or something in real life, same as the Roadster version. I love the Roadster as well. Yeah, Chrysler ME412, what a beast. And here's something which, for those who don't know, will really annoy you. The reason why the Chrysler didn't happen is because Mercedes told them not to make it, because it was going to completely overshadow the SLR. I love the SLR, but that sucks. We could have had one of the coolest Koenigsegg rivals ever, and just, bloop, nope, not for you, no fun, you may not have good things. We got the SLR, but you know, it ain't the same. But anyway, yeah, the Volkswagen, love the Volkswagen. Of course, there was the test version, that matte black one with even bigger roof scoop, which actually did the speed record or whatever it was. Then, connected to the same project, there is the ultra-rare and quite hideous Bentley Hollande, which I love. Such an ugly car that it's cool. And as soon as you look at the Bentley, you can immediately see that's a Veyron. You can immediately tell it's a Veyron underneath. And essentially, that was a Veyron, but without the turbos, if I recall correctly. So it's like 630 horsepower or something instead. And then, before the Veyron, we had kind of where they were testing the idea, but even crazier, the Chiron. And that's not a typo. The Chiron came out before the Veyron, but not the Chiron that is now. The older Chiron is a very weird looking thing. I did an Unsung Heroes episode on it way back, and if I remember right, I think it was a 6.3 litre W18 engine. I think it was. It was definitely a W18, but it was quite a small capacity, and it had like 550 horses or something, no turbos. But all of these disparate cars, they were basically all just test beds for what the Veyron ended up being. And a really cool thing is that if you own a W18, if you a Touareg with the W12 engine, and I don't recall if Bentleys have it or not, but I believe most of the vehicles in the Volkswagen group that ended up with the W engines have the exact same starter motor as a Veyron. And if you listen to the sound of a Touareg W12 starting up, it has a very distinct, like, kind of very high-pitched starter motor, and it's the exact same sound as a Veyron. Which, you know, the Veyron has more than a few parts off of distinctly less expensive cars, but but still, yeah, kind of cool knowing that you're driving around a car that has Veyron parts. Of course, the downside to that is when you need to fix something. Only 20 minutes left. Yeah, it was an awesome time period. I tell you what, very few companies have made so many tantalising cars that we were like, oh, you like this? No. As Volkswagen, another brand that are really guilty of it are Peugeot. So many cool cars that just were like, oh, you like this? Well, you can't have it. Tough. Oh, it's in grid. Interesting. I didn't realise the Caparo was in more. What engine swaps would I want? I kind of touched on that earlier on. I would really like the stupid motor swap I would love to see. Excuse me, I said this earlier, like I said, but I'd love to see the Peugeot 908 diesel V12 in the Unimog. Because why not? And what else would I want? I don't know. I said earlier on, more LFA swaps, more V10 swaps would be cool. But yeah, in general, I don't really have that many that I'm like crazy about. I really am a connoisseur of diesels. I love high performance diesels. And I'd like to see more cars have diesel swaps, really. Even if it's like an Audi R18 swap. It's a pretty small diesel, but I take it. Some of my favourite swaps in Forza tend to be like the Duramax swaps that you can take out of the Super Duty Ford truck and put into other vehicles. 5-cylinder swaps. Yeah, we've got precious few 5-cylinders anyway. You know, Mark II Focus RS, the Volvo with the basically detuned same engine, Audi RS3. Yeah, loads of really cool 5-cylinders. But yeah, a lot of stuff which is unfortunate that we don't have. Yeah, I don't get out to London much, to be honest. I'm actually going not far from London, hopefully next weekend to look at this vehicle. But a RAV4 with the GR, so yeah, why not, you know? Most of the hybrids, all they really need is a gearbox change. But yeah, I know London has, what is it, the Supercars Row, or whatever it is they call, where you got like Zondas and stuff going down. I tell you what, if you're driving a supercar through London these days, you're more confident than I would be. But then again, it's kind of a different version of a similar problem where I am. I'm the opposite side of the country. I'm southwest, which is great for driving roads, but it's also horrific for driving roads because we have our roads are like the surface of the moon. So if you drive a supercar here, one pothole, just forget it. Imagine driving a Zonda in a pothole. You'd start to cry. Which is potentially going to be a problem if I get this other car, because if I'm running on a set of 26-inch rims with tyres that are like painted on, ooh, and it's not like I can swerve around it because the Navigator is a wide car, so yeah, it's going to be like trying to avoid potholes in a Hummer. End up hitting oncoming traffic instead of the pothole. Yeah, our potholes are utterly insane, absolutely unacceptable, and for years I've said I don't understand why they don't make roads. Well, actually I do understand. They should make roads to the same quality as motorways. You don't see motorways being dug up all the time because they can't afford, like for the sake of business, they can't shut down motorways for those reasons. So a lot of things come back to just basically keeping people in jobs. They make the roads need to be repaired so that you can have repair jobs, which sucks. But hey. And even then, it's like, okay, people need jobs. Sure. Allow them to keep having the job, but they ain't doing it. The roads clearly aren't being done. They're not being repaired. But new F, I haven't heard them. I haven't heard the new cars. I'll have to check it out. I remember seeing something popped up in my feed about the new designs, but yeah, I haven't seen much about them. Almost 15 minutes remaining. The palm tree. Yeah, I can believe it. Well, the potholes now, it used to be a joke. Even people, like, I never watched Vicar of Dibley, but for those who watched it, or who have seen the clip, because it used to go around a lot, I can't remember her name, the Vicar of Dibley actress, whatever. She's in the Marks and Spencer's ads now. But she was like jumping in puddles, and then she jumps in that puddle and like it goes up to her waist because it's like a giant hole. That used to be a joke Now that's like just England. 2026. Yeah, that's it, done French. Now, our roads are just like that. Literally, on my local village chat, because like I said, I'm countryside based, which I love for the most part, but somebody literally puts on the chat, oh, be careful between such and such and such and such. 6 of us are off the road at the moment because of a pothole that has destroyed our tyres. Just back-to-back cars. And I'm like, hang on, how has this happened, like, since last night? How are 6 cars being wiped out by something that wasn't there yesterday? It's like sinkholes are opening up or something all over the place. And remember when that was a thing? Over in Japan? There were these just giant sinkholes opening under the road. And if you don't know what a sinkhole is, kids, look up on Google, German sinkhole. And that isn't an AI image. I think it was German. It's on like an intersection. The entire intersection just fell through. It looks about 40, 50 feet across, something like that. I'm not sure how cold it is here. Right, in fact, I can check. I'll have to see. Let's have a look. I don't think it's crazy cold here right now. I need to wait for the straight so I can change it and check, because I've got the weather zone on the wall. In fact, let's just pause it. It is 8 degrees Celsius, so whatever that is in Fahrenheit. So not too bad. Not too bad. Bit of a chill, but yeah, sinkholes are not to be messed with, and unfortunately entirely avoidable if they were just made better in the first place, and completely random. Sometimes it's under a pavement where somebody's walking and you just fall through the path. Sometimes it's a road and a lorry will be swallowed. Never seen again. Just fun. I didn't realise real life was suddenly, you know, Mario or something, where I can just drop through a tunnel randomly. But there you go. I can't remember you being rude. I didn't notice that. Yeah, no worries. I'm sure many people think many different things about me. Certainly if you go to like Reddit, from what I hear anyway, or GT Planet, yeah, plenty of people in this community that don't like me. Whoever that was, can you ask that question again? You said something about 200 laps, but I missed what the question actually was. Yeah, I think a lot of people probably assume certain things about me because I'm unfiltered when it comes to criticising polyphony in Gran Turismo, and maybe that shapes them in a certain way. I don't know. But yeah, you know, there is a fine line between haters and people who are passionate, and I think the problem is a lot of the time people just don't understand what the difference is. You know, if I was a hater, I just wouldn't even bother playing it anymore. You know, I critique it because I want it to be better, and because I want Gran Turismo to be what it can be. Almost feels like a dad talking to his kid, like, I know what you can be, boy. Better do better, boy. Well, I feel like that with Kaz. Instead, like, you're like slamming a copy of GT4 in his face. Look what you did. Get back to this. We need to get back to this point. Stop messing around. Whoopsie. Maximum you can set 200. Unfiltered, yeah. I mean, obviously, if you say something that's just rude, it is going to turn some people off, which, you know, I try not to go that far. But yeah, I've never actually tried to set, I don't think, the maximum laps, so maybe 200 is the max. It wouldn't surprise me if these races go... I mean, we already know, don't we? It's going to be more than that for the 24-hour races, probably way more. Maybe not on the Nürburgring, although, maybe it will. Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, I'm having an internal conflict. Oh, you've never played GT? Right, interesting. But yeah, with Le Mans, I mean, yeah, 24 hours of Le Mans. If you're doing roughly 3.5, 4 minute laps, probably something like that, if not quicker. Yeah, you're bound to be doing a lot of laps. A lot of laps in 24 hours. Nürburgring, that's got to be, even for the Nürburgring, after 24 hours, that's got to be 100 and something laps at least. If you're doing 7 minutes a lap. Yeah, I can't do the math in my head that quick, but yeah. Although, no, 24, it's a 24-hour layout, isn't it? So that's probably more like 8 or maybe 9 laps. Oh, maybe 9 minutes. So even then, yeah, that's a lot of laps. But at least on the other hand, by having endurance races go beyond the limits of what you can do in a custom race, at least it makes them feel more special, I guess. And on a track where you want to do more than 200 and it's shorter, I guess you could just set it on a timed race instead. Depends how long the timer goes for. 24 hours of Northern Isles Speedway. Thanks. 200 laps on Sierra. Ooh. I would much rather have a timed race than a lapped one when it comes down to long tracks, because yeah, you do 200 laps of Sierra. I think that might be over 24 hours. I'm not sure, because that's a long lap. I don't even remember what kind of laps those were, but that's a long lap. Trying to think on the Nürburgring, 200 laps of the Nürburgring. If you were doing 8 minutes a lap and you do 200 laps, what's that, 1600 minutes? Is it? Yeah. Or am I thinking wrong? I think that's 1600 minutes. So you'd have to divide that into hours, so divide it by 60. Can't do that math in my head. That's got to be... yeah, that sounds like a lot more than 24 hours, but I don't know. Almost a week. Yeah, that sounds about right, yeah. So not, in fact, that actually would go beyond the 84-hour Nürburgring. And yeah, it'd be nice not doing the event twice. Although you say I'm not doing it twice, next time's to 24-hour races instead, so it's like doing 3 of these literally back to back. Or back in the day, with B-Spec, when you could speed up the race, a 24-hour race would take 8 hours, which was nice. But imagine live streaming that. That'd be the most boring thing in the world to watch. Eight minutes remaining. Yeah, thanks for dropping in, bird. Not much left to go anyway. Yeah, see you in a bit. 173 laps. Oh, interesting. Interesting. That's actually closer than I would have thought to 200 laps, but yeah, fair. A-Spec and B-Spec, simply put, is... A-Spec is this. B-Spec is Director's Mode. So you're, instead of driving, you essentially have the AI drive your car as well, but then you instruct the AI what to do. So it depends on the game you're talking about. So like Gran Turismo 4's version of B-Spec, your driver is just your driver. He never gets any better or worse, it's just what he is. And you just tell him, like, pit in now, or push harder, or drive slower, or, you know, whatever, overtake. Whereas then in GT5, it became a little bit more interesting, where your drivers, as you use them, became more competent and more equipped, or like more skilled. And you could also pick multiple drivers and change through them. But aside from that, the way to actually use B-Spec was pretty much the same. But you could also speed up the race. But the problem is, and this is part of the reason why it's so boring, you can't actually see the race unless you watch it in real time. So if you want to see it like this, or like in... It basically looks like you're watching a replay, pretty much. You have to actually take 24 hours. If you want to speed up the race and get it to 8 hours, you just have this... And you can look them up on YouTube if you want to see, but it's like a grey screen with a track map. You can't see the cars. You have the list like at the side of the screen there showing the cars, who's pit in and when, blah, blah, blah. And you just have basically a bunch of coloured dots on the map, just zipping around. And that's it. You just... 8 hours of that. Fun stuff. And I think somebody said to me the other day, I can't remember if this is correct or not, but that you can't speed up the B-Spec in GT5. I thought you still could, but maybe not. I can't remember. because I never bothered doing the 24-hour races in that game because just no reason to really. Back then it's not even worth the money, and if you think about it, these races probably aren't really worth the money in the grand scheme of things, but Sport, yeah, I think a lot of players now, their first game was GT Sport. Yeah, loads of people, that's probably the case, which is a shame because there's so much that you guys missed out on because you just didn't have it in that game, even as recently as GT6, stuff like driving on the moon, which out of context sounds ridiculous, like huh, but it works. Yeah, just missions, all kinds of different stuff. The idea of having 1,200 cars, for example, and more circuits, I think, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure more circuits and certainly more variations. Renting the game. Oh, interesting. So what, you're renting... So are you renting a PS4 and or PS5 and the game? Interesting. Technically, by the time this lap's done, I could just sit at the finish line and wait because I'm so far ahead. But I feel like we might end up doing that. Do the last lap, just for the spirit of it. Yeah, that's what I was saying about, because he said he doesn't do the power pack, which is why I asked if it was the PS4 version. I missed the last part of what you said. You said something about either Egypt or Goodwood. Those are very different options. Depends what you want to do, I guess. Historically speaking, yeah, no contest, Egypt. Be careful, though, when you're there. Yeah, I would recommend Goodwood, but it depends where you're coming from. If you live in England already, definitely do Goodwood at least once. You don't need to book out the whole weekend. I'll definitely say that, because it's very expensive. Especially trying to find somewhere to stay as well, because all the hotels book out really quick. If you're going to travel there every day, depends how far it is. Again, that's a reason why I never go more than one day if I'm going to go. And it also depends, if you do go to Goodwood, it depends what you want from the day. So for my taste, I just want to look at the vehicles and have kind of a chill time, in which case Friday and Saturday are the best. Saturday usually sells out first, but Friday I would say is the best. You can technically now go on Thursday, but the vehicles I don't think drive on Thursday. It's more of a press day. So I guess if you prefer static stuff, you could go Thursday. And Sunday is the obviously final day. So Friday, the cars go up the hill, like in a practice run. Saturday, they have like more... No, Friday's like a casual show-off. Saturday is like the practice run. And then Sunday, they have the actual time shootout. So if you want to go for that, I believe Sunday is probably going to be the day where it's heaving with people as well. I think there's something like 250,000 people at Goodwood. It is truly swamped. There's people everywhere. But yeah, definitely worth going at least once. And get your tickets as early as possible. And if you are going to go, get your hotel as early as possible. And saying about interesting cars outside, yeah, one of the best things about Goodwood is the kind of cars you'll see in the car park. Literally, you'll see like... I remember seeing one of the times there's just a casual 69 Dodge Charger, mint in metallic brown, just on the grass, just in the car park. But yeah, I've never been to Egypt, so I can't really answer on that front. But yeah, depends where you live, really. .147. Well, we're already partially through the lap, so I think I'll have a little bit of time to wait at the finish line, but yeah, that'll work out pretty well. And he's on hards for some reason. Chiron. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've actually seen any Bugattis on the road. I've seen plenty of Bugattis, obviously, at Goodwood, but there's a few cars I've never seen on the road. I've never seen an SLR on the road. I've seen 5 of them parked next to each other at Goodwood, but never on the road, which is kind of amazing given that they made 1,000 of them. Never seen a Bugatti on the road, and yet, never seen a Bugatti, but randomly driving up from Torquay on the motorway, just overtaken by an all-carbon Koenigsegg Agera RS, as you do, just in the fast lane. because of course. "42 seconds remaining, and I shall wait right here. Make sure I don't cross the line. Put on the old handbrake. Well, one more. Forget honour. I've done 211. If it was closer, I wouldn't mind, but not when there's like 30 seconds left. So, what time is it? Yep, just past. I did say probably around 6:15-ish for the end, but yeah. Do 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 do. Yay! You set a new personal best. 4 mil. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. 900 miles. And a 5-star ticket. Wow! What will I buy with the 30 grand that gives me? A set of tyres. Well, to round out the video, let's go back to the garage and just see what my grand 5-star prize is. But yeah, aside from that, thank you all for joining me. Let's have a look at the star situation as well. First place, and of course, the Nürburgring events left to do. And yeah, let's check the prize. Oh, tell me about it. We do need to sell car parts. I've got hundreds of the things, and engine swaps. I don't need 17,000 Civic engines. Speaking of which, of course, congratulations, you got a Stage 5 Turbo for your Prius. Wow. Well, folks, finishing on the point of an Enzo can't be a bad thing. Thanks for joining me for the 8-hour race. Like I said, I won't be doing the 24 on... exactly, I could run a shop. I won't be doing it next Saturday. Hopefully do the 24-hour race the Saturday after. And I'm going to end it there. So I don't think you'll be able to watch this one, because of course you'll watch it twice, for a while, because it will take ages for this to process. But yeah, thanks for joining me. I'll see you in future with more, and thanks for watching. And now I need to end the stream. Do 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 do.